Global Series. Today is match day 9 for our EMEA region, which also means that it's the last opportunity for some of our teams to qualify through to the regional finals. I'm your host for today, Glitter Explosion, and I am so excited to get into all of the action. It's going to be a very exciting day, but before we do that, let's introduce our lovely casters, and we'll start with you, Onset. How are you feeling?
Dude, I'm so hyped about today. It feels like forever since I've been on the show. It's 5 weeks, I think, since we casted some Apex, and we get to close out the season, the regular season, I should say, with this final day. And all to play for is a cliche in itself, but it really is. Qualification spots for LAN are going to be there. Qualification spots for the regional finals. Relegation is still a real concern for some of these teams. So it's going to be action-packed. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot for us to be keeping our eyes on here today, but we're also going to be keeping our eyes on the numbers, which means we have to bring you the man who's going to be on top of all of those stats for us. Gaskin, are you ready to get into EMEA?
Always try and keep on top of the numbers. I have to do it because Onset refuses to. That's part of his contract. But I'm very excited for today. We're going to have a lot of teams who are going to be desperate to try and get into those regional finals placements. I always love the back-to-back match days as well, because it means teams haven't had as much time to necessarily study, reset. Are they going to be prepared for today? Is everyone going to be prepared to watch more drama unfold? Because yesterday was pretty nutty. Everything that could have happened did happen, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of exciting stories today.
I mean, I know we're ready to watch more drama unfold. Hopefully chat is ready. We're talking about all of these incredible storylines and the numbers and where everyone's standing. Let's take a look at the standings for EMEA right now so you guys can kind of get a lay of the land. As you can see, after their performance yesterday, Vexed Gaming is the first and only team in EMEA so far to have clinched a playoff spot.
They have indeed, so a huge congratulations to Vex Gaming. Really looking forward to them being back on LAN as well, to see if they can maybe put right some of the wrongs of last time. We expected maybe a little bit more of them in the LAN environment, but they certainly learn and grown, and you can see that with their first place finish. And then you can see behind them, Alliance trying to chase them down at the moment. They're going to be playing today. Fire Beaver's always exciting to watch, of course. We're going to see Ascend, unfortunately not playing today, but holding down that 4th position. Jailings and Pioneers, E6 behind them certainly will be, and Horizon Union, they are the team who are kind of looking down at the moment because they hold on to that last qualification spot.
Yeah, today will mean a lot for Horizon Union, but as we take a look at the second page here, Gaskin, lots of teams are going to be fighting to even just get themselves into that top 10 for security.
Yeah, and I do think by the end of today, we are going to see more teams guaranteed a playoff spot, but there are still the teams that are fighting to try and put themselves within the chance of getting playoffs, whether that be from points today or, of course, from points at the regional finals. But to get to the regional finals, you have to be in the top 20 after today. So for Totem, for example, who now have played all of their match days, they can only sit, they can only watch, they can only wait and hope that they will stay in that 20th position. But of course, there are teams below them that are going to try and take it off of them.
Yeah, and speaking of those teams below them, we'll take a look at that third and final page and see which squads will have an opportunity here to try and at least get into the regional finals, continue earning those points. It's going to be an absolute slugfest.
It certainly is. You're looking at Passion. They're right on the cusp of making that regional finals. And we know if you make the regional finals, then you can have one magical day where you take home the match point and you can be at LAN as well. So for teams like Passion, La Cite de France, ANC Outplay, Game of Drones, you can see how tight it is just in behind that 20th position. They're going to want a day to remember and have a chance at a little bit of a redemption story, maybe a little bit of a Cinderella story when it comes to the regional finals.
Okay, well, obviously everything that these teams are leading up to, what they're playing for, is our playoff spot. We mentioned that Vex was the first and only team so far to qualify from EMEA, but we have teams that have qualified from all of our regions so far. So let's take a look at that so we know what we can expect, at least so far, for our Split 2 playoffs. You can see that XSET is the only team to have qualified out of North America. Obviously, Vexed here on the EMEA side of things. Now, there will be 11 spots for NA, 10 spots for EMEA, and 9 spots available for APAC North. You can see all the teams here that have qualified through already. Names that we recognize. We've got North Eption in there, Fnatic, Crazy Raccoon. I mean, already a scary region. APAC South completely done and dusted. They're qualified. Moist Esports came out on top by a wide margin for APAC South and had won the regional finals. And then for South America, we've got FA Players that was in first for the region and Fellas winning the regional finals. Both those regions now completely done, ready to go for Split 2 playoffs. And we are about to be continuing through our journey here for EMEA today. But let's talk about the groups that are playing here today, okay? Because there's lots to talk about. We've got groups B versus C. Onset, this is a heavy hitting lobby.
It is heavy hitting indeed, and it's so interesting to see even the dichotomy of the teams in the lobby at the moment. On one side, Group B at the top, on the other side, Group C. These are the top seeds coming into this split. You have Aurora and what different stories they've had so far this year. Aurora looking at trying to qualify for LAN, having taken home first place last split. Completely different for them this time around. They need a huge performance today. On the other side of things, Alliance, they're looking to just knock Vex off the top of the table.
And remember, when we looked at that overall leaderboard as well, Passion were the team that were going to be trying to push themselves into the top 20. We don't see Totem. We don't see Le Deceit de France. There are 4 teams that are around Passion fighting for that 20th spot that are not playing today. This is Passion's chance to make sure they guarantee regional finals. There are a couple of teams that are behind them that could maybe throw a spanner in the works, but as long as Passion have a good enough day, they should do enough to at least secure regional finals here.
I mean, obviously, so many teams that we're going to be talking about all day. It's going to be very exciting, but we had to narrow it down just a little bit to teams that we wanted to focus on individually. On set, I want to hear who you picked so far.
I'm hoping that the team I pick is going to be saying GG at the end of the day, and not just because it's their name. I'm talking about Gaimin Gladiators, and the reason for this, Hardeki, Artico, Liogri, we know all about them. History is there in Apex Legends, but last time, only just a few hours ago, it was probably one of the most disappointing days we've ever seen from them. Just 2 points they managed to pick up when they'd done so much work in the previous 2 game days to put their own fate in their hands. They put 25 points on the board. They put 13 points respectively in those 2 game days that I talk about. But now, after 2 points yesterday, it was a little bit of a flipping of motion for them, and now they have to put themselves in a position and kind of look at what happened over the pond in split 1. Look what NRG did in the final game day to give themselves a chance of qualification. They managed to do it. TSM just last night, they looked out of it. All of a sudden, they win the day, and they're in an opportunity to qualify for LAN again. So they're currently sat on 52 points. We're reckoning they might need around 77 to make it. 2 game days less if they make regional finals. They're looking pretty good, but Dan, who have you got?
Well, one of the teams that GG is going to be chasing is Horizon Union. You've already mentioned them. They are going to be at the moment in 10th position, that benchmark team for the teams that are trying to get to playoffs and trying to solidify a playoff spot. And of course, they will have today's match day plus the regional finals to make sure they can get some points. But today, if they could win, for example, they would all but guarantee themselves there. Of course, we know the kind of number we're thinking about. A 25-day would be incredible for them. We spoke to Phoenix yesterday on the show, or at least the guys did, and he was saying how their changes from split 1 to split 2, it's all been about confidence, playing things they want to play, rather than following the meta, rather than following the trends. And they said they played Catalyst before Catalyst was cool, so I always have that element of respect for them. They finished 3rd and 8th the last 2 times these groups have faced up against each other, so they should be in a confident position of knowing where to rotate, who they're going to be fighting against, and of course, how they're going to perform today. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do. This is the comparison from split 1 to split 2, and you can see the increasing amounts of statistics there is incredible from them. I think the big one for me is just they've improved on their placing, average 7.5. I mean, I think that's impressive that they're always getting to that kind of end game environment, and the kills are just following thereafter. Really excited to see what they do today, and I'm sure they're going to throw a spanner in the works for a lot of the teams around that benchmark. Lauren, who have you got your eyes on?
I mean, I love the pick of Horizon Union. I'm always a big fan of them, but for me, especially after their performance yesterday, it has to be Element 6. And what I'm talking about yesterday, I mean, they had the 2 wins on World's Edge and only placed outside of the top 6 once out of all of their games. E6 have actually been on a crazy upward trend since match day 3 for them. They've improved their placements every single time until they ended up in 1st yesterday, and they were technically 2nd last time these 2 groups played against each other. Now, they're 7th overall in the regional leaderboard heading into the day, and they are kind of the cutoff point when it comes to points. All right, they're at 83 points right now, and the team right behind them is down at 69. So they have a little bit of a cushion on top of the fact that the 2 teams below them don't actually play today. So they are in a really solid spot. And we got to hear from Swinny yesterday on the broadcast saying that Slayers is one of the best supports in the game, in his opinion. I mean, Swinny is the leader in assists, or one of the leaders in assists for the region, but we have to talk about Kinda as well. This team overall has been insane, but Kinda, Tiff's MVP from yesterday. These stats are incredible. Now, what you don't see on here, Kinda has been averaging 9 kills per match day, averaging 1.5 kills per match, which if you don't think that sounds like a lot, just for a little reference here, Taskmaster averages 2.06 kills per match, and Lufka averages 1.34. So Kinda is right in between 2 of the best in the region, and had 12 kills yesterday. And with that good of a performance, combined with a good performance last time these 2 groups saw each other, if this is the E6 we get today, then we are in for a serious treat. But of course, these are just a few of the teams that we will be following today. The team's performances in the first match will definitely be telling and kind of direct us when we're talking about a lot of these storylines. But speaking of the first match, let's talk about the map schedule for today. It's going to be the same thing we saw yesterday. Okay, we've got our first 3 matches of the day on Stormpoint, which would be a great way to kick things off. And then, of course, we'll make the switch on over to World's Edge for the last 3 matches of the day. Now, like we've mentioned a few times now, today is the last opportunity for some of these teams when it comes to qualifying through to regional finals, which obviously means a lot for some of them when it comes to playoffs. So I doubt we're going to see any contests. This teams will probably be a little bit safer playing on the more conservative side of things. But if we do, it'll definitely keep things interesting. But I don't want to wait any longer if we absolutely don't have to. It's time to get into match number 1 of the day. So on set, Gaskin, let's kick things off.
Let's do it. Before we get into game number 1, we haven't really spoken for 5 weeks, Ant. You right? Everything good with you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Cool.
How's everything been? How's life up there?
Yeah, really good. Thanks
Yeah,
for asking.
good.
Anyway, let's talk about game number 1, and let's talk about what is going to be an amazing day of action here, because like we say, it's the last day of regular season before we get to that regional finals, and we always say all to play for, but it couldn't be more true at this point. You've got teams trying to get into that regional final, you've got teams trying to qualify for LAN, avoid relegation, and of course, just scrap and fight for every single point that's on the board here. I think Stormpoint kind of lends itself to a nice start to the day here.
Yeah, I love watching Stormpoint just to see the kind of chaos that emerges from this map, and we've seen some interesting developments of Stormpoint. We always knew it was a top-heavy map. We always knew that if you come from the higher side of the map, you usually have more benefits, but the stats actually don't lie. Jayhawk on Twitter, by the way, he put out a fantastic graphic really demonstrating how dominant the north side of Stormpoint has been when it comes to win rates throughout the ALGS. So we'll keep an eye on those teams who are going to be dropping on the northern side today, whether that success is going to carry on through into match day number 9. The 2 teams, though, I want to watch to start with on set is probably going to be the likes of V2, who are going to be dropping on the southeast side of the map, we think, mainly because they are a 65% team when it comes to how many points they've scored across the season on Stormpoint. They are the heaviest Stormpoint team we have in this group. So if we're going to see success from them, if we're going to see them continue to push their way for a chance at getting playoffs, then it's going to be here on Stormpoint.
Yeah, it's very interesting you bring up V2 actually, because they are going to be a team that I'm watching as well, just because, like you mentioned, they're currently sat in 13th position, so they're 3 points outside of those qualification spots for Split 2 playoffs, that LAN event that, of course, everybody who's playing in these lobbies is fighting for at the moment. And you're completely right. 3 games on Stormpoint, when you're that heavy on Stormpoint, you need to get off to a hot start here, and that continues on to World's Edge. But I also want to keep an eye on Alliance today, because even though we're talking about qualification, and quite understandably so, Alliance are chasing down Vexed, and if they come out of the win today ahead of that regional finals, then maybe they'll be able to knock them off the top of the table.
But are we going to see V2 get contested down at Fish Farms would be my biggest question. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. I remember last time these 2 teams faced it up against each other, we did see a contest. Keller Gaming were constantly fighting against V2, and it didn't go well for Keller Gaming, excuse me. They ended up being Vela Gaming after they got V2'd. And I think that now that's going to allow V2 to kind of have more freedom with their rotation. As I alluded to earlier, it's far more difficult from the southern side, so you want these circles to be good for you, and that's not the worst start. It is going to be heading over to the eastern side.
Yeah, so the eastern side, we're going to have a little look at J-Links to start this off as well. Landed over at Checkpoint, which has one of the highest win rates, actually. We managed to get a little bit of statistics on that as far as POIs are concerned, and it's kind of a combination of things, right? You usually get a little bit of beacon information, although J-Links won't have it this time, but they do, of course, have some pretty good players, Dan, which usually is a contributing factor to some good performances.
Yeah, I think that when you look at, the success of J-Lings and just the fact that when this team formed, there was a lot of noise around them. Were they going to be successful? They had a quiet week, but it's whether things are going to change. As now Aurora, you can see, are going to be in a fight, have already managed to get one down. Ranches is going to have fallen. Cleveland Sunset with it all to do.
Yeah, we said we might not see a little bit of a contest, but maybe we will, excuse me. And it's going to be Aurora who need a day today, and they need a day of all days today. And that little headshot, my goodness, Sunset. I mean, I've got to be honest with you. I've only just managed to get a couple of gulps of coffee in me before this game has started, and heroes are already eliminated. So just bear with me, everyone. I'll get up to speed. Aurora, they don't need any time to get up to speed, though. They've already got 3 KP on the board.
Yeah, and maybe not much has changed then. In the weeks that we've been away, heroes were bottom of the leaderboard coming in today, and they will finish bottom in game number 1. I don't know whether that's a target tactic here from Aurora. We have seen that sometimes, the kind of higher dominant teams will look for the weaker teams in the lobby sometimes just to pick up that extra bit of KP, or perhaps heroes just don't have a comfortable landing spot, and it just so happened it's Aurora they take on now. But alas, it means we're down to 19, and Aurora will be very happy just to get off the mark here. I do think it is important to get in an early fight sometimes, just to make sure you are warmed up. I'd like to think that people would have warmed up coming into it, but you never know with some of these teams.
Well, let's look at some of the teams who are making a little bit of a rotate right now. Around Launchpad is where we find ourselves right now, and it's Gaming Gladiators, excuse me, who are making their way, and they're kind of mirroring a team who's inside of this POI at the moment. So they've got to be extremely careful, but just looking across and doing a little bit of an armor check and all of the goodness that you do when you see a team who's trying to make a rotation. Hardeki with the purple shield, Leogri and Artico on blues at the moment. So looking pretty good, but you can see the ping going out. It looks like they want to maybe get a little bit more information on where the teams are set up before they try and plan their next route.
Yeah, because we're going to be heading northeast, a lot of these teams who are in the southwest side, they are going to have to move quite awkwardly across the map, and they're probably going to be gate kept. So you need to move fast, or you need to move high. And I mean, you fly over the teams that are going to be holding you, otherwise it's just not going to be an enjoyable experience. Danish, another team that has had a lot of success on Stormpoint, by the way. They are the second highest Stormpoint % scoring team that we have in this lobby. I know that was a mouthful, but it just means that they've had more success on Stormpoint than World's Edge.
I could barely get a sentence out, and you're already hitting me with those ones. Jeez, you must have far more coffee than I have started the day. But look at KCP, a little bit of an early fight breaking out here, a little bit of a scuffle, and it's going to be Nightmare Esports who are pressuring them. And speaking of pressure, it actually looks like Nightmare Esports are going to be feeling it the most. They've only got a couple of paper towels to play with. They are eliminated. The shields were not strong for them, and KCP take that opportunity to swarm. Speaking of swarming, speaking of opportunities, though, here comes Hackis and the man himself, Effect, who is one of the most scary players in all of the lobbies when it comes to engagements.
Yeah, they did have a little sniff at it, but I think because of the Watson fences that the KCP Pioneers were able to put down, it means Alliance backed off a little bit, but it looks like maybe they're regathering their thoughts, and they say, I think we fancy this one. We've got the ability to do so. We've got the ability to push in. We're confident. Let's go.
They've also got Effect, who is kind of, you know, very good when it comes to these kind of engagements, but at the moment KCP also pretty damn good when it comes to it. And even though we're talking about Effect, you've got to talk about Zane as well. Effect will pick up one, and it's a 2v2 now inside of the egg.
It's a 2v2. You've got to be careful with where you try and push. You've got to push together as well. You don't want to isolate yourself, otherwise it's going to be a really difficult fight. But this is good from Zane. Utilize the fact you can take high ground and re-heal.
Here comes Yuki, though, and you can see Hackers has been finished here. So is this worth it for Alliance? They were in a pretty good spot. Effect already taking damage as well. Peacekeeper's going to hit for 72, but that one's going to hit even harder. And Zane, we were talking about Effect, one of the best controller players in this lobby. Zane's got something to say about it, and Pioneers turn this fight on their head. Dell
does connect with one, needs to connect with a second, also needs the help, but Keller Gaming have now come in to get involved. And I was saying how Keller were contesting V2 in the previous games. Well, they've heard the commission. They want to get involved, and they want to get some KP on the board.
Yeah, this is a very interesting kind of set of events, if you like, as Gadam goes in and hits a nice spray. Doesn't manage to get the knock, but looking at the kill feed, trying to keep her eyes on what's going down. Sadell has been finished, and now here comes Maestro. This is almost like a kill magnet inside of the egg right now.
Yeah, everyone is flooding to the northeast side because they know what a powerful position this is going to be as well. And not only that, you might be able to pick up some free KP. And Maestro, as you say, the next team to join the party. The wipe is finally going to be there. Keller Gaming thought maybe they were going to pick up the pieces, but all the meanwhile, Zane has got away. Pioneers have been able to survive here. I think that's very important because a lot of teams are going to be eliminated as they are constantly pushing for these third parties.
And the crazy thing is as well, with Zane getting away, if he can get away, you can see him taking some damage here. I'm pretty sure the KCP came out of that, I'm going to call it an absolute shambles inside of the egg with 6 KP. So if he can survive, you know, he can take the long route. He can go through zone. He can do what he needs to do. He can maybe get them back in. Even if they place inside the top 10 with that many KP, that's going to be a really good start to the game. So Zane holding his own against Effect. That was a little kind of battle within a battle between those two teams. But if he can survive and get some KP placement points to go with the KP, that's going to be a pretty good game.
I think it shows how heavy this lobby is playing towards placement as well. With the map overhead, you can see that no one is really hovering around areas like Stormcatcher, like the tier 2 areas at the moment for where this zone is going to be pulling. Everyone is biding and fighting for that northeast zone because because they know full well that's exactly where this circle is going to be pulling. And even if it was to shift away unpredictably, you are at least going to be in a position where you are fighting from the uphill. But there is the prediction of the zone. That's where the teams are going to be moving. That's why they're fighting for them. And then you've got everyone else who is moving late. And the reason why you see all these teams on the southern side delaying their movement, because they know this is not going to be a circle they're going to beat the northern teams to. So they have to loot up, they have to make sure they're well equipped, and they have to try and plan and assess what route they're going to be taking, because there are going to be teams on their journey.
It's a really interesting decision here for Zayn to have to make, but the decision is going to be made for him. He gets eliminated. Alongside it, Pioneers will fall out of the lobby early, and I'm pretty sure they'll want to have a word with Alliance about what went down there with that third-party opportunity and everyone else coming in. It's one of the, we always talk about a third party. If you don't get the fight done within 30 seconds or so, you usually can expect, especially with a predictable zone like the one that we have at the moment, for another team to arrive. So KCP and Alliance, I'm sure that story will continue as we get through the games. But this is your team. You had your eyes on down, Horizon Union.
Yeah, I think that Horizon Union, you know, they have to play things quite calm today. They don't want to do anything too crazy because realistically, if they finish like 12th or 13th, they probably do enough to at least guarantee regional finals. It really depends how high their sets are height, you know? Are they going to be making sure they just secure regionals, or do they still want to give themselves a real chance of getting to playoffs? You'd imagine it would be the latter, so they are going to be at least considering themselves as a team that is going to be getting into those playoffs, so they'll want to make sure that they do as best as they can. They want to be pushing for first place. They want to try and secure it here today, but there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to try and stop them. And I think that the big difference is we've got teams in this lobby who maybe don't need to do much, so might make more risky decisions, like Alliance did, for example. And there's going to be other teams who are going to be taking less risks because they can't afford to make mistakes.
It's an interesting lobby, isn't it? Everyone having something to play for, and it's the wonderful thing about the format of the Pro League, of course, is every team still has something on the line, whether it's, like I mentioned, relegation, promotion from challengers. If you're coming through challengers, you got to think about that. And then you got to think about, you know, regional finals, playoffs, whatever it might be. Every single team has their own objective in this lobby. And Phoenix Legacy are one of those teams. They're currently sat 19th overall at the moment. So they're just inside of those regional finals. And if they can hold on to that one of those spots and have a good performance today, then that Cinderella story with match point on the horizon might be a chance for them to qualify for that LAN event.
Yeah, I do think that, you know, regional finals are going to be nutty. They're going to be amazing. I think we already know that. As soon as match point format comes into the equation, there's always that extra elevated bit of excitement, knowing there's the what if moment. The team in 20th could still get to the playoffs. And even though it's unlikely, and even though usually we see one of the biggest and best teams taking down match point format, just having the ability of anyone could do it is what makes it very exciting. And that's why you've got to make sure you are tuning into regional finals next week. But for now, we need to find out who's going to be there. And this has been a relatively slow game after we just had that incredible fight over towards the nut. Everyone is kind of slowed down because there's so much room to play now. When you see 4 or 5 teams eliminated that early on in the game, it means there's a lot more areas of space that you can actually take. You can be a bit more patient with your rotation. And a lot of the southern teams are just being really slow, to be honest.
Well, J-Ling's making their rotation. We saw them right at the start of the game, so you can see what their plan has been. They're wrapping all the way through zone. They've got a decent amount of meds at the moment, and you think maybe it's going to be a balloon in to try and find a spot to play, or maybe there is the ability to Valcol off the back of that if they need to. But the map overhead will tell us that there's a couple of teams still outside of the ring. And Dan, this isn't like one of the craziest questions I'm going to ask you, but I bet you can imagine who 2 of those teams are. Oh, you got a cheat code. That's not fair.
I mean, I also have that map overhead on another screen as well, so I always have a cheat code. I always make sure.
I was hoping you'd be honest about it, but I should have known better.
Well, you can see that there are several teams who are more than happy with the position that they're currently residing in. I'm more concerned about the teams who are joining late. I mean, J-Lings, this is a big old rotation they're making. They, of course, are going to be fighting from the zone still, even though they've just gone way out of their way. They're just trying to make sure they get up to a good set of health, shields, weapons, just things to work with. The fact they're even back on their feet, I think they're going to be more than happy that they're not taken down from the skies. Sometimes when you make this rotation, there will be people keeping an eye on this area, but they've got a lot to work with, it would seem.
Yeah, they do. They have the ability to not only craft medkits here, but they also, over at Lightning Rod, have that map room available, that scan that they can hit, and then they can see what the lay of the land is, where everybody else is set up, and how to kind of negate some of the negative RNG, if you like, of the Valkyrie ult, because you know where other teams are, you know if there's a spot that's going to be free, and you can play for that, and hope you get there before another team can see that as an opportunity. Speaking of opportunities, Bitfix Gaming might see an opportunity here for a couple of KP with the high ground over Stormcatcher, but the only problem is the team who's down on the low ground is Fire Beavers. And if you've been watching any Pro League this year, you'll know that it doesn't really matter how Fire Beavers have to fight, what angle they're at. It's always a rough one to go up against.
And Bitfix Gaming are one of our teams that are in the bottom kind of 6 at the moment, bottom 5. So relegation on the cards. But if they were to get, you know, a 10-point match day today, suddenly they can push themselves up and find themselves in regional finals if we saw a team like Passion, for example, falter and finish in the bottom 2. So it's always that what if here for Bitfix Gaming. Do they have enough? Can they just push themselves? Can they stay out of relegation, or can they push themselves that little bit further and find themselves in the regional finals just to give them the chance of playoffs? Everyone wants to be in the regional finals, right? And sometimes it's about taking the fights, though, when they are presented to you, rather than just retreating from them. I think there's a lack of confidence from certain teams in a lot of these lobbies, and I'm not really surprised. I think if I was playing against the likes of Fire Beavers, for example, I'd probably be running with my tail between my legs whenever someone's approaching us. But it was something we heard from Phoenix yesterday from Horizon Union. You've got to play with confidence. What we saw TSM did when they won Split 1 playoffs, they played with confidence throughout that entire tournament. They believed in themselves in every single team fight, not just their rotations, not just the macro. It was actually about their positioning in those fights and making sure they're aggressive at the right times.
Oh, to bring you back into the game here and give you a little bit of a lay of the land, this is a very interesting southern side of where this zone is going to be pulling, because you can see Aurora, they forced Bitfix Gaming back, who tried to rotate in towards them. They've been sent back towards Stormcatcher, and a perfect switch from our observers here to show you exactly what that's forced them to do. They've only got 10 seconds until that zone starts to close behind them, and they're already getting charge rifle from height. So this is a really tough rotation, and that's the Aurora effect, right? They might have the ability here to hit the map room scan. The survey beacon should give them a lay of the land, but V2, this is a really interesting little bit of development in this game. Joke left on his own, and we mentioned how V2 need a good day today, Dan, to force them into that top 10.
Yeah, it was always going to be a rough-ish rotation for V2 coming from Fish Farm, so I don't think they'll be too disappointed with at least a top 15 where they've been able to secure a point, and maybe you can see the last player rat out for an extra placement point or two. But again, all these teams that are moving from the southeast side now are all going to struggle, and this is a building that's had so much action here today, and it looks like it's going to have even more right now.
Dynasty are going to go in. This building is literally a graveyard at this point. And shot's going to be connecting here from Tolkien. They do have that serial down, so they're going to have a little bit of information to play with. It looks like the serial might have actually expired or been destroyed. So that information has now been completely eliminated, and all of a sudden Dynasty are probably thinking, hey, this feels a little bit more ropey than it did a few seconds ago. However, those shots with the Prowler from Tolkien at the second time of asking are going to help with all the teams stacked up in and side and around them. There's going to be shots coming in from the charge rifle from range, so they have to be careful. V2 have gone down in the meantime. Phoenix Legacy were also eliminated around 30 seconds or so ago, so the lobby's starting to cut itself down now. 13 squads remaining.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you don't want to force a fight here if it's not there for you. You can both cohabit, you can both be in the same building. It's just a matter of making sure you position yourself to be ready for an engagement if the other team gets a little bit excited. Dynasty obviously are the ones who are going to be pushing for it because they have players surrounding those inside. They can really force this fight if they want to, and they don't get the first knock.
Really big, really good shots as well. And now Dynasty are going to have to be forced to push off the back of the damage. Might be an armor swap here for Mania. He's going to spray, but the knockdown shields are a problem. The only good news for him is he's been left some gifts on the floor with those armor swaps from Maestro Gaming. They should be able to clean up the damage, though. They do indeed do that. And Dynasty will be eliminated. 12 squads now remaining, and Maestro hold off another push onto this nut building. But they're going to have to move in a few moments' time as that zone starts to close.
I mean, that nut building has been through it all, and it does seem like the team inside has done far better time and time again throughout this game. It seems like the team that was pushing it just appears to be cursed and can't quite manage it, and it really was down to that first knock as well. It would have been a huge difference. If you get that knock, you can back off, you can reshield. It's going to be an easy fight for Dynasty in that position, but that shows how important some of those 1v1s are going to be when you get into those engagements. But 26 seconds, there are 6 teams outside of this circle that are all going to have to move, so half of the lobby have to move and probably will all be fired upon when they do.
GG in a great position here, by the way. They've got 2 teams below them who are going to have to leave the buildings and move towards that position. One of them is Aurora, one of them is Fire Beavers. Now, you might see that as good news or bad news, depending on what end of the stick you're kind of looking at, but Diamond Gladiators do have a chance here to pick up some KP, and if they can do that, they'll be able to Valcolt afterwards and find a spot in zone. But this is a moment for them. It looks like they're going to make the move early here, Dan. What do you make of that one?
Yeah, I was wondering whether they would risk the KP or try and go for a placement. I think that because it's game number 1, they're going to go for the less risky play. They are going to go for the more placement-heavy play, and it looks like everyone else is going to be doing the same. And perhaps that was a reason why they made that decision. They assumed everyone else would be Valcotting as well. We've got 3 to 4 teams in the sky right now, but there is not much room to play. See where they land.
Fire Beavers, they're going to land safe. Taskmaster, not a lot of HP, but has plenty of time to pop the shield battery. Vortex have just been eliminated as well, so now we're down to 10, and look at the kill feed. It's starting to pick up here. Fire Beavers are going to lose 1. Also on the other side of that, GG did lose 1 in a fight. The knocks aren't going to be converted by the looks of things, and Fire Beavers, with the smokes from the Bangalore, should be able to get the res here and reset.
It's such a terrifying position when you fly in blind as well, but even if you can find any sort of cover, you're going to at least have that little moment of respite where you can reassess what you're going to do in these final circles. Passion eliminated in 10th position as now Aurora fighting from low to high. Such an awkward fight, but you've just got to make sure you're watching your angles and you're communicating everything to the team. The R9 does enough damage, the Nemesis does follow up, and Aurora, this is what Aurora are usually best at, these 3v3 engagements, but this is such a tough fight.
Need to make the most of this as a 1v1 in this situation. Ranches has to reload the R99. Does have the ability to jump behind the knockdown shield, which is going to be gold. Can he finish this fight? Yes, he can. Danish are eliminated, and Aurora keep moving forward, but here comes that third party. It's going to have to be a bit of magic if they want to stay in the game. Not going to happen.
Well, we said
eliminate them. GG out as well.
What do we say? Bitfix Gaming, they need to have a day here. They need to be taking themselves out of relegation into regional finals, and I tell you what, game 1 looks like it's heading the right way for them so far. So now we're down to what? 6 squads remaining. So quite literally half of our lobby was cut in half with that circle closing as expected. Now we've got the teams who have found themselves in those prime positions right from the get-go. We saw the early fights in this game. We saw the teams who wanted this kind of northeast area of the map. Are they going to be rewarded for it now? Look at the rotation J-Ling's made, by the way, and look at the building they've been able to find themselves in one of the best spots, as well as Horizon. They're going to be able to shoot down from above and make it a living hell for any team that's trying to approach this next circle.
Element 6 eliminated in the meantime. It was just a solo player who was left alive. But as we look down on Horizon Union, another team who's in zone, who is going to be safe for the next few moments, is J-Lings. And just think about that rotation they made. They were deep in zone for so long. And just to throw a crazy stat at you, as Maestro make their move up onto J-Lings' position, since day 1, where they had a bit of a disappointing performance, J-Lings, with the new roster, they have averaged 20 points per series, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, and as we alluded to earlier, Checkpoint has the highest win rate of drop spots in this region, and J-Lings are probably the reason why that is going to be, with the amount of success they've had so far, and it looks like they could add to that statistic right here, right now. They're into the final 5. Remember how good, by the way, this team was prior to J-Lings when they did form? They were one of the best kind of placement teams around when they were members of Invictus Gaming. They always knew how to get into these final circles and how to pull off those wins.
Well, J-Lings have to look for a few KP here. You can see they're not going to be safe as that zone starts to close. So what is the next play for them? You can see they're picking that rock, maybe playing that head glitch and hoping that Horizon take a little bit of damage. And it's Bitfix Gaming who are going to be dealing out a bit of damage. But look at Ojerain on the low ground as well for Fire Beavers. He's still in this game. And Maestro, they have one player alive as well, and he's on top of J-Lings and looking down.
Over under Pepsi Cola. Lionel Pepsi's going to be up there, and he could really change things in this final circle. He's going to be sneaky for now. Just go unheard, unseen. If any noise is given away, J-Lings will just turn and absolutely eliminate Sanya. So it's got to be patience. It's got to hope that maybe the noise ringing around Storm Point can cover for you here, but I think the cat's out of the bag. And maybe now it's just going to be a case of J-Lings making sure they eliminate this rat from behind them.
Could be Sanya, a.k.a. Lionel Pepsi. But he might have been sniffed out. I know that J-Lings probably realized that there's one player still remaining from Maestro, because they wouldn't have got the finish. Oh, the Kraber! Oh my goodness, we just saw a J-Lings player fall to the ground and bonk his head. Algs is going to move in to maybe think about a res, but it's Horizon Union who have managed to get that Kraber in their hands, and that could be the game-winning moment for them.
Fell like a bag of sand to the floor, and now Horizon Union can not only push on in and take this space, but they can also pick up the KP, and I think it was just because the one remaining player from Maestro made J-Lings second-guess themselves. They were constantly worried, and Horizon Union have taken full advantage of that.
Skynate is going to say, hold this one. The R99 spray is going to be even better. 3 squads now remaining, and Horizon Union, you can see they're all matching with the red armors. They're looking extremely strong. 1 squad now remaining. J-Lings finished off. Surely this is a game win here, but oh my goodness, look at this. Fire Beavers from the sky. The res comes in at the last second.
Well, they're not going to have much to throw except their fists, but I tell you what, it's still doable. He gets a shield swap. Phoenix, though, in a 1v1, but it's going to happen. How on earth do Fire Beavers do it? The two players out of the dropship. Mark, we've seen some crazy finishes in our time in the ALGS, but that was one of the most insane.
Oh, this is going to be a good day, everyone. It's going to be a good day. I've never seen anything like that. I've never, ever seen anything like that. It's the first time for everything here. We are seeing two players drop out of the red ship as the final team is... I'm pretty sure they were all still on their feet, but one. I think they knocked one Fire Beavers and come out of the skies. They must have landed on some death boxes and got some guns, but we're going to have to watch that back. That was not on my bingo card, to quote Dia.
If we ever needed to rewatch a final circle, that would be a perfect opportunity to fully understand what happened, because Horizon Union were just on a tear of clearing everybody out. I had definitely counted my chickens before they hatched in that situation. I was like, oh, this is easy. You know, the Horizon Union will just clean the solo up on Fire Beavers and we'll be done. Great first game. That's not what happened. And that's not even taking into consideration that the beginning was so much more action-packed than we had initially thought. And it was all of the teams that are outside of that top 20 bubble really trying to make an aggressive push and get some early KP if they could. It didn't go their way for a lot of them. And then even Alliance, knowing how comfortable they are, also kind of just sending it a little bit. I'm fine with this. If this is what we get all day for the last match day of regular play, it's going to be insane.
I mean, points are a premium today, and I keep kind of repeating myself, so to speak, but everybody has something to play for in this lobby, and there's only one more day for some of them to do it. So you are going to see teams going out with a game plan. Alliance, I think, were just a little bit surprised. Maybe they thought they had a little bit more time. Obviously, they're landing right at the northern end of the map, so they probably thought that was more of an isolated fight than they were actually given time for, because 3 or 4 teams have made a quick rotation to the northern side of the map to really cause problems there for them. But yeah, it was a crazy fight early on. I mean, the death boxes that must have been piled up inside of that nut were certainly special. That was such a ridiculous game. Like, it just from that start to that end, fun. I enjoyed that one.
Well, let's relive it. Okay, we're gonna go through the highlights yet again. Maybe we'll catch some stuff that we missed, because there was a lot of action here, Gaskin.
Almost too much action at the start of the game for what I was expecting, really. As Mark said, the morning coffee hadn't even kicked in for him, and already we had teams to be screaming and shouting about with the early fights that we were having. This is the fight he was talking about, by the way. Alliance versus Pioneers. Even with the third parties, had they not arrived, I think Pioneers maybe had this one as well, which was kind of crazy considering they were the team that was inside. But apparently that was going to be a pattern that emerged. Every time that there was a team inside the nut, they were able to hold, they were able to stop the team that was pushing, and it just became a building full of death boxes, as Mark alluded to. Very impressed with the likes of Bitfix Gaming, who had a impressive start with some KP. They're one of the teams who really need to be pushing themselves today. But that was a game that just had absolutely everything, and of course, an insane ending.
Yeah, and I mean, it was kind of what all of those teams outside of the bubble needed. I mean, you mentioned Bitfix Gaming. Maestro also had an incredible KP game, and they are kind of towards the bottom of that top 20 as well. So a lot of these teams that were trying to give themselves a little bit of cushion, Mark, managed to do so. And then on the flip side, there were some that really struggled. Aurora, though, the early game contest against Heroes, taking out Heroes.
Yeah, free KP at the start of the game for them. They cleaned that one up extremely quickly, and they got a decent amount of KP. And just remember, that's a big rotation for Aurora to have to make right from the southern side of Storm Point to the north. So coming out of that with a decent enough placement where you're going to get a couple of points and some decent KP, they're not going to be too discouraged by that. But this final moment, I mean, you see, OJ managed to knock one, and then, I mean, Phoenix is fighting. He gets bonked. Oh. He gets punched. And here comes Taskmaster with the charge rifle he picked up off a box to finish it off. I mean, give me 2 players getting rezzed in the final moment, one of them slapping him in the head. And I mean, we're going to see it right now. Do you know what? I'm going to sit this. I just want to watch this. How is this allowed to happen?
I mean, production here with the S tier plays, hearing my desire to re-see this final circle. The fact that he was able to get the res off in all of the chaos, and this is what we're talking about. This is when Horizon Union was just wiping everybody out. Still, as a solo, OJ is able to keep everybody off of him long enough for the reses to come. Look at the health! And it's not as they land. Gaskin, this is just, here's a slowdown. It's a hip fire charge rifle shot. Gaskin.
One of the best or worst ways to finish a game, depending on where you stand with the charge rifle. But the amount of damage OJ Rain just did, by the way, in that final circle was nuts. Not only does he res his teammates, but he pushes round, utilizes the fact that he has cover from the Catalyst wall, and then shreds through 2 members of the Horizon Union squad. And because of that, when they dropped out of the sky, it meant the Horizon Union were just kind of in 6s and 7s, didn't really know what to do with themselves, and Fire Beavers were able to find things out of the death box. And I do think that Onset's right. The melee was everything to force away from the shield swap and mean they could pick up some weapons. But there's the points. They do split it, do Fire Beavers and Horizon Union, so it's not the end of the world for HU, but maybe they'll be a bit frustrated. They could have had that W there.
I mean, not only that, but like I mentioned earlier, we see the actual numbers here. Maestro and Bifix both double digits with their kills, getting 10 apiece, giving them some seriously solid points considering where they ended up placing. Aurora also being aggressive here. And I mean, this is something that we love to see just to keep the games interesting. The teams that we had hoped would do well, I mean, for me at least, Onset E6 struggled here. Passion, though, the team in 21st trying to get some points. It's all over the place.
Yeah, it is. I think there's point sponges for different reasons, right? Fire Beavers, if they get to an end zone, they've usually killed teams on their way to it. Horizon Union obviously had a very, very good game as well, and Maestro kind of killed everything that Fire Beavers left behind on the southern side of the map. So seeing teams like Element 6 not having a huge amount of points, GG with the placements, this just wasn't the kills to go around because Fire Beavers and co were kind of doing the work for them. But I think the one team here that's probably going to be a little bit disappointed down at the bottom is Alliance because of how that first fight went. Pioneers, unfortunate as well. Maybe there could have been some different plays that were made, even as a solo player. Valcolting out of zone towards maybe a respawn beacon, even though it didn't have the banners actually, so let me take that out. But you know, trying to get away from zone where everyone's moving in so quickly might have been a smarter play just to extend the game, but who knows. After that first end game, I don't really know what's going to happen today. I don't know, you know, what can we expect from game 2 if you're going to see 2 players falling from the sky? It's the first time we've seen a swanton bomb, by the way, in Apex Legends history, and it was beautiful.
Okay, all right. You know what? That was a fantastic way to kick off the day. I think everyone needs to catch their breath a little bit, get a little bit of a reset before we head into match 2. So we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, more Stormpoint action. Don't go anywhere.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series. We just put match number 1 in the books for match day 9 of our EMEA region, and it was pure chaos. Gaskin, let's bring you back in so we can talk about it a little bit. We are about to get into match number 2, and if it's anything like the first one, I don't know if I can handle it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm ready for today. Now, I think that this is a first game that has blown everything out of the water, and I think has set expectations high in match number 1. You know, there are a few memories that will always stick with me when it comes to final circles. I remember Snipe Down coming out of a dropship and meleeing his way to victory, and I think this one's going to be up there as well with those clutch final moments where you have to use your fists or an heirloom, depending on what's in your hand. But it's on to match 2. It's a chance for some of these teams to right some wrongs and maybe see if they can avoid some of the contests that we saw in the early stages. Of course, we saw a couple of fights that did go down. Will we see those teams now just try and avoid one another, try and find somewhere else to call home? Or are we going to get the ego challenges happening? We'll wait and see.
Well, especially when we're considering the teams that you're talking about that went down early. I mean, Heroes going out first, a team that desperately needed those points, and they did go down to Aurora. We don't see them down there with Aurora anymore. So now they're over at Down Beast, a little bit safer, and that's an incredibly generous zone for their switch up. I mean, that works out well for them.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very positive experience for them. They've obviously realized when they looked at the first drop that no one was going to Down Beast. They said, oh, it's available. Oh, okay, Circle's coming our way. Now they can just sit pretty. I'll be honest, Heroes do not need to move. They can position themselves on the far western side of Down Beast, but there will be teams who are going to try and take that priority position away from them. This is also a good circle for J-Lings in Checkpoint. As we alluded to earlier, one of the highest win rate positions in the region from the drop spots is Checkpoint and J-Lings. So they can either stay at Checkpoint for a while, loot up, maybe take the fight with the team near them, or they can go for that quick, fast rotation over towards Down Beast. But we're going to see a lot of teams move early here, especially those who are, of course, close to Down Beast.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's going to be a difficult time for Heroes to really defend that position, like you were saying, especially we saw how ready to go for those early game engagements KCP was. Obviously, Zane tried to escape and maybe save the game a little bit for them, wasn't able to, but still they were ready to take those fights. We also did notice, or at least I saw that Horizon Union were already starting to make their rotation down through Stormcatcher and start getting closer into the zone. Everyone already trying to find that priority position. I am interested to see how all of those northern squads rotate, though, because some of them are so comfortable they can continue to be hyper aggressive and not really get punished for it at all.
Yeah, and you can see the pick rates of all the legends as well, just scrolling through at the top of your screen. We've got a lot of Valkyrie as expected. Catalyst, 25% of the lobby, so it's not as prevalent as it has been in previous weeks where we had, you know, sometimes 10 plus Catalysts involved in compositions. It does seem like people are transitioning away from Catalyst a little bit and maybe learning that you don't necessarily need her in these final circles as long as you have a Seer. Even though Catalyst is often the best counter to a Catalyst, as long as you have a Seer to put an exhibit down, you can usually just spray through regardless. You don't need someone who can push on through. It's actually something that Phoenix was talking about from Horizon Union yesterday. And I think that Horizon Union, it was a disappointing ending for them in the end. They probably felt like that one was in the bag, but sometimes when two boys drop out of a dropship and just punch you to death, you've just got to turn around, shake hands and say, fair enough, lads. You've managed to make it happen and you've managed to make a memorable moment that we're all involved with.
Now we're checking in with Passion, a team that you had actually called out at the beginning of the show because they are that team that is kind of next in line in that 21st position, trying to get themselves into top 20 today in order to continue earning points in the regional finals. And they ended up with a top 10 finish in the first game. Not a lot of points, but at least some to keep themselves in the running right now as they're going for this rotation to find a spot here. They need to really have a strong performance overall for the whole day.
Yeah, I mean, even if they finished 19th overall today, they would still overtake Totem, who are in 20th at the moment, but their concern is the teams that are behind them. And when we've just seen Bitfix Gaming, for example, having a worldie of a game one, if Bitfix were to be consistent throughout all 6 matches today, then suddenly they start knocking on the door of that top 20, and they are going to force a team like Passion to have a good game week. They can't afford to falter here, otherwise they would find themselves dropping out of that top 20. Well, J-Lings and Maestro, I mean, they've gone toe-to-toe many a time throughout this season, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen right here, right now. Quite predictably, J-Lings want to just get into one of the priority positions over towards Down Beast. I think a lot of teams will move quickly, and it looks like J-Lings is going to be one of the quicker to do so.
You can see just how many teams are trying to find themselves. You were mentioning J-Lings on that rotation. They do take a little bit of damage while they're landing out of that Valk rotate. Nag's going to need to get some shields there. Maestro kind of gatekeeping them a little bit here, not really letting them do exactly what they wanted to do. I don't know if they were considering dropping on Maestro or took too much damage and then decided to bail, but either way, little bit of a reset here, and now a stalemate between both teams.
Yeah, it was very much the abort button was pushed there from J-Lings. They wanted to get into Down Beast. They took too much damage, and they said, you know what? Maybe the trenches are just a little bit more safe for us right now. We're going to have to reevaluate here, and we're just going to have to plan, wait for that ultimate to come back up again before we make our move. They've realized that actually a lot of teams have already made it to Down Beast. They probably thought they were one of the quickest, but alas, is not going to be the case. We've already got, what, 6 teams over towards Down Beast, if not more. There's so much congestion up there, I can't even see the name tags. That is how crazy Down Beast is getting at the moment. Everywhere else, though, it's looking a little bit more awkward as a lot of teams are trying to move their way from the southern side. And you can see here, KCP VCGO, there is a lot of teams here who are just going to be kind of living together, close, just waving at each other from a distance, but probably won't fight just yet.
KCP, though, setting up shop a little bit with their fences. You saw quite a few teams have their fences already placed both below KCP, and I think we saw Heroes above, who have one of the more comfortable positions for themselves right now, as everyone is just going to wait for somebody else to make the first move. I think even for some of these teams, match number one's early game aggression was just a little bit too chaotic, and they've decided to settle in, especially when you're considering where this end zone is. Not a whole lot of space that they can play, so once they claim it, they want to make sure they own it for a while. Diamond Gladiators now on the bottom level of this building, and all of these teams can coexist for a very long time. Even if they end up trying to do some poke damage and be a little bit annoying, they still can at least live here for a bit.
They can, but a lot of these teams, Lauren, haven't actually managed to get ring console information, and they are committing heavy to this kind of Trident port that you see over on this area, and I think the circle might end up pulling closer towards down Beast, but Gaming Gladiators have already lost one. The Ogre's gone down, and now this is a case of just holding as a 2 and hoping you can do enough to keep the team at bay.
If this is a fight that Heroes can come out on top into, this would be massive for them, not only for the literal points, but for the fact that it would boost their confidence as well. But I think we might have a little bit of server issues there, as we are going to give ourselves a moment here to get reset and figure out exactly what's going on with that. But the takeaway for me was that at least Heroes are bouncing back there, because after the start in match number one, that could have been rough for some teams, and they were at least able to make a solid adjustment and then look much more comfortable and settled in that second match.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult day for Heroes. I think when you come into any sort of match day and you are rock bottom of the table and you look at it saying, look, I think everyone expects us to be relegated at this point. Everyone expects us to be fighting for those positions rather than being able to have that miraculous time. You really have to look at yourselves and say, well, what can we do to change? What has gone wrong for the last kind of 8 match days? Or I know it's less because you don't play in every one. And I think that drop spots have been an issue for Heroes. They have been contested a few times. They have maybe not had the confidence that other teams have had, so they are getting bullied from some of their drop spots as well. And if you never find a home, it's always going to be a rough season. We've seen some of the biggest and best teams have really difficult seasons because they're contested by other teams at that level as well. It's one of the hardest things in Apex Legends, is to try and find a consistent home, and if you don't get one, you're not going to have a fun day whatsoever.
It's definitely a lesson in consistent adaptability for Heroes, and we'll have to see what they are able to do throughout the rest of the day, because it's not just Heroes that are really making that push. We'll talk about match number one again, and the teams that were towards the bottom are the ones that came out the most aggressively in the beginning of that. I mean, Nightmare is a team that needs to get some points on the board, and they ended up going down early. We talked about Bitfix Gaming having a crazy first game performance, especially on the KP side of things. And if this is the way that some of these teams are playing, I think initially that squads in the middle were probably assuming what we were assuming, that it might have been a slower, maybe a more conservative day. And if they can catch people off guard like that, it's going to be huge for the bottom squads.
Yeah, I think that when I looked at the results after yesterday, I was thinking maybe regional finals is almost wrapped up, sewn up here in the EMEA region. Then I had a little look down at, likes of Dynasty, Keller, BFG. They're about 9 to 10 points off of Passion, right? So if Passion had a 19th finish and they get 1 point, then suddenly you're 10 to 11 points off. You only need to finish them, what, like 7th, 8th, 9th, and you still manage to push yourselves into the top 20. So they're going to be relying on Passion falling, because otherwise, things start to get a little bit more difficult. You need to look at Maestro maybe have a poor performance, but even then you're having to then get a 15-point match day. It's looking like maybe one team could force Passion off if Passion were to have a bad week. But this is why I highlighted them at the start of the show. It all rides on what Passion does. If Passion just fall apart, if the nerves get too much to them, it opens up that door. If Passion have a solid game week, then it probably closes off this top 20. The bodyguards will be there. They'll be saying no entry anymore. This is going to be last orders, and everyone else just has to watch on, go into the fight for relegation, etc. And we'll know our 20 teams for regional finals. So I think there's a lot on Passion today.
Yeah, all right. Well, while we get this lobby reset, let's bring Mark back in to continue this discussion with us, because there's going to be lots to talk about. Mark, what's your takeaway so far? What do you want to talk about?
I mean, I want to talk about kills, because kills are fun, if that's all right with you. And I want to talk about the split 2 kill leaderboard, because there's actually something quite interesting going on at the moment. And I can't think of like a better name for a player when it comes to the impact that they've had for a team and on the region in general than Effect. He's currently sat on 77 kills. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, that's really impressive. I mean, he's 11 kills clear of Tyler, who is the current kill record holder for a split, and that was previous split in split 1. Well, Effect is on track at the moment to beat that record that was set by Tyler in split 1. So that's how much of an impact he has had for Alliance on the lobbies in those individual engagements, and his ability to open up fights for Alliance is actually, you know, almost peerless at this point. And I remember taking ourselves back to the split 1 playoffs LAN event and the interview that we saw from Yuki, and he was saying, you know, Effect's different. He was talking, you know, Fallout was asking what players can you compare it to. Yuki's going, you can't compare it. It's Effect. Effect is the best player, we believe, that we could have possibly had. And I mean, you're looking at that 11 kills difference between Effect and Tyler. This split is absolutely ridiculous.
I love that what we're seeing here too is that we got to call out Fire Beavers. I mean, the only team with all 3 players up here on the kill leaderboard, a squad that we've talked about the entire split because of how incredible they've been. Gaskin, not only are all 3 up here, but they're all almost dead even with their kills.
Yeah, it's almost like they're having an evil competition between the 3 of them of who can just topple one another. And it wouldn't surprise me with the way that Fire Beavers play sometimes and some of the pushes that they have as well. It's always like, no, we should hold on. And then someone goes, well, actually, you've got 1 more kill than me, so I'm going to make sure I push this fight so I get the kills instead. But it's been such a great time watching this region unfold because there was a lot of questions asked right at the start of this split. There was a lot of expectations as well on certain teams who have maybe not performed to those expectations. Aurora, for example, have really not stepped up to the plate like they did in split 1, but there's always the chance that they could suddenly re-alight and find something in these final moments so they can get into split 2 playoffs and actually make amends for not being able to perform. But it was always going to be a shame for them then when they weren't able to be at Split 1 playoffs. But I do think it would be an amazing story if we were able to see them at Split 2.
Yeah, Split 2 playoffs are going to be wildly exciting, to be sure. Onset, thank you for coming in and chatting with us about those kill numbers. I didn't realize how high on the leaderboard Effect was compared to everybody, so that was cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Dan who does numbers. That's what I'm saying. I'm developing. I'm evolving as a person.
Mark actually made that graphic. We appreciate you, Mark. Thanks for doing that.
No problem. Took me a few minutes.
Yeah, good job on the math.
Okay, well, you know what? We're going to send you back on your break then, Mark. So thank you for that. Gaskin and I will take over from here, and we will get back into talking about match number 2. Now, things to look out for will be Horizon. What am I talking about? We're going to see if Aurora's alone by themselves, where heroes do well, get themselves some space, and stay safe over at Down Beast again, regardless of where the zone ends up. And from there, will those fights on the northern edge of the map continue? Will people be a little bit aggressive, or will everything slow down again?
I've made that mistake with Horizon and Heroes many a time because they both have HRZ as the way they make their name. And I always look at it and I'm like, Horizon, Heroes, it just makes me do a little brain fuzzle. But I will say that it's going to be important who can make sure they avoid the contest with, because we've already now seen that they've got free Downed Beast, but because of the reset, suddenly everyone might be like, hey, why is Downed Beast free? Maybe we'll take that. Oh, well, Heroes dropping over there? Maybe we'll have a little look towards. Now, no one likes a reset, especially the players and viewers, and we thank you for bearing with us whilst it happens, but I will say it does always open up a new avenue for people to change their strategy. It is quite literally a reset for a reason. You can look at things, you can look at the drop spots, and you can maybe say, all right, well, we could drop on this team, we could get some KP, perhaps we're not happy with the teams that are around us right now. It's one of the hardest things, I will say, about the scrimming aspect of Apex Legends is you learn everything about the teams that are around you, the way they move, the weapons they like to play with, what kind of rotations they're going to be aiming for. And if you are having a bad time, not just in scrims, but tournament play, sometimes you want to get away from certain teams, and there's not always a home that's going to be waiting for you. So if you do see freedom on the map, sometimes you have to take it.
All right, well, the reset's taking a little bit longer than we thought, so while we give our players time to get back into match number 2, we're going to give you all some time at home as well to get yourselves reset. Maybe grab a drink, grab a snack, and settle in for some more Apex Legends action throughout the day. So we're going to send it to a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series. We are getting things ready to go for our second match of the day, our second match on Storm Point as well. And as we're waiting for everybody to get loaded in, locked in, and ready, let's talk about the future, okay? Obviously, today is the last day of our regular season, which means everyone's trying to get into the regional finals, which are next week. But then post-regional finals, everybody really wants to be making it to LAN at playoffs, all right? And obviously, we saw the graphic earlier, which teams have already qualified through, not only from the other regions, but so far for NA and EMEA, we have Vexed for EMEA and XSET for NA being the only teams that have qualified through for them so far. So let's talk about who we think is set for EMEA.
I do think that we've had a magic number on the tip of our tongues, which of course is just something that we as commentators are alluding to. We can never know just what that cutoff point is going to be, but we think somewhere around the late 70s should be enough to get you to playoffs, just from what we've seen in previous seasons, and of course what we can see with the current points totals right now. We've already got, 6 other teams that are above that threshold. So we'd like to think that they should be teams that are going to be likely at playoffs. And you can see Alliance, Firebeavers, Ascend, Jailings, Pioneers, Element 6, they've all got a healthy total that is going to be improved upon today for a lot of these teams as well, if not even further when we get to regionals. There is going to be quite a few teams that are going to be up there around the 100 point mark and 90 plus mark. The biggest question is going to be those who are around kind of 8th and all the way down to maybe even 15th that are going to be fighting for those top 10 spots. And that's why the regional finals are going to be so important, because not only is it match point format where it gives up one extra spot for a team that maybe can't even make it into the top 10, but there is potentially more points available depending on how long that day goes. It is not going to be guaranteed to be 6 games like a lot of the other match days. It could be 9 games, it could be 12 games, or it could even just be 3 or 4. So that means it's very difficult for you to try and work out how many points you need. You instead have to just put your best foot forward and get as many points as possible, or just try and go for the win. And I think that's what makes this season so exciting. And again, why we have to just kind of allude to how many points we think people can get, because match point format just opens up a very different series of scores when what's going to be available for these guys.
It really does, and that's why this second page of teams is so important, because in the event that they aren't able to break that point threshold like you're talking about, the final last-ditch effort opportunity is somehow clutching up when it comes to those regional finals. At that point, your points wouldn't even matter. You would just be guaranteed a shot into playoffs. That is just the golden ticket that a lot of these teams, if they know that they can't make the math work in their favor, that's what they will be playing for. And you can see just from the overall season so far, the difference in points. I mean, the teams at the top have been such big point sponges that by the time we get down to the likes of Maestro, Phoenix Legacy, Reply Totem, we're in the 40s and the 30s even. So it's a massive difference. And when we look at the third page, this is the final part of the discussion. Obviously, Mark mentioned it earlier, not only are teams worried about relegation, but all of these teams, if they're within striking distance of the teams in the top 20, like the Passions. I mean, if Bitfix continues playing like they just did, potentially Bitfix as well, if they can get into the top 20, then at least they have that golden ticket opportunity.
Yeah, and it's going to be such a tough day for a team like Reply Totem, for example, who are in 20th. They can see they're tied with Passion, and unless Passion were to finish dead last today, Passion are guaranteed to overtake them just with a single point, so they'd only need 19th. Teams like Receipt de France, ANC outplayed, Game of Drones, they're not competing today, so they're not going to be able to push themselves into that top 20. Instead, we look at the likes of Dynasty, Keller Gaming, Bitfix Gaming, Nightmare, Heroes. Can any of these teams actually step up on the final day when it's do or die, when it's crunch time, to get those points to send them into that top 20 mark? For a team like Heroes, I mean, it's going to need to be a victory, right? Which is going to be very unlikely from what we've seen throughout the entire season. But again, that's kind of what I love about the ALGS. There is always that what if for some of these teams, that they could have that magical moment that could not only set their season alight, but could set the future of their careers alight here.
And then there's also the flip side of that too, where if we get 2-3 matches in on the day and it's just not working out in Heroes' favor, there is a possibility where instead of focusing on their own score, they try to take out the people directly above them. Then they just become the spoiler role and see if, if we're not going to make it, then we're going to make sure they're not going to make it either. And if match number 1 early game is any indication, there's still a possibility for that level of chaos throughout the rest of the day.
Are you asking how evil this region is? I feel like that's what you're asking right now.
I hope it's extra evil.
I mean, you're from the North American region, and I've seen the chat logs from the North American region, and they are very much more evil than EMEA, right? These guys, they are so civil, they're so friendly, except Nasky. He's just all over the place on social media. I don't know what that man's doing, but I live for it. I live for his social presence and him just coming at people all the time. Very excited, though, to get into match number 2 here, because I think there's a lot of teams who do need to right those wrongs, not just from the reset, but also from match 1. There was a disappointing early exit for a lot of squads who I think would be wanting to achieve more today, not only to solidify their spot in the top 20, but to push themselves closer to, of course, that top 10 and get themselves closer to playoffs. Here we go then. The dropship is loaded and now it's unloading. Thank you everyone for bearing with us during that reset, but now it's time to get back into action.
All right, it'll be worth the wait, I promise. Okay, today's going to be a fantastic day of Apex Legends action as our teams are now dropping in for match number 2 of day 9, the last day of our regular season, and our questions will be answered here. As you see, Heroes has now claimed Downed Beast as their home for the remainder of their time here on Stormpoint. Everybody else spreading out pretty comfortably. Maestro, another team that did very well in match number 1. They were kind of right on the inside cusp of that top 20 bubble with a phenomenal performance there as they had come through the wall. Potential contest, but not really looking like it. They're safe over there. And this zone is going to be massive yet again for Horizon Union.
Yeah, this is going to be a similar story to what we saw in match number 1 when it comes to Circle. We're going to be going northeast again, but this time probably further up towards Lightning Rod, where Alliance are currently be residing. They can be the kings of the mountain here, and they can make sure they hold on to that fort and deny anyone from joining them. But there will gradually be more teams that make their way over, get over towards Lightning Rod. Maybe you have to just succumb to the pressure and say, all right, we'll take Thunderwatch temporarily, but eventually this is most likely going to be moving to the far northeast. We might see a lot of fights happening in that kind of nut building that we saw in match number 1 again, as teams are kind of forcing their way up, just trying to find a spot. And if they hear those gunfights, they are going to take those engagements and go for the third parties. I mean, it could be absolute mayhem. Maybe we'll see a team come out of the dropship to win another final circle here, Lauren.
I don't know if I can handle the 3rd, 4th, and 5th parties that happened in that nut building yet again. It will be exciting if it happens. Fire Beavers, though, getting themselves set up here at the very beginning of the match. And a team that at this point can honestly kind of do whatever they want when it comes to their gameplay. They've had such a phenomenal season in general that they have set themselves up for success.
I feel like Fire Beavers are a team who just do what they want in general in life. You know, I aspire to be like the Fire Beavers. They play what they want, they play the style that they want, they play the inputs that they want. They don't even have to play controller like half the lobby has moved to and transitioned to nowadays. They are such confident players, and I think such an important part of this region as well with their play style. And I can't wait to see how they'll perform when they get to land, if they get to land, but of course, it's looking very likely. Now remember, in match number 1, Jaylings made a big old rotation around the northern side of the map to then find themselves on the northeast side and get into the last final circle, only really taken down by a Maestro Rat, so they'll be looking to try and right those wrongs here in match number 2.
Jaylings also not in any sort of a rush, but they will have Heroes in the general vicinity, as they were the ones over by Downed Beast potentially pushing through. And as I say that, we get an overview here with Heroes coming up near Jaylings and much more comfortably looted, at least with their armors here, as Jaylings back off. Heroes knows that they've got someone in front of them.
Oh, they're sneaking. They are some sneaky beavers right now. They don't want to give any sort of indication, but a shot gets fired, and I tell you what, look at the panic in the face of all these players as soon as they hear a shot ring out through Stormpoint, because they realize the gig is up, the jig is up, and they're going to have to maybe reassess how they want to take this fight. Remember, this is Heroes who are bottom of the overall leaderboards. They are not going to be full of confidence. They would be hoping to get the jump on a team like Jaylings, but now instead Jaylings have managed to catch them out, and it looks like this fight may not even happen, because Jaylings weren't really well equipped for it. There was a couple of grey shields I saw there, and it's whether Jaylings will just try and get out of this one.
And if they don't absolutely need to take the fight, they won't. Heroes are the ones that need the extra KP here. Ooh. So they're the ones that are a little bit more desperate when it comes to trying to push an early game engagement if they have the opportunity here. They make a move up and end up claiming the space for now, but we have some fights going on over here. You've got Horizon, Alliance, KCP, all surrounding each other, starting to deal some damage back and forth. And we've seen just how useful walls of any kind have been for this season so far, whether you're talking about Rampart, you've got Newcastle over there, and they've set themselves up in a very defensible position.
Yeah, what's important for Alliance here is they just create space and they make themselves big and they say, we are the kings of this mountain, we are holding the high ground and we are going to back you down if you even attempt to come near us. So that's why they kind of put a few pop shots in. They said, look, this is where we are, don't even think about it, and we can live together, we can cohabit, and we can just wait till this end game and maybe we'll see you in the final circle. Meanwhile, while all that commotion was happening, we did see Passion eliminated in 20th place. Remember, Passion were that team they were keeping an eye on because they were holding that 20th spot, or 21st, but most likely 20th. If they were to keep falling in last position, there is still an opening for teams to try and break through to get to regional finals. But Pioneers, they're still looking at this one, but I think this is just going to be a little bit of a measuring contest where neither team is going to end up getting anything. Instead, it's just testing armors, it's making sure your armors get a little bit better, but you want to deplete the resources of other people rather than deplete your own.
Listen, you said earlier how much you love hearing from Nasky on social media. Well, let's check in with Pioneers in-game as well and jump into a listen-in presented by WD Black.
Yeah. Just be
Lag
careful.
is really bad. We might have another server crash.
No, bro.
Holy mill. We would have died like...
We actually would have died like fucking Passion, yeah.
If we had an alt excel, we could have made up for it though. We would have skipped crafting, and we would have alt excelled in the car, and then we would have vac ulted, and we would have rotated 30 seconds faster
Is
than
there
we
any way
did.
you queue the door off here, Zane? It's a bit difficult to do it from that door, maybe walking out.
Listen, I'm gonna loot again. Okay? It's free right
Just
Try to get me heavy.
we watch top.
Yeah, I'm looking. Oh, I just realized I'm not even full. Fine now.
2x, anyone?
coming back. for it.
now?
Yeah.
2x, 2x.
There's another box here that I can loot. Dropping
Yeah.
2x.
Thank you.
Take this heavy that I dropped.
I took
There's
that
another
bit.
box I'm looting. Okay, I'm looting another box on the
Yeah.
outside here.
Alright.
These guys can shoot me though. It's
Trying to
actually in a
watch
really
for
bad spot. Those bats and a 3x, R3
I need
flatline and
3x.
a golden purple stabilizer.
I need that. I need the
You got the 3x
barrel.
by
I
any
need the
chance?
barrel.
The what? The barrel? I'm gonna
Yeah.
get it.
And the
I'm getting the
3x.
3x.
It's already here.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Looking top for you.
I'm good.
They're here.
There
They're
you
here.
go. Barrel and 3x.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's more arcs on this box here that I can go for, which
Nah,
can win us
it's
late
okay.
game.
We have so
Arcs can
many
win us late
nades.
game though.
Frag grenade.
There's an energy mic here.
Extended.
I'm gonna go for it. Okay, I think it's worth. I'm dropping 4 cells more for you though.
You want me to hold your height?
I want you to hold height again. Yeah. I'm scanning real quick. He's on the. No, they're all 3 there. I'm not going.
Okay.
I think someone just vac ulted or something. Yeah, someone
they
just
charge
vac
that
ulted
thing,
here
right?
for the shit room. We 3P when Alliance griefs that. Okay, Alliance is gonna grief that.
Yeah.
Okay. Can
Wait,
someone
it's
carry
Sane.
2 cells?
Listen. Sane, peek with me here, okay? We're not gonna white swing them, but we're gonna peek them a little bit. Maybe we can get a knock in this instigate. Del, you're holding our fallback, okay? You're looking up here, Del.
Yeah.
Okay, come with me.
Yeah, I got it.
Back.
Going back.
We're
Can I
gonna
get a new
keep doing
gen
that,
down, maybe?
Sane.
Can anyone carry 2 cells?
Yeah.
I can.
Okay.
Sane,
Taking a
I'm 312 right now.
I'm
I'm
312 as well. We're same heals. That's good.
All right, that was a fantastic combination of not only hearing them analyze how they got to where they are in the game, but then also breaking down how they were going to push out to swing and go for a knock there, at least get some damage down on the squad above them.
Yeah, a couple of things. I mean, the main thing I took away was how important they found the dropship positioning to be and where the direction it was. It went over mill, so they were happy to get out of that dropship early and rotate quickly. They were saying, hey, if we had been coming from a different direction and we arrived in mill late, we would have been the team that got eliminated like Passion were in 20th. And that's how well these teams know who is dropping where they're rotating from as well. As soon as they saw Passion eliminated, they were like, oh, that could have been us had we not had a quicker drop. So it does show how the direction of the dropship also affects these games quite quite importantly, rather than just the drops, because it can take the time. Secondly was the instigator method that I saw happening there as well. Just trying to poke and prod the beast to see if you can initiate a fight and then potentially third party. It didn't work out, but it does show that sometimes when you are in those environments where everyone's huddled up, sometimes you can take a risk. You can throw a few pop shots in just to try and initiate a few fights here and there. It's not always going to work out in your favor, but sometimes nothing happens anyway.
And they weren't even really punished that badly for it. They were able to do the damage they wanted to do and back off and only need a cell or two to give themselves a little bit of a reset. So it was definitely a favorable decision for KCP, and it sounded like they were really figuring out how they wanted to handle holding their position. So we'll have to see if anything changes as the zone continues to shrink in. Now, Maestro, someone I've mentioned a few times now, phenomenal match number 1, find themselves in a little bit of a scuffle here.
Yeah, this is certainly a scuffle in Danish. I mentioned it in match number 1. They are one of the more Storm Point heavy teams when it comes to where they've got their points from this season, and I want to see why. At the moment, they've only got 2 points, find themselves in 12th place, and they didn't really have a match 1 to scream and shout about, and it may be a very similar match 2 if Babies cannot get out of dodge here, but great movement to ensure that you can get behind that rock and get a bat off.
And these were 2 teams that sat right on top of each other when it came to the leaderboard. They were only separated by 1 point, I believe, heading into the day or something like that. So they are very, very close. A fight where one of these teams can come out on top would at least give them a little bit of cushion if they're able to clear out some of their competition around them.
And just remember how important Maestro were in that final circle of match number 1 as well. It was just one remaining player. It was Sanya at the end as a rat, making life a living hell for J-Lings. And we'll see whether Maestro can do a similar thing here. They are in a pretty good position at the moment for where the circle is pulling. It's probably going to continue to pull more northeast, so Maestro will have to move a bit more. But for now, they're just focusing on holding down this building. They don't want to push out and get too excited for this fight because they know there are teams in the area who can also join the fight if it gets a little bit too dicey.
Ooh. Sanya tries to hit some shots through the smoke, unable to connect with any of them, but Maestro doing a good job of really owning this building right now, managing a lot of the chaos and able to also trade off the time to give each other an opportunity to get their cells off and continue with this engagement here. Sanya once again getting some damage, backing off, and then healing up. I mean, they're toggling their damage with each other incredibly well.
I hope that's the only thing, but we will see across the board. We've got 18 Valkyries in this lobby, clear, which it's gone up since match number 1. Everyone wants to get involved and make sure they can be able to skyward dive. I think that there was a worry when the nerf happened for Valkyrie early on that maybe she wasn't going to be a part of the meta, but I think it's so prevalent now that you have to have that ability to rotate here on Storm Point, especially because of the difference of high ground from north to south as well. And it means that everyone pretty much in this lobby is going down that route. But Bitfix Gaming, who have a lot to do today and have impressed us in match number 1, and they're going for another push here.
Kraber in the hand of Trix as well, as they are trying to deal with the Bangalore ults coming down, getting their heals off. You've got Seer ults all over the place, and they're just trying to deal as much damage as possible. Somehow able to survive all of that chaos quite successfully. Still a decent amount of ammo for Trix as well. Could do some serious damage if he's able to connect with a Kraber shot here.
Whiffs the first, but can go for a second, but misses that one as well. And I think when you miss the second, that's when you need to back off and just reset a little bit here as Bitfix Gaming. And we did see in match number 1 how important that Kraber was and what a difference it made. I think it ruined J-Lings' match, it has to be said, is Fire Beavers are now going to get involved in this little scrap, and good damage coming out, but OJ Rain goes down.
Ooh, Fire Beavers making a move here as they were on the edge the entire time and now trying to push in this engagement, dealing with only 2 Taskmaster, no shields either. Gonna have to back off and see if he can get a bat here to try to save some of this fight. Bitfix pushing in, cleaning up OJ, and then going for the rest of the kills. And very healthy right now. They're going to be able to clean this fight up here. Bitfix Gaming, the aggression is massive right now.
Cleaning up the OJ just as I did for breakfast this morning, Bitfix Gaming. They are putting on a show for us today when they needed to. It is crunch time. They were down in the relegation positions, are still down in the relegation positions, but really want to put themselves within a shot to get to regional finals. And if we see them finish in like the top 5 today, the regional finals are very much a possibility for them. So we'll have to keep a keen eye on on how Bitfix do for the rest of the day, but taking down teams like Fire Beavers, that is a huge confidence builder, that's for sure. Speaking of teams getting taken down, Aurora only have one player alive, but Ranches will get the final bit of a wipe onto Maestro, and now here come the reses. So we missed most of it, but we get back to the most important bit, and that is Aurora winning this engagement. And Aurora, who still have quite a lot to do if they want to put themselves in a good position for playoffs later on in the regional finals.
Ooh. Cheeky little charge rifle coming through there as Aurora was trying to go for that final res, forcing them off of it successfully and then preventing Aurora from getting a full 3 alive and ready to push it. Now Aurora know that not only does the enemy team know that they're at a disadvantage, but they're going to have to continue to push through them as they at least get themselves healed back up and ready to handle whoever is right in front of them. I believe Dynasty also going down in the kill feed as teams are starting to drop. And here is the nut, which has been pretty chill so far.
There's been a lot of action in the nut in the first 2 games, but this time it's just going to be held a little bit more safely by the Gaming Gladiators. You did see the last remaining player of Fire Beavers was still down below one of the rocks, but might get caught out by the Gaming Gladiators, who are going to be watching on. And it looks like Aurora also doing some damage to this final. Who's going to get it? Who's going to shoot out of the sky? It's like Duck Hunter is going to happen, but no one manages to hit the shots, so just manages to survive. No, I tell a lie. Heroes get eliminated in 14th position. So Aurora are going to be a little bit frustrated here, I think. You said it was a cheeky charge rifle shot. I think it was just blatant griefing that came out, but I just hate the charge rifle when it's happening against me. Love it when it's in my hands, though, I will say. But it seems like most teams who have found a position in the northern side do have eyes on all of these squads that are moving from the southern side as well.
Oh, Aurora trying to give themselves a reposition, they end up losing Cleave in the meantime. Ranches now a solo trying to at least survive, gets a shield swap that was definitely not intended for them, but able to at least use it for now. Might be able to get a res, but there's no way that I'd allow that to happen. Meanwhile, Gaiman Gladiators finding themselves in a really rough position as well. Leogri, the last remaining player here, as they are now trying to defend the nut. It's Bitfix Gaming yet again with the aggression gask and pushing everybody out of their spots.
BFG, Bitfix Gaming, or just big friendly giants at this point, because they have been a completely different team and they take down the Gaming Gladiators in a very quick fashion as they push up onto the nut building. But now this is where life gets difficult because they have to push out to the next point of contact and there are teams watching them. Are there any available spots would be my biggest question. Can they actually find a nook or a cranny to hide behind? It looks like maybe they should be able to, because a lot of teams are up here towards Lightning Rod, but we'll have to see what they can do, because ever since the start, Alliance have been holding Lightning Rod. They've been dominating this mountain. So let's see what Alliance have to say. Let's jump into a listening presented by WD Black.
Come back if there's on that side.
It's all you two, bros.
Can I nade? Can we go?
Wait, one sec.
Everything's gone, everything's gone.
I'm coming. Let's go.
Okay, wait. I'm shooting.
I need it. Shield almost cracked. I get shot in my back. I cannot.
Yeah,
I'm getting shot in my back.
I got you behind.
I'm playing slow. We have a gold spot. We don't need to do. Bro,
I'm 1-6
this game
now.
is...
I'm 2-8.
Got ourselves a bandit out there.
By the way, there's duo down here on me.
It's a Valk we killed, right? Yeah, it's a Valk.
Yeah. There's also a duo below here,
in the
right?
building effect. I think you should play in the building, so you can just fly up and down. You need to be on the bottom and make presence.
There's 2 duos around us, guys. It's really good. Really, really good.
I'm just lagging.
I think I play outside here. What do you think?
Yeah, that's fine. Just hit pace.
I can take my armor.
Try to Moby.
Yeah, this is a duel below us.
Yeah, but we can't see zone, remember? They're trying to rest, maybe.
Nah, they cannot rest because of the charge rifle team.
We've got triple reds. We need to get a team bottom killed, guys. I have Vintage just holding a crossfire. I'm gonna try and scan this guy. If you can, like, angles on him.
And the problem is I'm in Storm here. I have to tank Storm every time I'm peeking.
Yeah, we don't do shit.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, careful, invisible zone here, guys. Invisible zone. Be careful. Bark ulti, southwest.
Don't let
Beaming
them...
it. One flash.
They're landing on tunnel, I
They're
think.
trying to go for tunnel. On me.
Watch out, Lizzie Watson.
I'm watching the zip south.
Two died.
I got one. I got him.
Need syringes. I need syringes. No syringes.
Can you
Look at my
look this
scan, guys. He's a duo.
I got Caber.
I'm not one down there.
Oh, come.
51 inside.
You hold across.
Even back. There are no nades inside.
Guys, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at
Oh, you-
this. Look at
you-
this, guys.
We can kill the duo inside, Hackers, I think.
Yeah, I fucked on the nades.
Let's go. I'm nading.
Nading.
Good nade. I'm swinging.
I'm nading it.
I got stuck.
Cover. Bro, I'm lagging.
I'm going back up.
Yeah,
Come
go back.
come back up, hold my height.
Watch me, Hackers, watch me.
Yeah, 1 sec. We're bang ulted. Safe on me.
Yeah, I'm going back.
Yeah.
Look at the zone. We just kill them when they have to come out.
Yeah,
I need to
everybody
get my
come,
fucking
everybody
kill, man. Look at this, look at this, look at this.
Syringe. Hey, here, bats, guys. Take three.
Syringes.
Dan, you got it?
Yep.
Well, Alliance, they were very much at the top of the mountain, and they continue to reside here as well. They had a couple of things to think about in that lessening. The two that are below them, Aurora, have held off very successfully as well, by the way. But they also made sure that the team that was skyward diving in did not take any space from them. Alliance know they're in one of the prime positions right now, but they still have to do a lot to execute, and Aurora are really making it a difficult time for them.
Honestly, I was shocked that Aurora was able to get the res on Cleave and come back. And as I say that, they're also able to bring back Sunset, who they lost to the charge rifle forever ago. I thought for sure Aurora was going down, but Kella Gaming now, as we watch KCP, a team that's going down. We lost 2 down to just a solo. Danish is the one pushing in and clearing them out. I mean, the fact, I'm still stuck on Aurora. The fact that Aurora has been able to survive this entire time under Alliance. And you saw how useful the smokes were in making that happen too.
And not only did Aurora survive, but they also got their third back in as Alpha Draft gets his face ripped off his shoulders. And Alliance now can try and utilize this Kraber to really push the pace of this game by getting some knocks and forcing other people to fight. But they still hold the high ground, and they still are in one of the best positions to win this game. 5 squads remaining. Aurora underneath Alliance. Alliance are just waiting and hoping that they can shoot Aurora as they approach this final circle. But the fact that Aurora are now a 3 is huge for their chances of winning this game.
Alliance are going to have to make a decision here soon because Yuki only has 1 more shot left in the Kraber. So they're going to need to utilize that and then give him a different gun so that they can actually make a push here. They're really stuck in a rough spot. They know they now have a full trio below them. The zone is collapsing in, and they've managed to maintain height for so long, but they don't want to be the first team to drop down. Instead, I believe Danish is the first one to push up. Phoenix Legacy finding themselves a little bit of a corner to stay alive in here, and this is where everything's going to pop off.
Yeah, the other teams on the western side should be in a position where they can just watch the eastern fall, as now Aurora will push out. They are below Alliance and will take the fight as well. Good shots they come out, but not good enough to stay up, as Aurora are still fighting tooth and nail. Alliance also down to just Hackies, as Danish now seem to be the team that are on top here and should be able to close out this circle. I asked a question about Danish. I said, where is the Storm Point specialist that we've seen all season? Well, here is the answer right in front of you. They take match number 2, and they put themselves within a shout of still getting to regional finals.
That was an impressive performance from Danish, as they had to make the push up from the lowest position out of all of the teams and managed to survive all of that chaos. We saw the smokes down. We saw what a prime position Alliance had on set. And in the end, Danish is able to push everybody out and clutch it up.
Yeah, I think there's a real pivotal moment in that game was Alliance were never able to deal with Aurora. If they would have cleared them out, they would have been able to just drop down, have the position to play from. Plus, of course, they would have had the ability to drop down Newcastle wall and just have more cover to play with. But they had to use it early because Aurora were underneath them. They had different angles to deal with. And that's the difference, right? If it's any other team than Fire Beavers or Aurora, they probably wiped that Alliance, but they just made it so difficult for Alliance to feel comfortable at any point. And that's the difference in that game. Everybody stacks up on one side. If Aurora go down, Alliance probably have a free win. But moving up from the other side, when you have those teams stacked up on each other, then it just opens the other side of the zone to walk in and pick up a fairly comfortable win.
See, I think the part that was the worst part about that too is that they knew there was a 2 below them. They knew there was a duo around them for so long because we heard them talking about it in the listen and saying, oh no, that's a duo, that's fine. It's good that we have duos around us. And it was just the wrong duo to leave down there because, like you said, it gave Aurora too much time to not only get themselves healthy, they somehow first got the res on Cleave, then got themselves healthy, then were able to get back to a full 3 in a very small end zone. So it was just a rough position for Alliance to be in when they ended up having to drop down in all of that chaos. But it was a phenomenal performance yet again, Gaskin, from some of the teams at the bottom that need to make these big pushes.
Yeah, Danish, Bitfix Gaming, two squads who are really going to be pushing the tempo here and making Passion ask a question about themselves. Passion, eliminated very early in that game in 20th position. They are the team who currently hold that last spot for the regional finals, and if they were to falter, if they were to slip up, there are going to be teams that are breathing down their neck now. If we see the likes of Bitfix Gaming and Danish push themselves forward, suddenly things get a little bit scary. So we'll have to see what goes on into match number 3. But match number 2, it was a slow burner to begin with, but then the action, boy, did it unfold in that final circle. And I think Alliance will be a little bit frustrated they didn't get a victory out of it, but you guys are completely right. It was Aurora who just ruined their day. It was the Arcstar, actually, that stuck one of the members of Alliance that really changed everything. Had that stick not happened, I think Alliance probably would have been able to wipe the 2 of Aurora and maybe had a better chance of winning that endgame.
And I think for me, what we're talking about here too is the fact that there were, we didn't get the same early game fighting that we saw in match number 1 onset, but we saw a lot of mid-game fights that turned the tide for a lot of these teams. Specifically, the aggression we saw the whole time kind of out of Bitfix Gaming was just unmatched.
Yeah, I mean, that end zone is very difficult to get into if you're not there early, just because, I mean, you saw Alliance's position. The height differential between the teams is one of the most extreme that we have in all of Apex Legends when it comes to end zone. So you have to be a little bit more calculated on how you're going to put your points on the board, knowing that if you're moving down from the mid-map from the southern side, there's pretty low possibility you're actually going to be involved in that end game. So you are going to see a few more teams maybe just gatekeeping, looking to take some fights in that mid game, like you say, and then leaving the kind of the points and the heavy placements to the teams who have already managed to make a quick rotation. But you look at these moments here, right? This is Aurora again. Look how close Effect is to eliminating them, but he just can't get the knock. It's damage, it's 2 shield breaks, but not getting that final shot in to take one of those players down where they can just swarm. And Aurora just caused the rest of the lobby problems from then on.
I really think it just came down to timing. Had Alliance decided to make that earlier drop down and try to clear them out, even when there was just a solo on Aurora, it would have been a much better choice for them. It was the waiting. It was the wrong team to wait on, Gaskin.
It really was, and a very frustrating experience, I think, for a lot of the teams that were involved, but somehow Danish were able to position themselves that they were so healthy going into that final circle. They avoided all the gunfire, they were the last to enter the fight, and sometimes the last of the party is going to be the ones who are celebrating at the very end. And Danish, as I said, they're a team who were in 17th coming into this, trying to knock on the door for the chances of not just solidifying their spot in regionals, but they want to be at playoffs. And, if you can put yourself with victories on the board and you can put yourself towards the top of that leaderboard, there's a chance that you could still find yourself there, or at least in a comfortable position going into those regional finals.
Yeah, you can definitely feel that there is a lot on the lines for so many of these teams. Let's actually take a look back at the final circle yet again, because now we're 2 for 2 with pure chaos, and we want to see how it went down. Initially, we'll look at Alliance's POV and see what happened with them, and then we can kind of turn the tide and see how Danish won it from there.
I mean, you're looking at these first moments here. If Yuki connects with the hip fire on the Kraber, again, maybe Alliance win this game. They get into some good spots. They pick up some KP. Yuki doing some great damage once again. I mean, look at Yuki's damage, by the way. 2.5k in this game from Yuki. So he was doing everything he could. They got the shield swap, but unfortunately, a 3v2 in this situation. It doesn't matter how good you are. When everybody you're going up against is healthy and you're just off the back end of a fight yourself, it makes it very tough. But this is what I mean about when you're coming in on the quiet side of things. If you clear out your side of the zone and you're moving into the carnage, it makes things so much more simpler for you to deal with. It's just a straight fight. You know what's in front of you. You can pick these players off, and Danish are the champs.
It was just an impressive performance across the board, and now we get to see what that means points-wise for a lot of these teams. Danish obviously coming out with the win, the 12 placement points, giving them 18 overall, but followed so closely behind by the 2 we keep talking about, Alliance and Aurora.
So surprised, by the way, that Aurora were able to even get in that position. Remember, they were down to a 2. They man-cannoned across, or technically down to 1 at one point as well, because they got deleted from the sky, but they just found a little nook and cranny that they could work with. Alliance didn't drop down initially because they were being griefed by another side, and Aurora took full advantage of that. But shout out Bitfix Gaming again, 10 points on the board, 8 kills for them. They're playing very aggressive. You can tell that they really are pushing themselves here in possibly their last match day, because they are still outside of those spots for regional finals, but they're giving themselves a darn good chance of getting there.
And this is something that I really love to see, because it's definitely going to be putting some other teams in a rough position. Like you've already mentioned, Passion was the one closest to really being in that top 20 spot, and they have an opportunity to get enough points to do that. But then when you have teams like BitFix Gaming doing this well, it's making it a lot harder. But we'll take a look at the second page here, see how it all shook out, and some surprises here on the second page, John.
Yeah, some surprises for sure. Fire Beavers, I mean, after their game number 1, nothing surprised me with them anymore. I just expect them to do the most ridiculous stuff you've ever seen in Apex Legends, but that was a little bit of a slow game for them. I think they thought maybe there was a few more knocks that had gone down when they decided to engage in that mid-game fight, and kind of just got caught out a little bit with one team being a bit heavier numbers than they expected, and kind of got trapped between the two teams who were fighting. But Jailings, a slow game for them. Disappointing, obviously, no points on the board. V2, another slow game, which is, you know, a team that Dan and I were definitely keeping our eyes on at the start of this day, thinking this is a team who could maybe challenge for one of those qualification spots, but 2 games already got. They're looking down the barrel at the moment of needing a really, really big performance in the final 4.
Well, you can see just how much BitFix's big performances have put them in an incredibly solid spot, tied it up at the top with Horizon Union, both at 24 points so far, followed very closely by Aurora, Fire Beavers, and then Danish after the win, setting themselves up very well as well.
And it's amazing really to see a leaderboard like this when we were talking about BFG and their chances of getting into regional finals. I mean, if everything stayed this way, they'd push themselves up to around 51 points total in the overall leaderboards, which would put them at around 15th, depending on what happened around them. So that would be into regional finals, right? Of course, it's going to depend on what everyone else scores in those kind of 15th to 20th positions as well. But it does mean that BitFix, they have a chance, and Passion need to keep an eye on this. They need to make sure that they are trying to keep ahead of teams like that. And suddenly things get a little bit more scary for those teams who are maybe just on the cusp that thought they were okay. Maestro, for example, probably thought they were okay coming in today, but they also need to be watching the likes of BitFix and saying, okay, it's not going to be as easy as maybe we had thought. Let's make sure we continue pushing. 7th place would be good for Maestro, so they just need to continue the consistency.
I mean, for being only 2 matches in, things are already close. They're incredibly exciting, and we still have 1 more match left on Storm Point, which is always a little bit more chaotic. So I'm excited to see what some of those teams that have been making those aggressive pushes are able to do with the 3rd and final Storm Point match, because as I'm talking about it, it is ready to go. So let's get match number 3 underway.
All right, then. Time to get into things. Let's get into match number 3. And I want to, just before we get into this game, Dan, kind of highlight something that we've kind of missed, which is how impressive those first 2 games actually were from Aurora and how they find themselves in the position that they are. Let's take ourselves out of it, right? Aurora dropped right at the bottom, the southern side of Storm Point. Both of those zones, we had a Lightning Rod zone and we've had a High Point zone. So that is pretty much the biggest distance that they have to travel on any map from south to north, and they've still managed to pick up a huge amount of points to put them in a great position after 2 games. You have to wonder what they're going to be able to do if they get a zone that's a little bit closer to them.
Yeah, I think they've demonstrated that they have the ability not only to, you know, transition across the map in a relatively safe way, but also when their backs are against the wall, they can fight their way out of scary situations at the same time. And those are the kind of characteristics you need to have as a team if you are going to be pushing forward and be one of the teams that's respected. And you got to remember, Aurora were regarded as one of the best, if not the best team in the EMEA region during Split 1, and now they have been, you know, a little bit slow in Split number 2. When you look at what they've achieved and the kind of points totals they've had across the weeks, it's not been what we expected of them. But yesterday, they performed well. They picked up an impressive amount of points. They got 13 points. So now if they can manage to, you know, have a relatively good top 5 position here, they do put themselves in that question again of playoffs. And I think Aurora at playoffs is going to be a terrifying factor because confidence is everything. And Aurora does seem to be one of those sides who are confident in engagements, even with 2 players, it seems.
Yeah, I think it would be a good thing for Apex Legends in general if we had Aurora and Fire Beavers at the next playoffs, at the next LAN, because of the fact that, you know, they qualified for the first one, weren't able to make it. We know the story behind that, but I feel like 2 of the strongest teams in the region need to be there to represent the region in the right way on the world stage. And for Aurora to start finding their form at this point, yeah, it's late, but it doesn't matter when you find it, as long as you find it in time to qualify for one of those positions. And I think everyone on the world stage is wanting to see these 2 teams, you know, fight against the best in North America, in Apex South, Apex North, and South America, and see where they do stack up, because it's they play the game in such a fun way where they're not afraid to take engagements. They're not zone heavy teams, that it's going to really test them when they go up against some of the best fighting teams in the world.
And it does seem like in this lobby today, a lot of the teams who are at the top haven't necessarily been finding their footing as successfully. And I think for teams like 2R1C and SAF, for example, who are in 8th and 9th at the moment, but don't play today, they're probably saying, why aren't the big teams taking the points here? Why are they letting everyone else catch us up? And that's what is one of the most frustrating things for these teams who have already played their match weeks that have to watch on, because they just have to say, well, we hope that things don't go so far south that we either A, don't find ourselves in regional finals, or there's too much left for us to do to try and get to playoffs when it comes to those regional finals. Because as soon as we get there next week, match point changes everything. It changes playstyle of teams. It changes the dynamic of the games. It changes how compositions might be held when it comes to some of those later games as well. So it's not going to be as easy to pick up those points where you may have picked them up during regular season.
Yeah, it's really interesting going into that regional finals because it's just the added layer of match point, right? Everyone's thinking, hey, if we win it today, we're going to guarantee ourselves. But everyone kind of like it's almost a secondary thought. It's like, wait, we still need to get into a position to qualify ourselves. It's not all about just coming first. It's about getting enough points on the board to make sure that we secure our place in LAN. It is another week of Pro League, if you like, as far as, you know, point allocation is concerned. So there's so many things for these teams to have to kind of stack up. And one of the things they're going to have to stack up, Dan, of course, is the fact that after this game, we change maps again. And we have seen some teams, especially in EMEA, who have been far more Storm Point heavy. And on the flip side of that, a team like E6, for example, have been completely World's Edge heavy. We heard that from Swinny himself yesterday. He was saying, you know, we need to sort out our game. We're trying to adjust and find a way to play and pick up points on Storm Point. But their World's Edge has been superb.
Yeah, there's a few teams who do start to benefit from moving over to World's Edge. Actually, this lobby is fairly even when it comes to a few teams who are completely 50-50. I think it's incredible, by the way, when a team is 50-50 for their points distribution across both maps, because that means they are one of the more consistent teams. Horizon Union, Fire Beavers, they're both 50-50. Alliance is more of a World's Edge team as well, so I think that the fact that they just got a second place finish on Storm Point is even more impressive when you look at where they've been getting those points. So those are three teams I would be keeping an eye on. Pioneers are going to be another side that's pretty much 50-50. Phoenix Legacy as well. There's plenty of these teams that have just been performing well across both maps and aren't going to be too slowed down by the change. I think the big changes is going to be those who were Storm Point heavy maps, like V2. I mentioned them at the start of this day, and they haven't really shown us what they're made of on Storm Point. Danish did, however, but will Danish slow down when we move across to World's Edge? That would be where my questions start to arise.
I think it's been a very interesting couple of days as well. And I like what you said at the top of the show about, you know, we have back-to-back game days, which doesn't leave you a lot of time to kind of dwell on what happened or make adjustments or really celebrate if you had a good day. And I think that's very interesting that you don't have that time to adjust. And for some teams, I especially if you've had a bad day, I almost feel like sometimes it's good to just get back into it and kind of not dwell on what went wrong and, you know, what could be adjusted. And you just start to play a little bit more off kind of instinct, and you're not thinking about what has gone already. It's more about what we have to do, because, you know, the game plan is clear in front of you. You only got one more game to do it. And I think there's a couple of teams in this lobby who are certainly doing that. I think Bitfix Gaming is a great example of it that you brought up earlier. You know, those guys came into today knowing that they only had one job to do, and the pressure of, you know, how they want to approach things kind of gets taken off their shoulder because it's almost like a free roll of the dice for them. And they've performed extremely well today. And I think once you kind of take yourself out of that moment, take the pressure off your shoulders, you can start to, you know, play a little bit more expansive. You can start to be a little bit more confident in the fight, because you know, if you come out on the good side of it, great. But if you don't, it doesn't really change the situation you find yourself in. Yeah,
I think the shackles have been off for Bitfix Gaming, and they've really demonstrated that they want to give themselves the best possible chance of getting to regional finals. They do need a standout week today, and they've started off very impressively. They are currently tied in first position. Is their success going to carry on here in Storm Point as we jump into match number 3?
Well, let's see where the zone is going. I think that the teams down at the southern side of Storm Point are probably thinking, hey, we're feeling a little bit heavy in the legs after a little bit of a longer walk than we would have expected. Maybe a jog, maybe a slide, maybe a Valcor, whatever it was. The southern side has certainly been neglected when it comes to zone. So where these teams are dropping is going to be very interesting indeed. Like I mentioned, look at Aurora, right down at the bottom of the map at Shipfall. And then you have Fire Beavers at Barometer. The fact that they've managed to traverse so far in those first two games, one of them picking up a win and one of them consistently putting big points on the board, it's got to be a worry for the rest of the lobby if we do see a zone pull down to the south.
Yeah, considering how dominant the northern side has been when it comes to drop locations, as soon as you start to see a difference and you start to see a southern circle coming into the equation, that's when stats start to get blown out of the water a little bit, and that's when it starts to open up for some of these teams who are putting themselves at a disadvantage by dropping at the southern side of the map. But as we've seen, some teams are still able to go against the grain like Aurora and make themselves have that possibility of still picking up points. Not victories, may I add, points. Match point is when things are going to really be hammered home on those statistics on who is winning from what POI, because in match point, you need to be getting those Ws.
I was just looking at Aurora right now. I know I've been kind of following their story for the last couple of games, and understandably for the season as well. They are going to have pretty good access to zone in comparison to what we saw previously anyway, but they've got a lot of information. You can see the splits drop across Gale Station and Shipfall, so they're going to have good loot, but also they have a survey beacon and they have a map room scan, so they're going to be able to not only know where the second zone is going to be pulling, which is looking towards Cascade Falls, but also they're going to be able to, if they want to delay a little bit, hit that map room on zone close and see where everyone else's rotations are going to be. That allows them to pick off maybe a couple of isolated fights, maybe it kind of formulates their path about how they want to try and get into this zone. So Aurora with a lot of information to work with in this zone.
When we talk about Cascade Falls, E6 have that ring console as well, so they'll know full well they are in one of the prime positions when it comes to where they want to position themselves. You saw that Eternal were also moving very quickly over towards Cascade Falls, as I imagine Maestro will be from the northern side. Danish are going to be moving faster than everyone though, because they say, well, you know what, on foot is not quick enough, into the Trident we go.
No Gibraltars, unfortunately, today to throw the bubble down. See my tweet yesterday?
I did.
Did you get the reference?
I did. Well, had to be explained, but yes, I did in the end.
You're old enough to have seen that Simpsons episode, though, right?
I am. Are you calling me old?
Designs the car. I'm saying you're old enough.
Yeah, I think old enough is okay, because as long as you're not calling me old, we know you are older. Speaking of designs of the car, it looks like they are going to abandon said car right now, because there was another team that was in the area. Horizon Union shooting from the high ground, and you can see it on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Horizon Union are currently tied first with Bitfix Gaming. They were the team I highlighted right at the start of the day because they were the benchmark team. They were holding one of these top 10 positions. And if they have a good day today here on set, they wouldn't be the benchmark team. They would be actually one of the teams who may already guarantee themselves playoffs by the end of the match day.
Let's center ourselves here.
Horizon Union having a good day so far. Can they continue it, though? Well, you can say a good day. I think there might have been a little bit of frustration after that game one and how it finished, but you will certainly take second place with the points that they did manage to get. But they're going to get the map room scan, and they're going to have the info on where everybody else is. But also other teams, of course, are going to know that where they're coming from, having just hit that. So a little bit of a decision to make here for Horizon Union. They know this is going to be free, and they know they're going to be able to play it. There is a team which is kind of trying to coexist just across the way, but not within the same building. So Horizon Union with a really smart rotation there, hitting the beacon over at the waterfall and able to get a safe spot to play.
Safe spots are not always easy to find as well when people are moving across quickly, but sometimes you just have to say, well, we'll take one of the tier 2 locations at times. That it's not going to be a guarantee on winning, it's not going to be one of the god spots, but it is going to keep you alive for quite some time and at least give you the amount of time to assess where you want to go next as well. You can see there's ETH Eternal. They did move very fast to find themselves in that little old building in Cascade Falls. And we've seen a few of these final circles. And I do remember E6 actually previously in a game week with a Kraber at Cascade Falls getting some dirty stuff done. So we'll have to see whether it happens again.
I remember Swinny. Yep. Back at Split 1 playoffs doing exactly that. Peekaboo. As he was in a couple of crazy no-scopes, he's going to have to hope that Kraber falls his way so he can recreate something like that, and certainly we will be enjoying that if it does happen. We're seeing a little bit of a scuffle going down here between a couple of teams. This is just north of the, this is just south of the wall. The zipline building's being taken up just in front of the cannon. You can see one team is not looking too healthy at the moment. There's a team down low ground. Much healthier is going to be Vortex, all dressed in purple at the moment. And look at the attachments on that Prowler down. And the Nemesis. These guys are juiced.
Yeah, juiced up, but are Vortex going to be able to give themselves a real opportunity of getting closer towards playoffs? They were on the same amount of points as Horizon Union, and maybe I feel a little bit bad that I've not spoke about Vortex as much, because they are also the benchmark team, right? They have the same amount of points as Horizon Union, and they also have a real opportunity of making those playoffs, especially if they were to have a good performance today, because they had really incredible back-to-back performances over the last few match weeks. They won match week number 7, and they finished in 3rd yesterday in match day number 8. So now here in match day number 9, can they re-find that success? It seems like it's been a slow start in here in matches 1 and 2, but if they can maybe pick things up on World's Edge where they found more success previously, they really are going to be a threat moving forward.
Another team who's going to have a little bit of a different game is going to be Alliance. Of course, they've had two pretty good zones, you would say. Game number 1 certainly didn't go the way they would have wanted, but game 2 much more healthy. But this time they're going to have to make a bit of a rotation, and at the moment it looks like they have the complete and utter east side of that zone to themselves. You can see them there just approaching Stormcatcher on the right-hand side of where that zone starts to shrink. GG right in the center of where that zone is going, but as we know, we have the beacon information, as do some of the teams, and we are going to be pulling a little bit further towards Cascade. Vortex, though, doing a little bit of damage to these rampart walls, but they can be so frustrating if you're trying to push a team and do some damage. Those walls are going to take some ammo away. It's going to certainly take a few moments before you get that push down.
Wouldn't surprise me if Alliance just wait at Stormcatcher as well to get that ring console information again for further ring information, but Vortex are consistently and constantly thinking about this fight, but eventually will back off as they don't want to throw away their current position and instead will just be a little bit more patient. As we have seen quite a lot of patience throughout teams today, I know that there are a few that have been a little bit more risky and have gone for those crazy pushes. Bitfix Gaming would be one of the more prevalent of the few. But Keller Gaming were the team that was within this building that are just holding off and putting down any defensive possibilities just to keep that team away.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration maybe. It's any other legend maybe than Rampart, you're thinking about having a push there. And I feel like the longer that you decide not to do it, the less likely it is, because other teams are going to start cohabiting and moving in on the area, and the third party is going to be more of a worry if you're going to make that push. But, you know, you get an armor checks there. They probably got an armor check that one of them was on white or blues. You've got an RE45. You've got 3 purples. I feel like if that opportunity opens up early, it's one... We always talk about risk reward, right? The numbers are in your favor when it comes to percentages of winning that fight, and that's some KP, and also it means that you're going to have more space to play around on that high ground.
Here's Bitfix Gaming making their rotation on this southern side. The first team they'd come across if they make their way into the southeast side of Cascade Falls would be the Gaiming Gladiators. Now, it is a fight that BFG have already won so far today, and maybe they'll be able to do something similar here if they decide that's where they want to go. However, they could go for a further northern rotation and try and take the zip up and then come from the northern side, but they would also then be greeted by Alliance. So it seems like whichever path you take at the moment, you are going to have to take a fight if you're Bitfix Gaming.
Yeah, this is going to be a really wild end game. It is going to be pulling towards Cascade Falls. You can see the ring information on your screens on the right-hand side, and look at how many teams are already in and around that zone. No surprise to see Fire Beavers and Aurora taking their time, as they like to do, and just kind of creeping up and looking to pick the pieces off of those teams when the fights do break out. But it's going to be one of those games where you're going to see 20 squads alive for quite some time, but when we get to zone 3 and 4, that's going to get split in half pretty quickly. Yeah,
it's going to be a kill feed that explodes, and a lot of teams that will lose 1 or 2 players, maybe be able to get one to stay alive, and then taking some individual 1v1s to try and actually take the fight. Speaking of taking fights, Bitfix knew they would have to battle someone here, and it looks like Alliance is going to be the 3v3 they are going to have to take.
Yeah, Cyril's going to go down as well. So both teams trying to wait that out to make sure they don't give that information away to the others. Smokes also go down. One player's just decided to get a little bit of aggressive here. Drops down from inside of the building for Alliance, and Bitfix are going to try and rotate off the back of that, but such a difficult, awkward fight for them. You can see that Alliance have that high ground. They have the angles, and also they've got that Newcastle wall down, which is just going to be such a nuisance to have to poke and prod between.
And it's where the Bitfix back off and try and take a different route here. They've been very aggressive today, and I've been impressed by their kind of switch of pace and changing things up a little bit, but you also have to recognize when you don't need to be aggressive, right? When you need to actually take a different angle, take a different route, and look at things in a different perspective, in a different way. And they've recognized that if they tried to take that fight with Alliance, it was just going to end up badly. There are still 20 squads remaining. They are likely going to be teams that are in the area to shoot you down if you take that fight for a third party as well. So instead, you need to try and go maybe for the southern route, which is not as easy a rotation, but it is certainly going to keep you alive for a little bit longer.
I'll tell you what, there's a couple of buildings they might actually be able to play here without being contested just outside of Cascade, and they will be safe for a good amount of time. The only teams who are going to be behind them is potentially Aurora and maybe V2 if they make a rotation. Alliance might be able to sneak their way in towards Cascades as well. But speaking of Alliance, there they are playing the waterfall and forcing a couple of teams away. Certainly going to get the armor checks, which will give them the information that they have the complete priority of that position, as a Kraber is going to be pinged as well. Now, where's that going to land? 340 meters away from effect. Good news for the rest of the lobby, not so good news for Alliance.
I think one of the only things with Bitfix Gaming is they don't have that option to Skyward Dive out of dodge. They are one of only 2 teams in this lobby that are not playing Valkyrie, so it means they have to plan their rotations very differently as well. And yes, they can hold that building on the southeast side that you were talking about, but it's about where they go if that zone pulls away from them. Do they then feel like they're being held out? They have a comp that is ready to fight, so they want to take those fights. In a game like this where no one is fighting, suddenly things start to get a little bit more difficult, and they're going to really have to start thinking about that zone and how they're going to get there.
Sound a little bit like Tyson Fury there. You were saying the word fight so much. I'm going to fight.
I thought you were saying because I had a lisp, but...
No. No. I would... Just sounded like, you know, a world champion, Dan. That's what I'm trying to say.
I've always wanted to be one, and maybe one day I will.
I think you've got it in you.
Whether it'll be a video game or a boxing match, who knows? I guess we'll find out as the years go on.
Maybe you can combine both.
Maybe it could be both. But Alliance...
Look at the zone, though. KCP, bang in the center of it. That's a great call from them.
Yeah, I think that when you look at this zone and when you look at the amount of teams that are available that you could potentially be fighting, you know that every corner you take, there could be a team that already resides there. So you have to be very confident in your calls and the positions that you are going to hold here. Otherwise, you're going to be made to pay. And this is always the scariest part of the game, when you have to skyward dive and you have to try and find somewhere to call home.
Yeah, the good thing here for Alliance is they do have Newcastle, so Hackis might be thinking, wait a minute, they might have just faked this one out. They're trying to force this team down from the high ground and then pick them off. This is almost, if this works for Alliance, it might be a really high IQ play, or if they get avoided, have they just burnt the Valkyrie ult? Very interesting decisions coming in from Alliance here. They will get the castle wall down, and now they'll be able to get some shots down. So Alliance kind of maybe work it out. There's more teams in the vicinity they may be able to pick up KP on before they move forward.
Yeah, also just demonstrating the incredible passive, of course, of the skyward dive, just being able to see where those players are and maybe giving you more information than you would have previously. Just look how close some of these teams are in Cascade Falls, and the fact that we've not seen not just any teams eliminated, we have not seen a single player be eliminated from this lobby so far. All 60 are living healthy and well, cohabiting in a lot of close spaces, and it is going to be very awkward when these circles start to close. Now, we've mentioned Bitfix Gaming a lot. We've also mentioned Aurora a lot, and it looks like these two might clash.
Yeah, they are going to crash, and Branches is going to go down, and Bitfix, they want to put the pressure on here, and no surprise to see them doing it. Even though the Zero is down, they've got the numbers. Aurora eliminated after 2 extremely strong games. Unfortunately, they will fall here in the final game on Storm Point before we head to World's Edge. Not the game they would have wanted, especially with the zone being a little bit closer than they had previously.
Wow, Bitfix Gaming taking out some of the biggest and best teams in the lobby, and really giving themselves an opportunity and a huge push to try and make regional finals here today. But it looks like the action's not over for them, but through the Catalyst wall, Trix still shredding with the Nemesis and the R99.
Snaps onto Yulu as well, and now he's going to be able to do even more damage. One player's trying to flank, but he should be able to get a pretty comfortable armor swap here. One player to deal with, and V2 will be eliminated as well. And Bitfix Gaming, let me tell you, they have turned up to play today. A huge amount of points already, and look at the KP. They've got 5 to their name, and they still have this side of the zone all to themselves.
They really are giving themselves that option of being relegation candidates to suddenly regional finalists, if not more, with how many points they could potentially put on. They could get themselves within the chance of even thinking about playoffs. I know that is very much, it would be a miraculous result if they were to go back-to-back in winning today and in match point format in regional finals, but still doable as BFG, they're still on this train, as GG are the next in their way.
Oh, GG not looking healthy either. That Zero will slow the push down for just a little bit, but is very exposed and can be destroyed very, very easily. Only a rock standing between the end of the game here for Leogri. As Gaming Gladiators, I mean, it's looking rough for them at the moment, trying to exchange fire, but you can see that you feel this is just a matter of time. If another team has a little peek at them, then GG might be struggling here.
GG maybe will be lucky that no one really is going to be in the area to take the fight. The actual closest team is Fire Beavers, and Fire Beavers have lost 2, but look at the kill feed. Everyone now starting to lose a player or 2. As Bitfix Gaming were getting the job done, Maestro also taking down members of Horizon, and GG, it looks like the writing is on the wall, or maybe the writing is on the rock at this point, as the last player gets absolutely obliterated, and they will fall.
GG fall, Fire Beavers as a 2. I mean, you saw what they did as a 1 earlier before the 2 teammates came down swinging in game number 1 to win that one. And Bitfix Gaming continue their warpath at the moment. 7 kills now for them, 17 squads remaining. And it seems like every time we've seen them on our screen, it's been them doing the damage. In the kill feed, though, you saw Nasky a few moments ago for KCP. He had that Kraber in his hand. He started to put it to work a little bit. Noises went down, but no finishes come in.
So impressed with how Bitfix have played this one, by the way. They retreated from the initial fight with Alliance, they moved down south, and then they took advantage of teams who were just trying to hold on the edge. As a fighting composition, as a fighting team, Bitfix have to play with this confidence, and that's exactly what they've shown today. I don't think certain teams were ready to be pushed like they've been pushed by this BFG roster, and now because of that, they own this southeast side of the map. Yes, they're going to have to move. Look at where that circle's going, by the way. It's going to be so difficult for pretty much every team to get there. There isn't even one squad in that final circle at the moment, but of course people are going to have to move as Jailings get eliminated.
Yeah, Jailing's eliminated. There is a war inside of Cascade Falls at the moment, and Bitfix Gaming are just looking to pick up the pieces at the moment. Team trying to rotate in. They get one knock onto Fire Beavers as well, and just at the right time, we have the opportunity to jump into a listening with Bitfix Gaming, who have looked exceptional so far in this game.
He's on blue.
Nice. It's
okay,
a bad thing.
okay, I'm selling.
Tricks, can you check it behind?
Down below.
Where?
40.
Come to me and play my Q, Zeri. Play my Q.
Q, take the Q behind you.
60 Valk, 60 Valk. Look at scan.
I'm landing back here. I'm soaking you, CJ.
I'm fine.
Crack them.
Valk low.
Yeah.
Action.
Behind you on the left, on the head glitch.
I'm gonna
kill this Valk.
Yeah, kill them.
I'm betting, guys. I'm betting.
Same.
Play life. We're getting flanked.
Valk's one.
Yeah.
Shielding.
I'm selling.
I'm on Q. We have to hold left.
They're
On the tree. I'm playing drop. Play on me, guys. Play me. Here. Behind the tree.
I killed one.
Yeah. Come to me if you can. They're dead. I hit 30.
Can you rest CJ?
No. You have to kill this if you want to res me.
I don't see anything. No, digi.
They're on there.
We should third that.
Yeah. We should.
Try and get into the building.
I gotta kill.
Nice play.
I'm gonna ape you.
I need digi, baby.
Get one. We're getting
Just
strong.
play small, don't take damage.
I got arced. Another arc. Bad arc.
Valkyrie speaking over.
Yeah, we're getting speaked by two teams. Swinging you.
Nice.
Low.
Tricks.
Good hold.
I'm betting.
Other team is swinging from the left side. I have no smoke. I'm selling. Nade
Might
again,
be able
bro.
to play in that corner above.
I'm betting. On the rock. We're dead.
Can we play on me?
Yeah, where Zeri is good. It's good. Oh, just watch out for that
I'm
LOS,
just dead.
Zeri.
I'm cancelled. I'm just dead.
Yeah, Zeri, just sit right there so that kid on the left can't see you.
Yeah, just play rat.
So Bitfix Gaming surviving, but just by the skin of their teeth here, Dan, and every placement point they manage to get from this will multiply those KP. They're going to be in a really good spot.
Yeah, and the frustration I think every Apex player has ever experienced as well when it is just absolute chaos in one of these later circles, and it seems like everyone has eyes on you and everyone has utility. The amount of arc stars I just saw was enough to feed me for the day, but now BFG are still alive and the circle is closing. All these teams who are so close to one another are going to be forced out at some point as Maestro shredding through Rugby with some great damage.
Horizon Union eliminated, and now we're down to 9. Nice thermite coming out from him as well, and he's going to start cooking on the outside by the looks of things. Rugby picking up yet more knocks for his team. Bitfix have been eliminated, so not another placement point heavy game for them, but look at these shots coming in from Rugby, trying to clear the outside of this building as his teammates now go in. Danish, they feel the wrath of Maestro as now that zone starts to force the teams in.
And the likes of Maestro are the ones who need to perform when they see the likes of Bitfix performing like this as well. But Alliance in the final circle yet again. And they've got the Newcastle to all work with, and they've got the Digi-Threat and the RE45. It blitzes through the smoke as KCP, they're getting damage done. They're getting knocks at the same time. It seems like all of these teams that are down low are just fodder for Alliance.
It's Effect. He is doing what he does best. He's currently down 8 kills. He's the leader in the lobby. Yuki goes down. Effect goes down as well. It's all up to Hackett here for Alliance, trying to hold strong, trying to get the armor swaps and trying to shred on the outside. He does so, but can he get the rest?
Newcastle can, of course, revive with an extra little bit of a shield. Effect comes back up, and now Hackett can do the damage. Has to work with the shield, does not work. Alliance will fall, as now KCP, they managed to do some damage. They managed to get the final little bits of damage onto the players, and Dynasty were the ones who came in to clean things up as Nasky, the last remaining player from KCP, as everything slows down ever so slightly, but 4 squads still remain.
Also, that building looks like Just a collection of Lego bricks. The amount of death boxes that's there, you certainly don't want to step on that one if you're one of these players in the lobby. And Dynasty get back up to a full 3. Should be some armor swaps still if they didn't all get used up as well. But look at Nasky. They were trapped inside of that building, and Nasky's managed to just sneak away. And I wonder if he's still got a couple of Kraber shots left, but it looks like Dynasty have sniffed him out. Nasky's going to get pushed. Can he hit a miracle shot? No, unfortunately not for KCP fans.
No miracle shot to make any sort of miraculous last-ditch effort in this final circle. 3 teams remaining, but only 2 are healthy. Heroes have only got 2 remaining players, excuse me. Looks very different on my overhead, but now we're going to see whether Dynasty can do a job from this angle, from the northeast side of this circle, as they're going to be able to push in.
140 isn't a knock. Heroes have been eliminated though, and we are down to a shootout between our final 2 teams. It's Phoenix Legacy on one side, Dynasty on the other. One shot with the Kraber here and can completely change who we call a champion.
And Phoenix Legacy, another team that would have seen what Bitfix Gaming were doing and know full well they had to perform here as we go forward into more match days and more matches, as Dynasty missed the first shot.
Missed that shot, and Sabs is going to rip one player down with that scout. And now Dynasty starts to fall over a little bit like wet paper. It's going to be Phoenix Legacy who should take this one home. Alphajar flies in. Ooh, it's getting a little bit scary. It's getting a little bit wobbly, but Phoenix Legacy do manage to convert, and they will be the winners here in our 3rd game of the day.
And considering Bitfix Gaming were putting on such an impressive show, I was starting to look at who was going to be ones who may pay for Bitfix Gaming playing in that way. Maestro, Danish, Phoenix Legacy, they were all the ones who would have been in the firing line had we seen Bitfix Gaming start to progress through. But Phoenix Legacy and Maestro and Danish are all scoring points as well. It is getting so close down in that 20th position. And Phoenix Legacy, they do put their best foot forward by getting a victory here.
I mean, not only that, but when we're talking about teams that were outside or really close to the outside of that top 20 bubble, Dynasty was right after Passion because, like you'd mentioned earlier, Dan, the teams above them, Le Site de France, Game of Thrones, they're not playing today. So there's still an opportunity for even teams like Dynasty, if they continue to do what they just did, to also put themselves in the running for making it through to regional finals. Today is the day of the teams at the bottom just having absolutely stellar performances, even if we're still seeing some serious pop-off moments from the teams that we're used to seeing them from, like the Auroras, like the absolute face-melting damage coming out of Alliance there onto Maestro in the end. I mean, it has just been a really solid day of Apex Legends so far, and that means that all of our Stormpoint matches are now done, which you mentioned earlier on, said that could also change things once we switch on over to World's Edge.
Yeah, it certainly could. There's a few teams in the lobby that certainly favour it. I mentioned E6. You know, World's Edge has been their playground, especially in the last few weeks. It's where they picked up the majority of their points. But Dan also raised a good point. There's a lot of teams in this lobby who are actually pretty much a 50-50 split across both maps. So it's not kind of the huge change that we had previously, where we do see in some lobbies, you know, some teams just completely dominate on one map and struggle on another. I also think that's symptom of, you know, the amount of games that have now been played for these squads on both maps. Everyone's started to find their rhythm, how they want to approach things, how their rotations interact with other teams around the map, and we are seeing a little bit more of an even split.
I'm excited to see what happens. We'll take a look back at the highlights from that last match, go through what happened, because once again we see Bitfix Gaming, like you'd mentioned earlier, Gasket, I mean, they are just on a tear with their aggression.
Yeah, just so confident at the moment, and okay, it didn't pay off for them in terms of placement, but they still got so many kills that the points total is going to keep them very high up this leaderboard and make them very competitive to actually have a chance of pushing themselves into those regional finals. It was a very slow game. Remember, we had 20 squads remaining, we had 60 players up for quite some time, but as soon as that circle did start to close, that's when the action unfolded, and that's when we started to learn a lot about which teams were hitting their shots, which teams had positioned themselves well for KP, and of course which teams were actually in a real chance of winning their game. There was only a few teams who genuinely could win the game from the position that they found themselves in with where that circle went, and those who realized they couldn't win had to just try and take some of these fights. The likes of Maestro, the likes of Alliance, they just had to try and pick up KP where it was available, and it just became absolute carnage down in this little corner here, and there was so much KP that was had, and it was very difficult to try and come out of it as a healthy 3.
And I know you were excited to see this 2 on set because it was just more stats being padded for effect as they dropped down from the roof.
He's a robot. He's just, you watch him play and it's, you know, you see some players play and you're kind of like, they're second guessing themselves a little bit and, you know, they're getting a bit of proc damage. They're never confident in pushing even to get a shield break. Effect doesn't care. Effect, if he feels he can convert on a kill, he pushes it. And the amount of times that he comes out on top in those kind of engagements is one of the best that we've seen so far in Apex Legends. But Phoenix Legacy, all the props in the world for them. They navigated that end game extremely well. Could have been different if one Kraber shot had hit, but it didn't, so they managed to convert, like I say.
Okay, well, speaking of that final circle, let's take a look back at it, break it down a little bit as we wait for our players to get themselves set up for the next match, because we've done it on all of our Storm Point matches so far. We might as well do it for the third one to close things out. Yet again, some more chaos there in the end. And somebody that I didn't even shout out before, there was still the solo on Heroes that managed to make it to top 3 for them as well, at least getting some placement points on the board for them.
Yeah, I think Heroes, you know, they were down in 20th position at the start of today, and if they can at least find themselves in the final circles and get more experience, then even if they don't make it to the regional finals, they need to think about the, you know, the relegation spots and playing against those challenger teams as well when those tournaments come around. Can they find any sort of learning curve around from this? Will they even be able to, you know, do similar things when it gets to that? But anyway, Phoenix Legacy were the team who were really in prime position in this final circle. As soon as they got that initial knock, it was just a matter of time. And even though it was made difficult at the end from some incredible shots from Mania, it wasn't going to be enough to stop Phoenix Legacy, making sure that they took their position and turned it into a victory. But you can see what it means. It means 18 points for Phoenix Legacy. But of course, there were still plenty of kills to go around for a lot of these other squads.
And this is still a huge win for Phoenix Legacy as well, because they were one of those teams that was down towards the bottom of our top 20. And like I keep saying, it is just the day of those on the bubble towards the bottom that have just really stepped up.
It certainly is. And I think you're looking at the points total there. And the one thing that's kind of standing out to me at the moment is we aren't having the games now where there's one team who kind of just takes everything away from a lobby, right? We're not having someone putting on 20 kills with the win. And then the rest of the lobby is like, oh, okay, well, you know, we got to stop thinking about the big point games. It's about scraping points up. Well, you look at how they're being spread out at the moment. KP going one way to Alliance, most of the lobby with 9, I think it was overall. 13 points for them, but there's no big differentials. And I think when it comes to the leaderboards, we're going to see that reflected as well.
Yeah, I mean, Bitfix even down there at the bottom with an insane amount of KP as well. And then when we look at the second page, it's not going to have a lot of points available. And that's because everything, yes, it's so spread out in the first page, but it's also so KP heavy. Everyone's getting all of their kills in early, leaving pretty much nothing for the teams down here at the bottom. Aurora obviously having a little bit of a rough match, number 3. But Jailings, Fire Beavers, Gaiming Gladiators, and it's not even bad that they had a bad game, Gaskin, but what that does is open up so many other possibilities for the teams that need the points.
It does, and it creates more of a gap for the teams who were in the top 10 as well, who are looking to try and solidify those spots at playoffs. I mean, GG, Eternal, V2, they were all in a position to catch up those who were in the top 10, and they haven't been able to do that so far today. So you have to hope that World's Edge is going to be better for them, because otherwise you're going to find yourself in a position at regional finals where you have to have an extraordinary day to find yourself at playoffs, and you don't want to be in that spot. You don't want to have your back that firmly against the wall.
Ooh, well, we can see what that game did for our series results here so far. And because of all of the kills, Bitfix Gaming have now put themselves in that top spot, followed by Alliance Onset. I mean, but then it's just more teams that need points moving down, even just in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, just look how close it is, right? 6 points between our top 2, and then from then it's like a point or 2 between every single placement going down. So that shows how competitive this lobby has been. And I think it sets us up perfectly now to move over to World's Edge, where these teams know this map like the back of their hands, where they've all had success at some point to even get into these lobbies. And V2 are the worry for me. We said how V2 could be the team who forced themselves into one of those top 10 positions. It has been a very poor storm point for them. World's Edge needs to be a much more happy hunting ground.
We'll have to see if they are able to bounce back. And I'm also curious to see if Bitfix can keep up this level of play now that we're switching maps. And let's talk about Bitfix just a little bit, because I don't think they were necessarily on any of our radars heading into today. And after their first 3 matches, that has completely changed, Gaskin.
It really has. I think that they've been a completely different side here in this match day. They've obviously had a look at what was going wrong for them, and maybe it was just not playing aggressive enough. Maybe it wasn't being confident. Maybe they were playing too much placement heavy. Because you look at the games that they've had, they've not exactly had winning games. They've just had high kill games that have put them in this position where they've been able to take out players who are just maybe being too hesitant on the edge of the circles, looking to ease themselves in. Bitfix, they've gone for a composition that is a fighting composition that they can take down other teams, utilize the horizon to get height over other teams, and of course have that black hole to surprise them at the same time. I love what I'm seeing from this squad. My only worry is if the teams that are around 20th right now are also performing, there's still a chance that even with an incredible performance like this from Bitfix, if they don't find themselves first at the end of it, they might still fall short of top 20. So they need to keep pushing, they need to keep this same aggression, and they need to hope that they find the same success on World's Edge.
And in these final moments here, someone we're going to talk about in just a moment, the comms that we heard in that listen in from CJ were so calm and so useful on set, on top of the fact that this is the performance he's giving the team.
Yes, it's performance you need, right? When the lights shine brightest is when you need to put in your biggest performance. And look at the damage he's dealt. That's only across 3 games, by the way. And 1.2k damage per game in these lobbies is very, very impressive. 13 kills, 7 assists. I mean, that's what you want from your frontline player who's going to be rocking Horizon, the fragger, getting up into the skies, getting those black holes down to really rain down nades and cause problems. And he's doing everything you could ask of him right now. And he needs to continue that, leading the way for his team, because it's only the halfway point of the show so far.
Wildly impressive across the board from Bitfix Gaming. Like I said, we're going to be keeping our eyes on them, seeing what they can now manage to do as we switch on over to World's Edge. And we'll be keeping our eyes on all the teams, because anybody that might have underperformed in the first 3 matches now has an opportunity to bounce back if this is the map that they happen to be more comfortable on. But of course, if you guys want to get involved in ALGS, or you think you might be as good as some of the competitors that we have here today, well, you need to join our Split 2 Challenger Circuit, okay? Registration will open May 2nd, and it will run from May 27th through the 29th. We have seen so many phenomenal players and teams coming up out of the Challenger Circuit into ALGS, so trust me, you do not want to miss your opportunity to sign up for this, because who knows, you might be one of our next pros. You can go on over to battlefy.com/ALGS to get yourself signed up, and obviously it is available in all of our regions. Make sure you're doing that, okay? It's a fantastic opportunity. We might be seeing you up here on the big screen one day. All right, that is time for us to start talking about match number 4, which also means, Gaskin, you get to take a little bit of a break, okay? Rest for a bit. Onset, you're stuck with me now as we head into World's Edge. I think it's going to be fun, though. If these first 3 matches are any indication, I'm excited to see what these teams are bringing to the table.
Yeah, it should be a good game. And the way the leaderboards are looking at the moment, we always want the leaderboards to be close as we head into our final games. That means that nobody is playing in a way where they're like desperate for points. Everyone has to play the game to try and maximize the points they come out at the end of it. So that means getting towards the end game. That means being involved in those final fights, because otherwise you're going to miss out on the placement points and the kills that go alongside it. We're not going to have any teams going rogue, looking to just in onto teams and pick up free KP. That ain't going to happen here on World's Edge, especially in match 4 and 5. Match 6, maybe we might see a little bit of a change up, but match 4 is certainly going to be a very, very competitive lobby.
However, if they do decide to change it up and they want to int in matches 4 and 5, I wouldn't be mad about it, because it will keep things wildly, wildly interesting. So I am excited to see what we get out of all of our teams as we head into match number 4. All of our players are getting loaded in as we speak, and things are about to be very, very interesting. We don't want to keep you guys waiting. Let's get into match number 4, shall we?
I'm ready. I'll tell you,
all right.
I'm ready right now.
It.
I know you can't see me, everybody, but trust me. Oh, you can see me now. Hey, how you doing? I'm here, and I'm ready to get into this. The lobby is loading right now, and I've got to be honest, I want to see if Bitfix can continue this form that we've seen from them so far.
Yeah.
They've been really, really impressive in those 3v3 engagements so far, but there's always the story. We keep talking about qualification. Obviously, I think for all players and teams, that's the most important thing. They want to be at LAN. Regional finals, of course, you've still got that to come, but there's still that fight at the top of the table, right? Alliance versus Vex. Vex hold down first place right now. Alliance are in second in this lobby. There's not a lot of points between them, Bitfix. So I don't know if Vex can keep doing what he's doing. Alliance can put a few games together here. Then maybe Vex will be looking over their shoulder and looking a bit worried.
I mean, and we knew that Alliance was going to be a force to be reckoned with. They have been so strong the entire season, barely having a bad day, if you can even call it that, in match day number 7. That's the worst performance, and it was still good. So, I mean, they have been impressive. I feel like what we're getting out of them today is the fact that they know that they're that comfortable. They don't have to do anything crazy to secure not only regional finals, but kind of LAN at this point with how comfortable they are. So they feel a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah, understandably so. It feels like the hard work is almost done for them. But at the same time, if you want to be one of the best teams in the world, is the hard work really done? Are they happy with second place? I think they'd be a bit frustrated if they got second place, if you ask the Alliance players themselves. So they still know they've got work to do. They've got 3 more games today before the regional finals to knock Vex down into second spot if they can pick up that win. But we can see the teams, they're all on the map right now. Everybody's found a home. Have to see if there's any contest going down, but first zone is always going to be interesting for us to have a look at. And there might be a little bit of a contest going down between Maestro and Passion here. A very, very interesting engagement to start this off.
This will be make or break for Passion at this point. I feel like they've already lost a player. Nice shot with the Sentinel there. Out of Horizon, though. Trying to poke. At this point, they should be looking for a reset. It is too much to risk going down this early in match number 4 when they need every single point that they can get.
A bit of a crack coming in. You can see the pick rate of some of the legends as well. The top Valkyrie right up there. 90% of the teams are going to be running Valkyrie. Seer, no surprise, 65%. Maestro looking to clean up on the damage they've done. They did get that first knock. Rugby's taking a little bit of damage and maybe a 1v1 he doesn't want to take. And it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams engage. Are Maestro going to try and chase down these KP, or are they just going to let them get away and continue on their loot path? Because you've got to remember, whenever you see a contest, the longer this goes on, the more time it's taking out of your rotation, your plan going into this game.
And with the performances that we've seen out of Maestro so far, they started off strong, little bit of a yo-yo here, and they've got themselves now a good start to match number 4. They don't want to risk anything if they don't have to, only because with the performances of the teams that were technically below them in the top 20, they'd rather play it safe. They were the team coming in 18th, and they don't want to have to risk any of those points for the overall leaderboard if they don't have to.
Just having a look at the zone as well. It's looking like it's going to be pulling towards Countdown by the looks of things, maybe out towards the drill tower. Landslide going to have a really good access and priority to that. You've got BFG, Big Fix Gaming landing over at Countdown. So what a zone this could be for them. It could be a massive opportunity that don't come along too often to solidify your spot at the top of the leaderboards. With the zone going your way on World's Edge, it's what you dream of.
Not only that, but KCP obviously in a really nice position as well. And this is the zone we've seen them win in previous weeks of ALGS as well. So they could be setting themselves up for a nice dub on the day. And they wouldn't be mad about those points. It'll be interesting to see how everything is handled as teams to start making these rotations in. We're seeing a lot of squads trying to find some position. Maestro, after having gotten that 1 kill early on, now sitting back and here getting themselves looted up before they go on this rotation. Now you can see what I'm talking about here. As the teams have started to push in, you can see them coming in from the eastern side of the map and at least just getting themselves into the next zone.
It's just going to be interesting to see where certain teams are playing, and I think Phoenix Legacy gives a really good indication of where the zone's going to be going. They dropped over at Landslide. They had that survey beacon, so they're going to have Zone 2 information. It looks like we're going towards Lava Fisher, and like you mentioned, KCP are going to have priority on that zone. Plus, they had not only zone information, but they also have map room scans, so they can get every single location of the teams who are going to be rotating in. Will they hit it now? I would suggest so before it gets too congested. But Aurora making their way towards Harvester as well. From Harvester, excuse me, in towards Countdown. Heroes not having a comfortable time of things, though, as they're taking some damage.
And this is the last thing that Heroes needs right now. They're down to a duo and trying to see if they can make it out of here against Nightmare, another squad that was towards the bottom of our leaderboard and could really use some points or play Spoiler Room. That's something we'd mentioned earlier. Really nice shots coming out of FFX, but down to the solo. Onset trying to hold up for dear life with the wingman shots and somehow clutches it out.
Oh my goodness, 2v3 turns into a 1v3. FFX, I mean, whew. Enjoy it, everybody. Enjoy it. They're the moments you live for. As an Apex Legends fan and player, he just saved his team, Heroes. That's a highlight play for me.
That not only saved himself, the team, but their points as well. That was massive for Heroes, also giving them a little bit of loot and opportunity to reset and hopefully breathe after that, because that was a little chaotic. But Aurora potentially smelling a little bit of blood in the water here pushing in.
Yeah, that should be okay, though. The fight that took place was over at launch site. This is inside a countdown at the moment, so Aurora are going to be set up for the long game, you would imagine. Though, would you see the zone maybe starting to pull a little bit away from where we originally thought it was going to go? But Jailings and Fire Beavers having an engagement here. Looks like Fire Beavers might have a little bit of an advantage, excuse me. Looking at that kill feed, Noises has been finished, so Nags left on his own, and it's such a tough rotation. Overlook is where Jailings do land, so they have to make the trip all the way over from the eastern side to the western side. And when you've got Fire Beavers playing up on that high ground, coming from Fragment, it's such a tough team to have to run through. And Fire Beavers, they're just kind of waiting for the prey. They're setting the bait and saying, hey, we want the KP.
Got company out there.
They've got some KP options around them as well, as they still have a couple teams right on the northern side of this zone that they can just kind of poke at and really be a thorn in the side of right now and potentially get some more points on the board. They're quite comfortable here, not really needing to do a whole lot, as everyone will just come to them unless they decide to make a much longer and wider rotation to get away from Fire Beavers right now. And this is a comfortable spot for them. They don't have to do a whole lot of work to put themselves in a good position.
They also know there's multiple teams around them as well. You saw that map room scan come in. That gives them the information that it's not just Jailings they have to deal with, that there might be more. Well, the way that Fire Beavers will see it is that there's another team for us to kill around here. Knowing that we've got good armor, knowing that we've got good weapons, we're more than happy to take those fights. But Jailings not going to want to take any fights. Nags left on his own. He's not going to be able to pick that banner up from Noises as well. JMW already expired, so Jailings is going to be a quiet game number 4, you would expect.
At least Nags is able to escape and hopefully find a little bit of safety here, but you do see Vortex behind Nags in a little potential bit of pursuit, getting the bats off here for a reset and deciding to go with that safer rotation as well, getting away from the Fire Beavers area, not wanting to deal with anything that they heard happening around them, and going down in the same fashion that Jailings did. This is going to be a rough spot for Nags as Vortex spots out on the Valk rotate and gets the shield crack. Nags able to just barely escape with his life.
And Nags is like, can we not? Like, can we just...
Not now.
Can we not have everybody chasing me around the map? Like, what do you expect me to do? I know I'm Nags. You know what I mean? I know you want to kill me. I know I could probably kill your whole team if you're not looking at me with a one clip, but Vortex going to take to the skies. They don't secure the KP. And now they're going to take a lot of damage. And how much is that going to cost them? Trying to pick up that one kill. Now they have to completely retreat. They've burned through the ultimate. And they've got to be extremely careful, because who is chasing them? Who's inside a Fragment? It's going to be Fire Beavers.
That's rough. Vortex is going to find themselves potentially between two teams here. Fire Beavers obviously right in front of them, and you can see just how low Vushi was here. Vortex getting a reset, now having to decide which is going to be the safest path through Fragment, though, and I don't really know that they have any good options.
Why do I feel like a Vushi is like something that you buy off a shopping channel? You know what I mean? Like the Vushi. It's like a small vacuum cleaner you'd use in your car.
Oh, you know I can see that. Yeah, actually, I get that.
Hey, somebody write that down. That's a $1 million idea, by the way. You can have that one for free. But looking at the rotation here, they did burn through that Valkyrie ult, which means they're going to have to be forced to kind of traverse by foot. Whereas Fire Beavers are still in the vicinity. They're still on the triple stack building, although it looks like they're going to take a slightly different path away. So Vortex should be able to go through the train tunnel pretty much uncontested towards Landslide. Elsewhere, there's a fight going down, or should I say, Nags has managed to escape and might be trying to avoid a fight in Harvester. And it looks like he might have managed to do so. Hero's going to take a little bit of time to craft, get some extra meds, as the zone is going to be closing behind them. Nags, 99% on the Valkyrie. You going to hit it, brother? Looks like he's going to hold on to it for now.
Probably doesn't want to draw too much attention to himself, unsure of exactly how many people are in the Harvester area right now. We'll have to see how long Nags can manage to rat for, because this is going to be a little bit of a tough situation, whether it's on these rotations or finding any sort of a usable space once we get down to those smaller circles. So far, though, has timed his rotation perfectly, that every time he shows up somewhere, it's right after somebody else has left.
Yeah, this is when I'm playing Apex and I'm left in this kind of situation, and I know there's 19 teams remaining. I kind of put the playlist on, you know what I mean? Get a little bit of sad music going in the ears. And then if I hear something, I'm like, all right, okay, pause. Let's get back into this game. Let's pay attention. Obviously, Nags ain't going to be doing that. He wants to have every single audio cue that he can hear in the world to try and survive. And he's going to be safe for now underneath this structure, just out inside of staging. So he'll be able to survive for a little bit. 19 squads still remaining, like we mentioned, but Maestro looking to cut that field down.
And Maestro right in the path of Nags as well, so Nags will know that there's a fight happening. He's going to try to avoid that if possible, while Maestro are focused on the squad above them. I believe they were poking at Eternal, who's also decided to back off. Maestro not really wanting to deal with that right now, and Nags just trying to avoid everyone, hiding underneath the tracks, like you said, right outside of staging, and trying to see what he can do with the zone. He probably also needs to wait and see where he has to rotate to next, because he won't have the information he needs as far as continuing his rotation. So for now, he's going to play it safe.
Yeah, the map overhead gives us a lot of info, though. Those teams who bet early on where that zone is going to be going, the likes of Phoenix Legacy, like I mentioned, KCP, they all thought it was pulling towards Lava Fissure. They are going to be disappointed to find out it's not. It's going towards Countdown, and that's where Aurora find themselves bang in the center of. Alliance are going to be safe on the outside of it as well. You can see they're going to be outside of the POI itself, but able to hold out all of the teams who are going to move in from the southern side. So KP potentially available for Alliance if they can hit their shots, but Maestro are going to have a very rough time. They're moving through zone, and they've just been hit with the CQ as well. The information is going to be given, and now Maestro, with round 2 closing, the round 3 is going to burn extremely hard. I don't know what their med situation is like, but I mean, you're hitting syringes this early. It's going to have to hope that there's going to be something in the backpack to keep them alive.
They decide it's not worth it to continue that push in. It's actually Heroes who gate kept them out of that area, and now Maestro are in a bit of a rough spot, running into another team also in the red right now, and potentially going to be forced to fight, or at least now back off and hide. And like you said, we need to figure out where they're at when it comes to their meds and how they have, or what they have opportunity wise to rotate. They at least do have Valk as an option for Kella here to get out, who's the team across from Maestro. And no one really wants to force this if they don't have to.
Yeah, Kella, we saw them crafting inside a Harvester, so they're going to be much, much more comfortable. This was a planned rotation for them. You saw Maestro just about manage to make it into the Vault Tunnel. Pioneers looking to just about make it out of the game, though. Nasky with the alternator just firing blind through the Dark Veil. Pioneers eliminated, and it's Eternal who take them down. They do lose one player on their way to doing so, and they might lose 2 as Bambino is desperately trying to escape. He goes down. Josh, it's all, excuse me, Doug says it's all up to you. Can you survive? Aurora overextend from that building they've been holding down for so long inside a countdown. They sniff out the third-party opportunity. Perfect play from them, picking up some extra KP.
Eternal out. Vortex was also kind of out there in the open, doing some poke damage in the middle of that fight. This is a fantastic spot to set up here for Aurora to hold things down. They've got really nice lines of sight on everyone in the general vicinity, so they can kind of do as much damage as they want and get their shields at least evoed up, possibly to red before they have to force anything. And I'm also keeping my eyes on the map to see who might be rotating in towards the area that Aurora's in as well. I think Nags is probably still ratting on the edge, while Aurora tries to see if anybody else is making a late rotation into where they can see.
Yeah, Aurora, the great thing for them there, that third party, just again, you look at the compositions, what does a legend bring you? Wraith is going to allow you to anchor a position down, but still overextend and be able to get back immediately if the fight doesn't go right for you. So they didn't ever give up that position that they had. They were never afraid of a team moving in behind them. One player stayed to anchor, and you saw them overextend to pick up some KP. V2, though, it's been a rough day for them so far. They need to win this fight if they want to have an opportunity to continue having a chance at qualification for that LAN event, to force their way into a regional final spot and find themselves on the cusp of qualification. They take down E6, which is always a good thing to do. They will survive for now. We're down to 15 squads.
That was a huge win in that fight for V2. Now another team that needs more huge wins themselves. We got Heroes as they find themselves on the low ground, trying to push through these rampart walls and see if they can clear this team out. They don't want to have to deal with another team on the low ground with them here. Their shields are still relatively healthy as they're able to make the push in and just melt Kella Gaming. This is a huge amount of loot for Heroes as well. Now they've got a solid spot that they can hold.
Should be able to reset pretty comfortably, but look who's on the other side of this zone, and the zone is pulling towards Fire Beavers as well. Everyone inside of Countdown is going to have to leave and move into the point of view and the guns and the sights of Fire Beavers. This could be a huge, huge game for them. They've already got 4 kills to their name, and with everybody else having to leave, you wouldn't expect it to go anything but double with the way they've been playing so far. GG, quiet so far, but World's Edge is where they've had success previously.
Dynasty, though, a team that I had mentioned after the last match as well, they had a very strong performance, and they are one of those teams that if they continue to play that way, could be getting themselves into the top 20. So this is a fight that they're going to want to win against GG if possible.
GG have got Alliance over the top of them, though. They're pinched at the moment. This is not looking good for GG. They're just getting shredded from all directions. The Zero is burned. They're just trying to survive. They're trying to find a way to extend the game, but it's not going to happen. Artico gets taken down. The Dark Veil goes down. Alliance drop down to try and do a little bit of work, and Alliance might have just given a game away here, but it looks like Effect managed to escape. A couple of shots came in, and even though Dynasty were doing a lot of damage there, it looks like Alliance actually got some of that KP.
You know, Dynasty will take it, at least clearing one of those teams out ahead of them, giving them at least the placement points. They did a really good job dealing damage to Alliance, but played it super, super safe, backing off the second they felt like it wasn't 100% in their favor. They're really playing conservatively here. Also, that allows Alliance, though, to drop down, get loads of loot and a reset for themselves here, maintaining a really solid position as well. You've got Yuki. A little bit of Overwatch duty, checking in on the rest of the team down below as they're looting. And they know where a lot of the teams around them are. They're probably going to keep at least Dynasty in their sights for now, knowing that they don't want to get caught out from behind. Instead, go for that rotate, getting out of the area entirely and getting somewhere safe in the zone.
With the zone closing behind them, they had no choice, having cleared this side of the zone, to hit the Valcourt. They might be thinking about a little oob if they want to land on the mountain and drop down on the team. They might just be thinking, hey, there's nobody actually here. We might be able to just thread the needle a little bit here, and they're going to be able to do so. It's not the best position to play, but Hackett on the Newcastle offers them some temporary cover, and now they can force Horizon away.
It was a little bit stressful there. Horizon was watching them. You saw those tracers coming out, seeing if Alliance was going to take any damage. They did a really solid job of setting up shop instantly, like you were saying, with the Newcastle. I mean, honestly, Hackett has been saving some of their plays with these Newcastle moments that we saw even in the last match as well. So Alliance looking very strong now as we see the Arc Stars come out. Great shots coming out of Effective now. They push up into this one hallway and just absolutely melting.
Just send him in! Just send him in!
Does he need the other two?
Just send in Effect. The game is very... I'm pretty sure I could win games in LGS if I had Effect on my team. He does so much damage in that fight. Alliance come out on top. They look like they're going to be able to get the reset as well, and they clear the bottom of this tunnel, so now they don't have to worry about their back. Other teams on top of them, Aurora, we've seen them here for quite some time now, trying to force their way now from the edge of zone in towards a more central position. The teams who find themselves in those central positions, Maestro, Fire Beavers, Bitfix Gaming eliminated, but once again, Lauren, another top 8 performance for them.
Aurora have been able to hold this position for quite some time, and they've been able to let everybody below them kind of battle it out for that one tunnel of space, which has become quite a graveyard now that Alliance will be holding down. You can see Maestro there on the outskirts. Heroes just trying to stay alive long enough to get themselves some more points on the board. Everyone at this point has time to reset. You see Fire Beavers waiting for an opportunity to strike on the outskirts, but this final zone shrinking down is going to cause so many problems for these teams because there is not a lot of safe playable area.
Not a huge amount of it, and a lot of it is controlled by Fire Beavers. You can see they're spread out. They've got a lot of head glitches to play. They're right in the center of the zone too. A lot of crossfire can be put down by Fire Beavers. It's all about the communication for them. And if you've gone into any of their listenings or watched their videos back and content on the YouTube channel, you'll know that there is a lot of passion in those three gentlemen, and they certainly will be screaming and barking the call-outs. But here's another play from Ranches on the Wraith. Last time it was an overextension to try and find a spot to pick up third parties. This time it's to get them out of trouble. But there's Effect again, mowing people down as they try and leave.
Alliance have made a really nice shift here into a better position as they know that everyone's going to be forced to be making their pushes out into the open now, and it allows them an opportunity to clean up loads of KP, or at least put themselves in a safe position to watch across the way and know where everybody else is. Maestro, though, kind of peek them on the other side, keep them on their toes as Heroes do go down, and Alliance are just trying to survive here with these walls.
4 teams remaining. We saw V2 go down. We saw Bitfix go down. Aurora, Danish now eliminated. 3 squads remaining. It's going to be Alliance, Fire Beavers, and Maestro as our final 3. as they dance their way towards victory here. Fire Beaver's still in complete control of the zone, though. Maestro look like they might be trying to make a play up onto Alliance, but Alliance have the height on them. They might be able to just catch them off guard. The question is, do Alliance try and play for second? Do Maestro try and play for second? Because Fire Beavers certainly have the most control.
Oh, this is a tough spot for Alliance. Maestro's in a little bit of a 2-1 split. They had one down by the rock, as you can see. You've got the other two closer to Alliance, so it could be an opportunity for them to push down, as Fire Beavers have now gathered back up as a 3 and are looking the way with this charge rifle being extra annoying. This is not what they want for Alliance. They might get it, though.
There's Newcastle once again. And the one player you don't want back on his feet is Effect. And I'm pretty sure they just got him back up. Yes, they did indeed. Hack is showing the value that Newcastle bring to your squad in these kind of situations, dragging his teammate towards him, getting him back on his feet. And now Effect could go to work once more. Another castle wall goes down. Maestro, having done the damage onto Alliance, having got that knock, I've now got to do it all again.
You can see just how spread out Alliance is right now. Yuki in the back trying to get some heals up as Alliance focuses on Maestro. And Fire Beavers are pretty content right now to just kind of wait it out and keep their eyes on Yuki as they know that he's the solo over there. Fire Beavers are in such a solid position behind this rock. Yuki's forced to try and get into a better spot with the rest of his team and takes a lot of damage for it.
Takes a lot of damage, but Hackett has got that shield. He's going to be moving it forward as well to try and get some angles onto Fire Beavers. Alliance are desperate for Maestro and Fire Beavers just to exchange some fire against each other, to stop focusing them. And Effect is going to get a knock this time onto Tax, and now that is going to open the doors here for Alliance to focus fire onto Fire Beavers. But can they win the fight? That's the question. Yuki gets one, but Hackett has fallen.
Oh, that was so impressive by Alliance. Hackett might be able to at least provide a little bit of utility with that shield right now. Yuki melting across the way into Fire Beavers, who are now in a really tough spot as Maestro is just trying to live long enough to at least secure second. You can see how low their health is. It's now down to a 2v2. And with Alliance looking at Maestro's, Fire Beavers go out.
And it all comes down to that moment. Hackett on Newcastle gets the res onto Effect. And now you can see Effect is moving forward. The Terminator of Alliance should close this one out. It's a 1v1 for the marbles. But Effect has all of the armor you could want. He gets back on his feet and he has carried Alliance to a victory here. But every single player had their moments in that endgame. Yuki holding off Fire Beavers as the anchor. But that's why Newcastle is such a valuable pick. If you can use him in the way that Alliance just did, you can see the value and why he's in the composition.
That was so impressive because they were able to also deal enough damage to Maestro before Fire Beavers even decided to go for it, that it kept Maestro off of them long enough to swing their focus, like you had mentioned on set, onto Fire Beavers, clear them out. I mean, that was perfection out of Alliance. So that's what we were hoping for too, given how strong they've been the entire season down.
It's always good to see the Newcastle being used to its best effect. I didn't want to use the word effect because now Mark's just got excited because I said his name again. But honestly, the fact that they threaded the needle, as you said, they used the Valkyrie to get into a position where no one else really can hold. Without a legend like Newcastle, you can't hold positions like that, but Alliance did it so incredibly well, and then everything else just unfolded because of the way they were playing. If you've got the kind of thoughts and the smart process, they're going to be going down from the entire squad, and then you've got someone running and gunning like Effect has been. Alliance are looking like a team that not only are threatening this current region, but they're going to be a big threat when it comes to the international stage as well.
Yeah, and we knew that there was the potential for some of our heavy hitter teams to really step it up once we made our way on over to World's Edge. But at the same time, we did see some teams at the bottom who have still managed to be consistent now after the map swap. We still saw Danish in there. We saw Dynasty having some really good fights as well. So it's keeping things interesting, Mark.
Yeah. And I think the interesting thing for me in that endgame as well was, like, if you take ourselves back just, say, 2 minutes before that endgame, Maestro were just stuck. They were getting held out in the vault tunnel on their way towards landslide. It looked like they had no option. They tried to go back on themselves and kind of counter-rotate. Then they got caught out and they were just forced into the vault tunnel. They almost died to the ring, and then they got into a top 3, top 2 situation. So Maestro showing that if you're patient and you play your opportunities, sometimes things work out for you when you don't think they're going to. So it was a very interesting game for them for sure. But I mean, Nags, it kind of felt like this was a game he'll want to forget, and I'm sure Jailings will want to forget. It seemed like every time that we went on Nags' screen, the whole lobby was trying to kill him, and finally, unfortunately, he did go down. But KTP a bit quiet as well, and I think it was the zone pull that kind of threw them off there.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a rough engagement too that kind of caught them off guard and set them up in a really rough spot after that. So we're looking for a little bit of a bounce back out of KCP, I think I would say, Gaskin, because we know that they are capable of some insane gameplay.
Yeah, I think KCP are a team who probably feel confident with the amount of points they already have going into regional finals, and might be enough of a total to already get into playoffs as well, considering what we think could be that magic number. So perhaps today is a little bit of an experiment for them as well, trying new things, but they are a team who are always wanting to perform at their very best. They are not going to want to take their foot off the pedal at any point. They will also want to put themselves in the best position with the most amount of points going into those playoffs as well, to give you any sort of benefit that may arise. So it's got to be important that you are always ensuring that you're at the top of your game. But it was Alliance that took all the plaudits in this one, and we have to just take our hat off to the entire squad.
I mean, and that was after the tunnel of death they had pushed through to clear yet another squad out of onset. Then they beautifully positioned themselves early enough that when everyone had to drop down, they were safe from all of that chaos. And from here, it was just one smart decision after another, and the Newcastle has just been so clutch for them.
Yeah, I think Newcastle wins them the game. It's as simple as that. You know, I've got to give a huge amount of credit to Alliance, how every single player on the team played their role and responsibility perfectly in that endgame. Yuki was anchoring. He was trying to deal damage onto Fire Beavers as they were forced out from their cover, allowing Maestro to do more damage and kind of do the job for them. He's also had to cross at one point, managed to do so and survive, so he picked his moment brilliantly. But the game-winning play is Hackett's getting Effect back on his feet, dragging him back behind that castle wall and getting him back up. And we saw him clutch the endgame, the 1v1. He never looked like he was going to lose that.
Now we're going to get an opportunity to see the final circle here from Alliance's POV, so we can see exactly how it all went down. And that was the moment that Hackies went down, but you can see just how they were able to immediately focus Fire Beavers, Gaskin.
Yeah, and I think it was important that the res had already happened prior, because you get back up to a full set of a 3, and it really is a composition that has just benefited from the Newcastle. The only Newcastle in the lobby, by the way. 17 of these teams are all running Seer and Valkyrie, but it is the only one that is deciding that actually we think Newcastle is going to be the main reason that can get us into these final circles and then win us these scenarios. Just having that extra cover is so important. And then when Alliance got into a position where they could slowly but surely push up onto Maestro, it was always going to be a victory. Even in these last moments where you're always wondering, is he going to be batting? Is he not going to be batting? There was no opportunity to bat in the end, as Effect played it patiently and to get the W.
Oh, as we get an opportunity to look at some Alliance stats here on set. I mean, Effect is just incredible. This is just match 4.
Terminator. I swear he's just Terminator. The way that he just aggressively pushes when he gets damage done, he feels like he almost plays as if he feels he's invincible at times, and it's so fun to watch. And a lot of that comes down to the confidence that's been installed in him by Hackett and Yuki to do what he does. Yuki is such a good anchor for this team. Hackett is so good at making calls, and it adds up. I mean, 6 kills in that previous game. I think he's now he's totaling 17 kills today. And in that last game, nearly 2.5k damage. I mean, it's everything you want from your fragger. He's doing it perfectly for the squad.
This is the Alliance that everyone should be very afraid of when it comes to those regional finals or even LAN. As we take a look at our match 4 results, 12 kills go the way of Alliance at the end of that for a 24-point game. That's definitely going to be shooting them up on that overall leaderboard, and they will feel very, very comfortable with that.
And I'm really impressed just looking at the fact that you've got the likes of Maestro who are up there as well. Again, another team that we were saying could be in the danger zone if those below them started to progress today, but they're going to make sure that they put themselves out of reach if they continue to perform like this. Plenty of kills around, and even Heroes, who are bottom of our leaderboards, showing up in match number 4, getting a top 5 as well as 9 kills, essentially finishing 3rd in that matchup. This experience is going to be so valuable for them.
The fact that this is the worst game for BitFix Gaming is saying a lot for how they've been playing here so far. As we take a look at the second page here and see where everybody else ended up, you can see Jailings there with only the 1 point, but that was, you know, a rough situation for Nags to try and be ratting. We saw Nightmare Esports going out really early. Passion, another team that we've mentioned a few times, needed to have consistently strong games on the day in order to do better than the teams below them who have just been absolutely dominating. So we'll have to see what this means when it comes to those overall series results, because I think at least Alliance will now be in first place by a huge margin, it seems, on set 54 points.
Yeah, the biggest margin we've seen between any team today, I think, is what we see right now between Alliance and BitFix Gaming. But look how close the rest of it is, right? BitFix 1 point ahead of Maestro, Fire Beavers in behind them. Aurora still in with a chance, maybe, in the final 2 games to give themselves a big points total. But at the other end, some concerns for me, Gaming Gladiators. They're putting themselves in positions where they're getting pinched so often at the moment. They're just not making good rotations. V2, we saw them win one fight. I think it's been the first fight we've seen them win today. It's just been too quiet for them. But the surprises for me has been E6. I think E6, who have been so good in the last 2 match days, just struggling for rhythm at the moment. I don't know if it's, you come off the high of yesterday, you feel like the games are going to go the same way, and then all of a sudden you're 4 games in and you kind of like, oh wait, this is a different lobby. And Jailings as well, a little bit quiet. I mentioned previously how their average points has been one of the highest if you take out their first game day as a squad. Just not looking quite on the same kind of form as they have been previously.
Are you saying that I caster cursed E6,
Yes.
Mark?
Yeah, I've done it to GG, so don't worry, it's fine. It's just part of the job.
I know only Dan is the one that doesn't have the curse here today, so
It's a blessing when Dan Gaskin gets some predictions. We all know this as the prediction king, and that's okay. One of us has to do it. By the way, one last thing on those standings. If it stayed like that, Bitfix Gaming would leapfrog Passion and would take the top 20th position, because Passion in 19th, Bitfix in 2nd. It's looking very much possible here. Passion need to pull their socks up a little bit.
All right. It's the math. That's what we have you here for, is the stats. Okay, we'll have to see if Passion will be able to stop that, or if Bitfix Gaming will just kind of continue on this tear. We still have 2 more matches on the day for our EMEA region match day 9. It's time for us to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll be jumping into game number 5. Don't go anywhere.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got 2 games to go here in the EMEA region in the last day of the Pro League split before we head into the regional finals. And the good news is Lauren's gone for a break. They've left the kids in charge, everybody. Yeah. Dan and me get to run the game. Let's go.
That means that we will get into game very quickly, because obviously all the delays were caused by Glitter Explosion, because we could say that and she can't retaliate right now, but I will get told off for it later. But we are into match number 5, and as I was alluding to before the break, things are looking a little bit spicy down in those regional final spots when it comes to 20th and the surrounding areas. So it is very much crunch time now as we go into the last 2 remaining games.
Yeah, 2 remaining games. It could be the last 2 remaining games of some of these teams' season overall. The split will be over for them if they don't make that regional finals. At the top of the table, though, we mentioned how the battle is going down between the likes of Alliance and, of course, Vex for the overall leaderboards. Well, Passion, oh dear, Dan, Passion out. Pioneers, I think they just landed on them.
Well, that is the worst possible outcome for Passion, but the best possible outcome for the likes of Bitfix Gaming, who are looking to try and push themselves into the top 20. As I said, as it stands, Bitfix would be in the top 20, and Passion would drop out, despite the fact that Passion were only 1 point off 20th coming into this. There's the circle, though. After, well, joining it, what is the hottest moment we possibly could have on the map, we now get to see where the circle is going to be going. And we're going to be heading southwest down towards the likes of Thermal, Harvester are going to be available. And, of course, those teams dropping over towards staging like Maestro are going to be in a really good spot as well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, everybody at home, but I'm pretty sure that staging was the plan for Passion. They probably tried to take Mirage as the 3. And KCP saw that because they were a little bit homeless and just thought, hey, we're going to triple drop here. We're going to get the kills. And we're going to put ourselves in a great position because only Naski at the moment is over at Lava Fisher. He's already headed his way over to get a little bit of info. And speaking of info, they've only gone and got a ring console and a little bit of a map room scan to work with. But you're quite right. Looking at where that circle is going to be going, down towards Thermal Station, Effect and Co. Sorry, Hackers, by the way. I'm just like the biggest Effect fanboy right now after how he's been playing in the previous games. And I'm going to be honest, everyone at home, you think it's weird? Watch his gameplay. Come up with some valid arguments why I shouldn't be fanboying him right now.
Maybe we'll be able to set up a little one-on-one for you. When Alliance get to LAN, you and Effect can sit down and discuss just how much of a fanboy you are. Maybe you could paint a picture. I've heard that's...
Maybe it's just as much as a fan of me.
Maybe. Your damage output is pretty similar as well in our games.
Friends. That's what I'm going to just start saying now.
That's where we're
best
going.
Friends.
You're one of those guys. Okay, sorry, Effect, about him. We can make sure we go to the court if we need to. But
why are you saying sorry? He's my best friend.
I will say that Alliance were incredible in that previous game, right? And if they can play even remotely close to that, from now an ideal position, because they dropped from the southwest, they could be in a spot to maybe go back-to-back here, at least pick up incredible amounts of points back-to-back, and really push themselves for being the top team going into those regional finals.
Yeah, good zone for Aurora as well, who had a little bit of a quiet game in the last one. They did pick up some KP, and you did see them in a pretty good position on the leaderboards and perfect timing on the switch as Aurora are going to pick up some more KP. It's going to be Maestro who are feeling the pain of this scout. My word, I don't know what it is about the way that Cleve is shooting that thing, but it seemed to hit harder than any other scout I've seen before. It was just blasting away at shields. And Maestro really struggling now. Down to just 2. Easy KP here for Aurora.
Staging in the surrounding areas does seem to be one of these positions. When you move over to Harvester and you find yourself in that middle of nowhere scenario, you are rotating at the same time as a lot of other teams, and you do find yourselves vulnerable to being caught off guard by one of the teams that are on the cliff edge. I think that's what happened there. Maestro were not able to successfully plan their rotation, and because of it, they are punished, and they find themselves with just one remaining player to try and rotate for them and hopefully survive and get a little bit of placement points. But you can see Horizon are on their way. They've had a pretty handy day today. It's certainly not been a disappointing one at all. I think they'll be only needing an average day to keep themselves within the top 10, if not more, and they've certainly done better than that.
Well, Fire Beavers back up to their comfortable high ground position. Moving from Fragment to the north, trying to see if they can catch any teams off guard that might be rotating from Climatizer, Survey Camp, and kind of a counter rotation. This is something that's really interesting actually about what Fire Beavers do. It's kind of completely against traditional Apex Legends, if you like. I mean, the zone's going south, Fire Beavers going north at the moment. There's no information for them to hit unless they're going to go to the tower in Epicenter and hit the map room scan. Maestro might be able to get both these banners though, and it looks like they will be able to. So Maestro, who we thought might be done and dusted in just a matter of moments, may be able to continue in this game if they can get them back onto their feet. Another fight breaking out though, and you mentioned Horizon. Looks like they're involved.
Are involved. They're taking some fire because the Izdan is going to be above them, and this is going to be very difficult for Horizon to get out of this position. They need to be working together and working in tandem, but E6 also very close by to put down some suppressing fire. So Horizon units are about just trying to survive. Jay Savage cannot, or can he? He's dopping, didging, dodging. It doesn't matter which way you say it. He's doing the Ds.
For now, then it gets taken down, unfortunately. One more shot should do this, and Horizon Union will be eliminated. And finally, Element 6 introduced themselves into today's games. It's taken them 5 games to get going, but we are going to see, once again, a weird composition is what I'm going to call it from them. Very against the meta. You're seeing Lifeline in the composition. You're also seeing Bloodhound, and E6 like to mix things up. And I feel like E6 one of these squads where if they don't win a game or they don't get a good amount of points, it's like, okay, let's change the comp. Let's mix things up. Let's try something different. And sometimes, if you're the only ones running a certain legend in the lobby, it can give you an advantage in fights.
I'm still laughing at dopping and didging because I just couldn't find the word dodging.
I think what happened, Dan, is you were trying to quote a famous film.
I wasn't even. I just wanted to say dodging.
But then, in your head, you just had a picture of a digital threat.
I got there in the end. That's all that matters.
I don't think you did ever get there.
I said dodging. I said the word dodging. It just hadn't come out in the first 2 words. I made up 2 new ones, but I have that power, right, as a commentator. 17 squads remaining. Maestro are going to be back up, though, to a full 3, so it looked like it was going to be a very difficult game for them, but now they're going to at least have the opportunity to rectify what went wrong. Again, one of the benefits of a lot of the teams not banner camping, because a lot of the times it's not worth banner camping for the KP. It's about actually making your rotation and getting into a position yourself rather than pushing for that extra KP.
Well, Fire Beavers take to the skies. If you didn't think that beavers can fly, you've just been corrected. And they're on their way towards an assault bin, by the looks of things, to try and get a bit more loot. Or maybe... I'm not quite sure where they're going. They're going towards Overlook at the moment. Maybe they think that they can spot out a team. Maybe they're just going for a little bit of crafting. We'll have to find out how they do approach it. But again, it's something different from Fire Beavers, something against the traditional flow of traffic, so to speak. V2, they're going to be inside of Fragment East at the moment. E6 are going to be in Fragment as well, but on the west side of it. So you wouldn't see an engagement until V2 do make a little bit of a move. But these kind of, I always find when you're on edge on your own, it's always a little bit risky to move as a solo. Because Caesar Dan is moving on his own at the moment, trying to get a little bit of information for them on the horizon. Has the ability, of course, to queue out if he does come under any duress. But if you're moving as a squad, you can at least reset and you can get some cover and fire down. But interesting to see what their next plan is going to be. They do have the map room scan, which is probably what they're going to try and hit to get the information on where they want to rotate, where everyone's set up at the moment. But looking at the zone, there's not too many teams inside of it at the moment in comparison to what we've seen previously. And that's quite simply because there's not as many playable areas and clear playable buildings to co-exhibit.
Yeah, we're going to be heading to
the... You've got me doing it now.
Exhibit is also an ultimate, though, so at least you said an actual word rather than whatever I said that came out of my mouth. But we're going to be heading to the train tracks that are north of Tree is likely where the final circle is going to be. So it is a long way to go still for those teams who haven't moved out of Fragment, and it's been a very slow day for V2. It's a slow rotation. It's also been a slow day. They were one of the teams that we had our eye on Storm Point, but they never really were able to pick up. They're in 14th position at the moment, only 10 points. They need a big game to really make me believe that they're going to be a squad that can truly fight for those playoff spots. Otherwise, they are going to most likely get to regionals, but can they go any further?
Just showing the kill feed there. Effect picked up a knock. Don't know if it was converted as yet, but Big Fix Gaming, who have been, you know, undoubtedly the surprise package of today, what has been a kind of a non-starter of a season so far, has certainly kicked into gear when it really matters. Nice shots coming through from Zerafa, but takes a good amount of damage. You see they're trying to break this Zero at the moment. Black Hole's going to go down as well. Bitfix are going to retreat. But they have expended the ultimates of the team that they're fighting against. Crag still has the ultimate Black Hole available himself. And has the grav lift to get them out of this sticky situation. But it looks like there might be a team up on the high ground. They're going to have to play the top of this crane. Trix does manage to get healthy as well. Nightmare Esports eliminated, down to 16 squads now as the pace starts to pick up a little bit here.
You can really see how having the horizon has benefited Bitfix Gaming as well. Many teams would have just been left for dead there in that spot down below, and they would have just got drilled by all the teams that were surrounding. But being able to quickly take that high ground without having to use an ultimate like Valkyrie, for example, it does benefit Bitfix running this composition. And they've stuck true to it as well throughout the entire day. They are going for a more aggressive comp. They have been taking fights. They still find themselves in second position. And as soon as they saw Passion eliminated at the start of this game, Bitfix Gaming would have been licking their lips at the prospect of what could be regional finals if they can carry on performing this way.
One team is in a great spot is Gaming Gladiators. And I mentioned how they put their fate in their own hand right at the top of the show. And then yesterday really let that opportunity slip with just 2 points. Today was looking like, again, a bad day, but 2 games can completely change your fortunes. We'll come back to that in just a few moments as Dynasty trying to fight through the smokes here. Mania is going to have to do more work, though, because his teammate has gone down. Natsuki in the kill feed as well for KCP. Mania trying to finish off everything, and will do. J-Lings Esports get absolutely decimated. The smoke will go down to allow the rest to come in, but Mania played that one perfectly. Nice and patient, and when it matters, you hit your shots.
And even though J-Lings are in a very commanding position with the points total they have right now, it has been a slow and disappointing day by their standards. It was looking somewhat promising in Game 1 when they got to that final circle into top 5, but ever since, they have just been falling quite early on and have not been able to pick up the pieces, and they're down in 17th overall right now, which is not what you'd expect from J-Lings. So they'll have to try and pick it up. But here comes Fire Beavers to try and make up for what didn't happen earlier and take down Maestro.
I mean, Maestro finished Legacy eliminated, by the way, just while we see this going on. But Maestro, I thought, hey, we've done so well to get back into that. Arrest both of my teammates. Why are Fire Beavers so deep in zone? Like, what is going on right now? But Fire Beavers, you got to say they're playing pretty well. They get the free KP. Sanya now is going to try and escape. Rugby is going to be left on his own, unfortunately, and I feel like that might be the end. Sanya also takes damage. And if they hit him a little bit harder, that might be them eliminated completely. Fire Beavers are going to use the Crafter to make sure they've got the meds to continue on their path, but the worry for them now is they've got 1 minute and 44 to get into the zone. They do have the Valkyrie ultimate available to pop into the skies, but Zone gonna burn, and they need to make their way into a safe zone before the next zone closes.
How many times do we see this, though, from Fire Beavers? As you said, it is completely off script, but we've seen Fire Beavers win games like this on World's Edge, where they've rotated completely against the grain. They've gone north into the red. They found themselves a crafter. They've got meds. They join the action late when people are fighting, and they still somehow find a victory. It's a team who loves to play Edge. It's a team who loves to play fights, and one of the best ways to win fights on the Edge is with the element of surprise, and that's definitely what Fire Beavers have when they make rotations like this.
I feel like this is, for Fire Beavers, the Goldberg scan. They're just like, who's next? They're going to get the information of where all the teams are going to be lining up, what they can maybe force their way into zone on a rotate through. Haven't got that info. Oh, 9 Impulse times it perfectly. Of course he does. Nothing more embarrassing than mistiming that by half a second. But they do have the meds to get into zone here, and they will be able to work their way through choke into Harvester. E6 are the only team that kind of stand in their way at the moment, who are inside of Harvester. But I mentioned GG. This zone, by the way, is going to be rough. If you're wondering where it's going, it's going to be completely separated by a mountainous range. So hedge your bets, flip a coin. It could go east, it could go west. And if you're on one side of it, you're kind of hoping it comes to you.
Yeah, it pulls away from the train tracks north of Tree and instead goes to the mountain side that's on the northwest side of the train station. It's just close to where Alliance reside at the moment. Pioneers get eliminated. Alliance make short work of them in the end, as Hardeki also got involved with a little bit of damage from a distance. But Alliance, they can push themselves safely through this train station. The only problem pushing through the train tracks like that is you're quite vulnerable when you come out the other end, so you really do need a game plan of how you're going to get out, but Alliance do have the Newcastle to work with.
Fire Beavers finally arrive in the zone. What's up, boys? What's everybody been doing? Maybe we should have stayed out of zone, though, because it's not looking too good for them right now. 9 Impulse is going to be the last one alive, but Fire Beavers do make diamonds out of the mud sometimes. Medkit going to be popped here by 9 Impulse. Is he going to go for the banners? Is he going to be able to get the res? But the rest of the lobby is just firing down on them at the moment. He might be able to actually get one of his teammates back onto his feet. You can see that Ethereal are trying to do what they can. There's a fuse ult going down as well. It is... Everyone can do what they want at this point. Game number 5. It's official. You can do what you want. It's time to go wild.
Keller Gaming eliminated, and Fire Beavers, it does seem like everyone has eyes on them at the moment, but they are still alive, and they are still being a nuisance under this bridge. I think this is where a lot of teams thought the circle would have been finishing, but you can see now where that pull is to the northwest side, as I'd alluded to, but Alliance have now pushed in and will be taking on Dynasty here.
Nice spray coming through, but the Peacekeeper's going to be a problem, but Hackis just snaps on with a little bit of help from Yuki. And Alliance now force their way into a building. Now, this is something that they definitely worked on as a squad, how they want to siege buildings, using that Q from Newcastle, using it just to walk in behind. But now here comes Eternal, looking to clean up the pieces. One player has gone down. Alliance find themselves in a little bit of a sticky situation, but there's another kill. Effect has got to be dealt with here. Yuki's still alive, and Eternal get taken down. Yuki is burning, though.
Oh my.
Effect now trying to hold off the entire lobby, and he's somehow doing it.
Not only does he hold off, he decides, you know what, I'm going to push out as well. I'm going to try and take a little bit of space here so that Hackers can be picked back up. And Alliance hold on strong and hold off any teams from pushing in. That's 2 teams that attempted to try and wipe Alliance after their initial push. Incredible hold and an incredible play, and I'm really enjoying the composition that we see from this Alliance roster and how they managed to fortify some of these buildings within Newcastle.
Aurora eliminated. Just check that kill feed. They will be out. GG still here, though. And now I can continue the story that I was telling right at the start of this show and a few moments ago. They have to take inspiration from North America. NRG split 1. Everyone was like, NRG ain't qualifying. Then they put in a monster performance in the last couple of games of the last week to give themselves a chance. TSM last night, they were saying themselves, well, Hal was saying himself, maybe Verholst Reps didn't believe it, that he thought their chances were done and dusted. And then they come out with a monster performance. It's 2 games to save your season for GG. Alliance make their move through the skies as well.
Alliance couldn't get high enough to get over the mountain, so instead have to just try and take the northern tip here, but they are going to have to go down before they can go up. It's going to be a little bit of a roller coaster in many ways in terms of emotions and also the positions they find themselves in, but there are teams behind them they could take the fight with if they choose. It's going to be GG that are closest. Leogri having a little peek.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to be engaging here. Effects gets 1v2, get eliminated, and now Effect has to turn around and get to his teammates. Yuki's going to have to do so as well, as GG are making the push. Hardeki gets the knock onto Hackis. That's the Newcastle dealt with. Yuki taking a little bit of damage himself as well. It's a massive moment in the season here for GG. Effect is left on his own. GG come out on top in one of the biggest fights of their season.
That is so tough for Alliance as well. They just were caught in different minds. They were taking different fights, and when Hackis had jumped in, Effect was taking a fight with someone else. Now E6 under pressure from VCGO. Bitfix getting involved with it as well, as Bitfix Gaming, who are in second at the moment, want to put themselves into first place. They want the regional finals, and they're giving themselves a brilliant chance of doing so.
Here go GG. They have the Valkyrie. They have to get over that mountain, but can they find somewhere safe? They're going to land up on this high ground here. They will be able to reset. Did one player fall though? Lyogu fell. Was it deliberate? Was it a little bit accidental? And now Artico's going to get sucked into that black hole. Hardeki is going to have to perform something here. He's got the Kraber in his hands. And you just feel like there's moments in history that are made for some players, and Hardeki is one of them.
And it's pretty much an isolated 3v3. Slayers is the last remaining player on E6, just ratting it out for second place at this point. Don't think he'll get involved just yet. Instead, Bitfix are trying to take advantage of the high ground that they have, but they have given it up ever so slightly, and you can see how concerned they are about this rat. They keep checking back behind them.
BFG will have to leave that high ground at some point. Xerath's trying to get an angle. Look at Xerath. He might be able to beam down onto one of these players if they just show for a second too long. Lyogu's caught out in a little bit of a perilous position at the moment. He needs to try and get back to a teammate. The Q comes in as well from the Seer to cancel those heals. Trix has got to be careful as well, but GG will have to leave. What utility do they have to play with to force their way out of this situation?
What does Slayers do here as well? How patient can you be? How desperate are you for second place? Do you just let this fight go down, and when do you start to show face and start to get involved?
GG just hugging the wall. The frag grenades go down. Somehow, GG have managed to just kind of creep their way up. Bitfix Gaming going to make the play, though. The Q comes in. Cracked is trying to hit some shots, but maybe that's going to give GG an exit option here. Maybe GG could come out on top in this fight, but Bitfix Gaming have been superb so far today. All they need to do is close this one out, but here comes GG, and it's Hardeki with a knock.
GG push in when they see the opportunity open up, because Slayers distracted BFG. The knocks happened on both sides, though. It's a 2 versus 2, and Slayers still alive, and has been able to heal back up here.
Slayers might be able to win this one now. It's a 2v2. Hardeki. Xerath's going to get harassed by Slayers. Xerath's going to have to drop. Can he get the kill onto Artico? Slayers now going to move in as the last player alive here for E6. Bitfix Gaming eliminated. GG still in this game. It might be a 1v1 for the win here. Slayers goes for the armor swap. He's going to get it, but he gets shredded himself for 154 and all the rest. The RE45, the solo wins it. And Element 6 clean up at the end of the game. But I tell you what, the bigger story here is what did GG do in that game? How many points have they got on their board? Was it a season-saving game from Gaming Gladiators?
And also Slayers doing it as a lifeline as well. I mean, just breaking the meta at that point. He must have thought that, you know, it was over when Bitfix Gaming turned around, and at one point I think 3 of them were all shooting at him, but he manages to survive, manages just to hide up into a little nook and cranny that was in the wall, heal back up, and then it was just a matter of patience. Like I said, I did wonder how patient he was going to be. Played it to perfection, but it was Bitfix Gaming and GG just going toe-to-toe, both doing so much damage, enough so that Slayers was able to take full advantage of it.
Yeah, a very good opportune moment for him to strike as well. When he saw Xerath just left on his own, trying to peek down onto GG on the low ground. I mean, Xerath is probably thinking, I'm the man who's going to pick up the kills in this situation. They have to leave into my line of sight. But just as GG moved from that tunnel out into the line of sight of him, he gets shot in the back by Slayers. But we always talk about when you get in those 1v1s, if you get the opportunity to hit the shots, you got to hit them. And I mean, the spray was perfect. You know, Slayers showing, well, as Swinny said, he was one of the best support players in the league, in his opinion. And when it comes down to a 1v1, that's where you got to have the ice.
Still a very impressive game for Bitfix Gaming, though, because they are a team that has been progressing all day long up that leaderboard, and they will still find themselves there or thereabouts at the top, if not still in second place with a performance like that, and really putting the pressure onto Passion now. I think going into match 6, Passion are going to need nothing short of really a victory or a top 3 with kills to give themselves a chance of staying in that regional splots. I give up at this point. All right, see you later.
You're good.
Bye, everyone.
Don't worry, Dan. You're going to take a few moments. It's going to be fine. But you're completely right. Coming into today, they were the team who we thought, you know, a decent enough day, an average day, you're going to be chilling. But it's been an absolute disaster for them. You know, it feels like on World's Edge they haven't had a home. The first game we saw they got contested, they lost that one. Second game they get landed on Mirage. All 3 KCP players decide that they're going to take that fight. They lose that one, and before you know it, it's 2 games where you just haven't got points, and you haven't even been able to play Apex Legends because of the fact that you just haven't had a POI to call your own.
Yeah, they were literally tied for 20th right at the start of today. They only needed 1 point to get into that 20th position and had to hope that all the teams behind them wouldn't catch them up. All the teams behind them, by the way, were 10, 11 points behind. It was going to have to be a big performance from anyone, and unfortunately for Passion, it's Bitfix Gaming who are having that big performance, who have really pushed the tempo here and showed what they're made of.
All right, it's time for us to have a quick look at the highlights and see exactly what happened in that last game. And it was... you just feel like sometimes stories play out in front of your eyes and you can kind of see it happening. And for Passion, it's been a story. It's more of a tragedy, so to speak, a bit of a horror show, to be honest with you, of how their games have gone so far today. But for GG, we always talk about moments. We always talk about defining moments in games, in series, in seasons. The fight against Alliance, who have looked unbeatable in 3v3 engagements today, who were just on an absolute tear as well. That engagement that they came out on the top of, it can make you believe as a squad. It can make you kind of just think, hey, we're still Gaming Gladiators here, you know? We're still some of the most established and decorated players in Europe, even though we've had a really rough time the last couple of splits. Maybe they just needed that one fight to go their way down, that one game to go their way to rekindle that belief.
But they're still adrift when it comes to the overall standings, and well, certainly today's match standings, should I say. They're in 13th position at the moment, and they're still quite a way off the big boys. They need a victory, and they need a victory with kills to really put themselves within that shout to say, look, we are back, we are the team, and we can do it. I mean, regional finals, yes, we're going to see Gaming Gladiators there. I think we know that at this point, but the biggest question is, are they going to do enough to get to playoffs? They want to set themselves up today. They want to put themselves at least in kind of touching distance of that top 10. And, you know, with a good match 6, that is definitely achievable. And as you say, maybe winning an engagement like that and having a match 5 like this might just give them the confidence to push on.
You can see Slayers in this end game as well. The RE45 in the back pocket is always a good thing to have, especially to clean up some kills that are going down in front of you. Bitfix Gaming just couldn't deal with him. This was the problem. It just took them too long to decide this was the kill that we had to take. And then Gaming Gladiators survived, held on by the skin of their teeth to get into that end zone, and it came down to a 1v1 right at the end of this game. Bitfix Gaming, they got eliminated. Hardeki, who has been in these positions so many times, gets himself into another one, but Slayers just got those first shots and got the armor swap. Could slide out. Maybe if Hardeki peaks at this point, he's got a chance, but you can't really win a fight when you've got someone hitting R9 shots like that.
And it was kind of nuts to see that Bitfix Gaming just were punished for not taking that fight a little bit earlier against Slayers as well. You can see here, Cracked gets involved, and Cracked says, oh, we need to take down, but then he gets the call of, we're fighting, we're fighting, we're fighting. He says, okay, we can leave the solo. We'll deal with the solo later. He's weak enough, but they are made to rue that decision, because you can see now Slayers heals back up, and Zerafa, who was up on the high ground, gets absolutely blasted in a second by Slayers, and it completely changes the complexion of the fight. It meant that there was no real chance of BFG of winning this final circle, and again, it was just Slayers being an annoying rat, and sometimes that is your job in the final circles, but you are never expected to win the game from this position. But he made sure that, like we've already seen today, we have to expect the unexpected, it seems, in some of these lobbies.
I'm sure Hardeki was probably thinking as well when he was looking at who he's going up against. He's like, is that a lifeline? Did I load into the right lobby here? Like, what's going on? But A6 do clutch up, showing that lifeline can still be used to win games in Apex Legends. And Element 6, 25 points, 13 kills for them. A big solo performance in that end game to give them those placement points, but 13 kills. It was a team effort to get to that point.
Yeah, and they've had relatively quiet games so far, E6, but with a mammoth game like that, that pushes them up into, I think, the top 6 overall today. So it really does show that one game can change your fortunes for a match day week. As for everyone else, I mean, Alliance, 10 kills, absolutely insane. Everyone else was kind of average. Aurora getting the 5 kills as well. But as we look at the second half of this leaderboard, there were several teams who struggled a little bit in those early stages. J-Lings haven't really come to life today, but I'm not too worried because they've got a good enough amount of points that they should be pretty much sewn up when it comes to playoffs. But we'll have to wait and see once the points totals are there after the regional finals. There's the overall standings though. Alliance still at the top with 68, and they put themselves in quite a good position to try and wrap up this week, but it's still BitFix Gaming in second place, doing enough right now to get into those regional finals.
Yeah, BitFix Gaming looking really, really strong. They left it late, but they are performing when it matters. And we'll have to see if they can close things out. That's the thing, right? We have to see if they can continue the form in this last game because they've done a lot of heavy lifting to get to this point in the first 5. But to go out maybe with a 0-point game in that last one, the butterflies certainly will be going down. But I think Alliance, we have to talk about it again. Alliance versus Vex. Vex not playing today, currently top of the leaderboards. Pretty sure that Alliance will take that first place spot off of them with 25 points overall if they do manage to close things out at the top today.
Yeah, I think that Alliance will be delighted that, you know, they've responded to what Vex did yesterday, and they've made sure that they reassure us that they are the kings of the castle, right? Alliance are the kind of flag holders and the front runners of this region at times, and I do think that they are going to be a team that we have to watch out for on the international stage. They've done it with subs, they've done it with previous rosters, but now we're going to see Alliance at full strength when it comes to these next couple of events, and I'm very excited to see that.
Yeah, the marquee sign is certainly doing the job for them today. Effect has been superb, but I mean, they all have, to be honest with you. Even though Effect has been the leading the way with kills, everybody been dealing damage, everybody clutching up when it matters for Alliance in the recent games. But it's almost time for us to get into our final game here, Dan. The last game of the day on World's Edge, the last game of the regular season. It's kind of like a bittersweet moment at this point.
It is a bittersweet moment, but before we get there, of course, we are going to take a very quick break. So do not go anywhere. When we come back, it's going to be match number 6.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for us to get the final game underway. Dan, the regular season is about to come to a close. The regional finals is just round the corner, but this is what it all comes down to. A final game here on the classic competitive map of World's Edge. It's been a fun day so far, but who's going to come out on top at the end of it?
And there's loads of areas to look at the overall standings of who's going to be getting into regional finals, who's going to be poising themselves for a playoff spot, and who's just going to be at the top of the mountain when it comes to dominating in this region. Alliance at the moment hold that first spot, but BitFix Gaming has been the big story today. They are in second place, and they are putting themselves within a shout of the regional finals. They were in 27th place coming into today, but they will push themselves up into that top 20 as long as they can keep enough points ahead of Passion. Now, Passion have been struggling, do find themselves in 19th right now, but if we were to see Passion have a game win here, that might change things and could just put them out of reach.
Well, there's your story. Is another one to throw in there. It's more of a statistical one, which usually falls into your lap. His Effect is sat on 99 kills for the split for Alliance. The question is, can he raise his back? Can he get 100 here in Split 2 of the Pro League? We'll have to wait and see. You wouldn't bet against him with the way he's been playing.
Definitely wouldn't. I think that it's very likely that 100 kills are going to happen in this game, especially looking at where that circle is going to go. It's another good one for Alliance. We're heading to the southwest side of the map. Whether we will see it go all the way southwest remains to be seen when we get a little bit more beacon information. But again, good news for the likes of Aurora. Even KCP won't be too disappointed with this one because they're going to have ring console information and the map room scan to work with between Lava Fisher and Mirage à Trois.
Also, GG. good zone for them. They've got the map room scan. They're going to be able to get a little bit of info on where everybody is. They can also have a quick rotate and probably think about playing maybe a similar position to what they did before, but it looks like it's actually moving a little bit deeper into thermal station this time. So teams will have to maybe not play the tree side of it, and we can see from that beacon information on your screen where that zone is going to be pulling. So Yuki, Hackis, and Effect, we questioned if Effect can get 100 kills. He's sat on 99 at the moment. You don't really get a better opportunity than that zone going your way.
Well, if you look at the next predicted circle, it's going to be south-southwest. We are very much heading all the way down to Alliance, as you say. KCP, by the way, might actually be taking a fight here over towards Mirage Etoile. And again, that could be bad news for the team on the receiving end. Passion were the ones who had to struggle with it previously. Is it going to be Phoenix Legacy this time? That would be the real question. But over towards Tree, Dynasty, and Maestro are also kind of puffing their chests out at one another.
I'll have to see if anyone's going to be in a position to pick up these kills, or if it's just going to be, as you say, a little bit of an exchange of, shall we say, glares across World's Edge here. For now, though, you can see that Heroes have control of the buildings. It looks like Dynasty are trying to kind of retreat at this point. Tolkien and Sorban trying to just make sure they can get away, and Mania is going to be following them. So smart to disengage at this point. I feel like early fights is a little bit risky, especially when you've got so much on the line for some of these teams in this final game. But one team who are having an early fight is going to be KCP. You can see they're having a trade-off at the moment with Phoenix Legacy.
Alliance just trying to dominate their home turf here as well and make sure that no one is walking into it for free. At the moment, they do hold that middle area as well on the top of the drill, and they can hold that for quite some time. They do have the ability to get back up there if they choose, just with the ultimate of Effect. He'd have to take Hackis with him, of course. Newcastle can't quite jump that high, although can jump quite a distance. It's GG that are on the other end of it, and GG will look to just try and hold this area. And if they can stay here, if they can keep Alliance at bay, this could be somewhere they could hold for quite some time.
Yeah, so it's a tough hold, though, for GG. Yeah, this is a spot where you do see endgame, but you have such little cover, and especially when teams start to stack up towards the endgame, you get a couple of teams rotating in from the southwestern side where they've got that high ground. Phoenix Legacy, unfortunately, been eliminated in the meantime. You can see you're just consistently under duress, and Lions don't want to let them exist here. They want to pressurize them. They've probably got a couple of armor checks as well. And in fact, I say the man plays with confidence. He's sound 99 at the moment. The question is he going to get 100, and is it going to be a GG player who goes down?
Well, they just get rid of the Watson gen first, but now the defensive mechanism of throwing out the exhibit happens as well, as GG using all of their ultimates just to try and hold Alliance off. They may be a sense that Alliance want this fight, and there's no reason really for Alliance to take it. They don't have to force GG out of this position, but at the same time, Alliance are so far ahead, and this is their home territory, as I said, that they might feel confident enough to do so.
Yeah, I mean, Artico's got to get in a position as well here to do some damage to get that white shield up to at least a blue. But Effect is just going to be holding down these angles, and the issue here for GG as well is that even though they've managed to stabilize, they've used so much utility to do so, but by delaying the push from Alliance, making sure that they didn't get a knock, didn't go down, it means other teams have now entered the area. You've got Aurora now, they're going to be overlooking things. Maestro overlooking things. Horizon making their way into zone, which means that making a push here is going to be much more difficult to do, as Hackis goes back up to the high ground, and I think we've now officially seen everything that Newcastle can do to perfection from Hackis.
Yep, and I said that he can't jump that high. Well, if you take a run up and from enough high ground, apparently you can jump that high. Very impressive to see just getting out of dodge. Gaming Gladiators, I think, thought they had the opportunity there to really initiate that fight once they'd done the damage to Hackis, but Hackis demonstrating why Newcastle can be such an important character to have, and I didn't realize he could leap that high. It has to be said. But wow, now Alliance can just hold the top of this.
He's got some fast twitch fibers in those knees, let me tell you. The man's got a spring on him. It's like Thierry Henry in his prime. But GG have now managed to move from that position, which was kind of a transitional position, I would imagine, into this donut building now. The dome is going to be much better for this end game. It's going to be a really, really, you would imagine, contested building as well. A lot of teams, if you had to get them to circle a building on the map, if you saw this zone where they would want to play, GG are right inside of that right now. KCP also in a very, very good spot. Alliance up on that high ground kind of guarantee themselves some kill points, you would imagine, just having the extreme height that they do with the teams that are going to be rotating in later, but also pretty difficult to leave towards the end game. So Alliance going to have some navigation to do towards the final moments of this game.
Yeah, and teams I'm going to keep an eye on as well, of course, Passion and Bitfix Gaming, the teams that are fighting at the moment for that 20th position. I mean, to be honest, Bitfix Gaming might push themselves even further than top 20, but it's certainly Passion who would be the ones who would initially drop out. They're currently just north of Thermal Station, our Passion. They are holding the kind of choke point that goes from staging to Thermal, and they might be able to pick up some KP, but what a tough match 6 it's going to be for Passion, knowing that if they go out even in the bottom 10 here, this is done, and they won't be at regional finals.
Sorbin looking to line up a sentinel shot. He's got that thing charged up. Just 88. No headshot to come in, but certainly going to charge up the Evo shield. A lot of the sounds that you want to hear as an Apex Legends player popping off in your headset as he connects with that shot and also gets the Evo shield leveling at exactly the same time. Maestro looking to make their move in as well towards the southwestern side of where this zone is going to be pulling. And they're going to be on the old beacon building, so they should be safe for the next zone, but not for the one following that. So decisions to be made here for Maestro, but they've managed to find a place to play for now.
Yeah, for now, I think that that's always going to be the case when you see a circle like this, and you probably expect it to be going closer towards Thermal rather than heading down to this area. We do see circles sometimes ending here, but it doesn't look like that's the trajectory, but Maestro could maybe have the time to at least think about it and analyze it before they truly commit to one or the other. Third place at the moment, a very solid performance from Maestro. As I said earlier on in the broadcast, they were always going to be at risk of being pushed out of the top 20 if we saw teams below them perform well, but they've made sure that they didn't even allow that to be a possibility. And we will be seeing Maestro in the regional finals regardless of what happens in this last game. As for Heroes, who are alongside them, there's no hope now of regional finals for them. They're going to have to look at the likes of relegation. But they can still go out with a bang here and maybe ruin the day of other teams in this lobby.
Maestro just going to have a consistent kind of face-off at the moment against Heroes. This is going to be a standoff, armor checks, CQs, trying to get a little bit of information. E6, you can see that they've been busy at trials where they land a couple of gold armors to work with, and Slayer's in a position where he's like, hey guys, I remember how this went last time. Lifeline going to be in the composition again. And, you know, I was about to say, why change things if they work? You know, don't fix it if it ain't broke. But it's not really the E6 mantra, is it? It's kind of just, if it worked, maybe something else will work even better.
Oh, E6 have got to be careful, though. They've just been spotted out. They don't want to make too much noise here and generate too much attention as well. Otherwise, there are going to be teams that are just going to make it annoying. It's Bitfix Gaming who are just above them. And Bitfix, I feel like they're not going to be as confident with their pushes in this match number 6 because of what's on the line. If they've done the math, if they've looked at where they lay in the table, they know full well that they need to have just an average game here. They can't afford to go out last and give up some of these points. So they probably won't want to take the fight against D6. J-Ling's down to just 2 again, by the way. It's really been a disappointing day for a J-Ling squad who have impressed us all season long. Again, it's not the end of the world. They will still be on an incredible points total, but just a disappointing day.
Yeah, but some rough zones for them as well. You got to think about where their zones have gone. There's been 2 extreme western zones. One right down, one extreme western zone, one down towards Thermal Station, and this one, of course, going to Thermal Station as well. But Fire Beavers, their day is done. It started off with one of the craziest plays that we've seen in Apex Legends history, and unfortunately for them, it kind of falls a little bit flat in this final game thanks to V2. But V2 absent for most of today. Zidane starting to lead the way a little bit here for the squad with a couple of assists and damage going down. But you have to wonder, is it too little too late for them at this point?
Yeah, it may be. I feel like that's the case for a lot of these teams in this lobby, that it is a little bit too late. They've come to life, maybe not just too late in this match day, but too late in this season. As V2 now looking to get aggressive and maybe looking to try and take advantage of the damage that they had put down.
Cyril's going to go down, but the Exhibit's not going to find any targets to play with. The Q doesn't hit anything either, so that team is completely backed off. J-Ling's down to just 1. JMW trying to disguise himself as a mountain, which is difficult to do in Apex Legends, but he's doing a pretty good job of it right now. But V2 at least picking up a couple of KP. On the other side of the zone, you can see Alliance still banging the center. KCP, they're going to be there. E6 trying to force their way in as well. Bitfix Gaming, a little bit of a scuffle in and around staging for now, but V2 are kind of working their way, weaseling their way down south to see if they can work a way to get through that choke around tree into the zone.
Bitfix looking to hold off the team that is approaching from staging as well. Dude is taking a lot of damage, but so has Cracked. Really, the black hole's going to come out as well? No, okay, gets destroyed very quickly. And it looks like BFG are looking to just try and pick up some extra KP here, but they're being very, very passive about it. Definitely got to be careful, because otherwise, if the push comes through, this could be the end of BFG.
Yeah, this could be the end. Like you say, Crack does fall, but Yusa's going to challenge him, but then he's going to go back up the queue. Cracked is extending this fight far longer than it should go on to, but that will be BFG eliminated. It has been a magical day for them so far, but the question probably still stands with it. 0 point looking game. Maybe a couple of KP in our final game of the day. Was it enough?
It should be. It still should be enough for Bitfix Gaming. They're 10 points ahead of third place, which is Maestro, and they are then, 16 points ahead of fourth place, E6. So I'd like to think that Bitfix will probably hold on to second place, if not third, and I believe that a top 3 would still do enough to get them ahead of Passion, unless we see Passion have a big game here and really propel themselves up the leaderboard. So it's going to be eyes on Passion when it comes to those regional final spots. But elsewhere, it's about who is going to be actually taking the victory here, because there are so many teams here in Thermal Station, and V2 might be greeted by several as they land.
Q's going to be going out. They do get the cat wall down, though, just to deny the lines of sight from the teams to their east. So now they can focus ahead. They've got the Seer ultimate to deal with from their opposition, though, and it's going to be Aurora who have got that down. So they take the high ground. Ranch is launching a couple of arc stars to try and do some damage, but then you've got Alliance on high. You've got charge rifles raining down damage as well. And Alliance have given up the high ground to play the low. And this is a smart play, because as I say, dropping down from that high ground a little bit later in the game is so difficult to do with teams focusing in on you. Playing from the low ground for the next rotation, much smarter decision.
Yeah, you can also use the doors a little bit more effectively than just the open space, where you're so vulnerable from being shot from angle as well. There's far more protection down low. You can maybe be deleted by grenades if you're not careful. As by the way, Aurora down to just 1. Sunset going to be the last remaining player, but V2 will get eliminated, and maybe Aurora can get back up to at least 2. As at least gold res is going to come through, so Aurora are not going to be in too much of a difficult spot unless GG decide to full send this.
GG versus Aurora. Aurora weak, and you can see that Hardeki is desperate to push this. He sees the KP in front of him. He's taking damage on the cross. Now this is where you got to be careful. You can't throw this one away. Hardeki trying to escape. Trying to weasel his way back to his teammates. Element 6 will not be repeat winners, though, as they have just been eliminated. We're down to 14, but heart in mouth moment there for Hardeki.
Yeah, really difficult situation as well for a lot of these teams that are trying to get into the thermal area. All the teams that have got there in the early positions have just got such free shots. Nightmare Esports also eliminated. Now, they've not had that miraculous day they would need to get into regional finals, so it's going to be relegation for them, as 13 squads still remain. Is Passion one of those? That would be my real question. I haven't seen them on the kill feed yet, and I believe, yeah, Passion's still alive, and they push themselves up into 18th overall right now, which would be 2 points on the board. I believe they're going to need at least a top 10 to try and contest Bitfix Gaming. We'll have to wait and see, as Vortex now are taking fire from several different squads.
Vortex are eliminated as well, and it's Passion who are getting some kills here. Aurora also picking up a couple of kills, and we saw what they did in an earlier game as a duo. Fought their way all the way to the end game, but now they're in a little bit of a pinch. You can see Ranch is just trying to get a portal down on the Wraith to see if he can get some angles, help Sunset out. But Game Gladiators are looking to have another pop at this. Hardeki, last time he went into this fight, he had purple Evo. This time he's got red.
Aurora trying to apply the pressure through the smoke, but as you said, as a 2, this is going to be very difficult. Sunset gets taken down. Keller Gaming also eliminated in 12th position. Ratch is going to be the last remaining player now on the Wraith. And I guess if you want any legend to work with, at least you can go into the void here and get out of dodge.
And you can also hopefully get out of the Seer ult if you're an Aurora fan. That's difficult to say. GG trying to move in, though. Hardeki looking for KP. Gets flesh damage, but this time he's going to be very weak again. And has the same outcome as the last time we saw him taken down to flesh damage. He escapes. Alliance on the move as well. Effect needed 1 kill to get to 100. It's not going to happen unless they can get him back on his feet. It all falls up to Hackett now. Aurora eliminated. Pioneers have gone down as well. 9 squads remaining here, and Hackett's on the Newcastle. looking for a finish here so we can get an armor swap.
Passion get eliminated as well. Hack is the last remaining player, gets the armor swap. He's trying to do what he can with the R99, but they get discombobulated, eradicated. They were oblivious to where the final team was that was around the corner, and now Gaming Gladiators look to try and hold this position that they held Alliance off for so long, and they're still alive.
Top 5 for GG. 5 KP for them as well. Is this going to be a late run to remember for them? It has to be perfect. They have to pick up kills. They have to get a first place finish to give themselves an opportunity at maybe making a crazy run towards the regional finals and, of course, towards qualification for LAN. But Hardecki's been lucky a few times to get away with his life, but now he's looking to take the lives of some other players in the lobby.
Well, we said they needed a win and they need a lot of kills. Well, the kills are starting to flow and the win is looking more likely until Hardecki gets taken out of the sky, and now GG down to just 2. Can they rescue Hardecki here? Is there a chance for a res, or are there just too many teams in this area?
Now, a lot of the time, the talk for GG is all about Hardecki. Well, now it's time for Leogri and Artico to prove that they can get it done as well. Artico's going to have no shields to play with. Danish are trying to move in here. Artico is dealt with, and now it's all on the shoulders of a 1v1 situation. Leogri is here. Bavis is going to move in as well. The knockdown shield isn't enough. The top 2 remain. Gaming Gladiators will not be one of those teams. They are eliminated as Eternal now move in to try and clean up the damage.
And it should be just clean up crew. It's simple. It's Eternal. They take match number 6, but we did see a lot of teams put their best foot forward, whether it be getting to regional finals, whether it be positioning yourself for the playoffs. It was everything in match number 6 as everyone put their lives on the line.
Wow. I mean, that was a great way to close out the day, right?
Yeah, it was a crazy way to close out the day. I just thought for a second there that GG had that, and it was almost like third time unlucky for Hardecki in that situation. You know, he saw him going aggressively twice, get away with his life, having been taken down to flesh damage, secures the kill that time, but ironically, by securing the kill, doesn't get back into a full 3 and gets taken down and leaves his 2 teammates on their own. But it was a hell of an effort in the last 2 games coming in from GG. They really did show that they are still a very, very, very solid team when it comes to Apex Legends, just maybe leaving it too late once again.
Yeah, in another situation where we get to end game, we're looking at top 5, and all of the teams in top 5 are teams that needed to secure some level of points to be putting themselves in a good spot to make it through to regional finals, or at least maintain a better position. I'm really excited to see how all of it shakes out once we can get all of the numbers crunched down and check out those final standings, because today was a day for the bottom of the overall leaderboard. So many teams really stepped up to the plate, and we'll find out if it was too little, too late, or if it was just enough in a few moments here. Before we do that, obviously, we're going to be talking about the last match, specifically the chaos that went down in the final circle. Gaskin, I'm going to need you to walk us through this.
I need to walk myself through it. I think there was so much that happened in the end that Gaming Gladiators, it looked like they were in an incredible position, but Hardecki, when he takes this angle to try and just finish off the kill, he leaves himself a little bit exposed to one of the teams, several of the teams it would seem, as he gets absolutely obliterated, and that left GG as a 2. And I think at that point, Eternal were probably pretty confident of what was going to happen thereafter, because they were going to be one of the healthiest teams at that point. GG made short work of what was around them, and they did so much damage that when Eternal did walk into this final fight, it was just going to be a matter of picking up the pieces. It was never even going to be a battle between Eternal and GG. It was just going to be an Eternal walkover. But we've got to give credit to GG. They needed a big game. They got the big game by getting into the top 3, but the damage they did onto Danish ensured that Danish weren't able to get a victory.
I mean, this was just so clutch coming out of Eternal, especially to close out the day, a moment where the teams that were around them on that leaderboard were also in the end zone with them, so they needed to make that happen. Not only did they make it happen, though, Onset, they did it with 11 kills, a massive game for match number 6.
Yeah, really, really impressive from Eternal, and the first time we've really mentioned their name so far today. But yeah, the first place finish, 12 points, 11 kills. You can't be angry with that whatsoever. Danish getting into that end game as well, but I'm looking down here and I'm kind of surprised to see Alliance only picking up 1 KP and 4 points overall with the zone that they just have. It just seemed like an Alliance zone for a big kill game, but for whatever reason, maybe they just didn't have the option to finish off some of those kills up on the high ground, forced down to the low a little bit earlier. But one team I want to kind of mention, Pioneers, very quiet today. 7 kills in that game, probably one of their best games of the day, but it just seems like they weren't really able to find any rhythm for whatever reason. We never really saw them winning back-to-back fights. It felt like maybe they win one, but then they kind of fall over in the next one. So Pioneers need to just put themselves up a little bit, but they've done the hard work. They will be in that regional finals.
And now we're going to be taking a look at the series results here. As you can see, that Alliance maintain that first place position, increase the margin that they do so by. Phenomenal performance on the day, but Bitfix Gaming, they are a massive Cinderella story today because they needed a strong finish if they wanted a shot at being in the top 20. And I mean, you cannot complain about second place here, Dan.
No, not at all. And I think that Bitfix may have just done enough to keep that top 20 dream alive and push themselves into it. Even Dynasty have made a great stab at trying to get into the top 20. I'm worried that maybe they miss out by a point or two and may have only been pipped by Bitfix Gaming. As I alluded to at the start of the broadcast, there was only 1 or 2 spots in that top 20 that were realistically going to be caught up. Passion did not step up to the plate today. They did not seize that opportunity. They were in prime position for those regional spots or for that 20th position, but they have let themselves slip through the fingers of the ALGS, and unfortunately they're going to have to look at being in the bottom half of those overall leaderboards. But of course we'll wait for the math to be done by the admins. I can only speculate as to what may have happened.
Yeah, we want to make sure we get those numbers 100% accurate. So while everything's being calculated, let's talk about what happened today, because obviously it was an incredible day of both team play and individual play. So now it's time for us to highlight some of those individuals because it's time for your Monster Energy MVP. All right, Onset, I feel like I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask you anyways. Who did you pick as your MVP for today?
The Terminator effect. There's no one else that I could really pick as my Monster Energy MVP because he is a different breed of player, a player who exudes confidence when it comes to individual fights, when it comes to damage output, and you know he comes up just short of 100 kills in a Pro League split. That's so impressive. 99. I'm sure that's going to be like slightly annoying, I would say, but he'll take 99 kills any day of the week when it comes to those fights. But I think it's the way that he approaches the game, it's the way that he plays for damage, and also the way he disengages on Valkyrie that really impresses me. He moved over from Horizon, which we saw him on in the previous split, to Valkyrie, but he uses the jets to get in and out of fights so effectively. You can see it here, just drops down, does damage, never overextends for the kill. Make sure that he's healthy, re-challenges when he needs to, and finishes off the kill so effectively. He's just deadly efficient. And I think the one thing that he's added to Alliance is a level of confidence in team fights that maybe they were missing before. You know, you got Yuki who anchors, you've got Hackers who loves to take off angles and kind of flank and try and put damage in from the side. And then if you just got someone who's going to be an absolute turret, outputting that damage and giving you confidence that you know you're going to be going into a fight if you're Yuki and Hackers with guaranteed damage on board. I mean, this fight here is a perfect example. Look, never second guesses himself. Knows he's going to move in and clean these shots up. Changes to the wingman. Misses 1, surprising. There's 3 perfect ones. I mean, Effect is a special kind of player, and you can completely understand now why Yuki was saying other controller players are great, but we think we've got the best one when it comes to overall talent. And there's some of his stats. 8.6k damage from today. You know, 23 kills across 6 games, 10 assists alongside it. Almost a perfect match day from Effect.
I mean, I am not mad about that choice at all. Obviously, phenomenal performance out of Effect. We've been talking about him all day. But Dan, who was your MVP?
I wanted to go maybe a little bit against the grain here and find someone who stepped up when they needed to step up, and I'm going to go for Ranches. I think that Aurora really have had their backs against the wall throughout the entire season and needed to perform today. Otherwise, it was going to be a position where everyone's left scratching their heads of, well, why aren't Aurora stepping up to what they achieved in Split 1? But some of the stuff that Ranches was pulling off, and in general what Aurora were pulling off today, even as a 2 at times, it seemed like they were back to the Aurora of old. They were back to a team who was confident in their fights, confident at holding things. This game in particular, where Ranches and Cleve as a 2 were able to hold off Alliance, then get back up and still get themselves into the top 3, was one of my favorite games of the day. And I just think that Ranches having the flexibility of of going from legend to legend, whether it's Bangalore, whether it's Wraith, always seems to be there doing damage for the team and recognizing where to be, what angles to take, what position you should be taking as well in some of these moments. I think without any of these members, this team would not work, but they just seem to be the perfect three that when they're working together, when they gel together, they are a real threat. And I do think they have what it takes to get to LAN, even though it's not going to be the easiest road. They've given themselves the opportunity today, and I think their ranches was a big part of that.
All right. I think that's another fantastic pick for me. We've talked about them all day, so of course I had to pick a player from Bitfix Gaming for my MVP nomination. Specifically, I'm talking about Cracked, okay? CJ was just on another level here. Now, we also need to remember that CJ's a new addition to this team. I believe last week was the Pro League debut for Cracked, if I am not mistaken. And then you can take that into consideration, combined with the performance that we saw out of Bitfix Gaming as a whole today. They were absolutely monstrous. The level of aggression that we saw that they carried through every single match, a lot of their points coming from KP, was just impressive. And combine that with the fact that we got to do a listen in with Bitfix Gaming and we heard just how calm CJ was in the comms. The leadership role that he was really filling for the squad was absolutely impressive. Not to mention that heading into game 6, now even with these same numbers, 15 kills on the day, over 5k damage dealt, and that is almost 50% of the team's kills on the day entirely. So this was just a massive standout performance for me from an individual on a team that could not afford to do anything less but have a standout performance, and we are going to be anxiously awaiting the results to see if it was enough to get them into those regional finals. So I mean, obviously impressive players across the board for sure after an impressive day of Apex Legends action. Great choices, boys. It's nice to hear about it. Good conversation, but this has been your Monster Energy MVP. All right, I was talking about it there for just a second. It's time for us to reveal this standing so we can see the top 20 teams that you will all see competing in the regional finals for EMEA. Not only that,
I've done it
but
10 by 10 as well.
look how many teams have clinched their spots to playoffs.
I mean, that's crazy, right? Congratulations to Alliance Vexed. Alliance taking first place off of Vexed as well, ahead of that regional finals. Fire Beavers, they're going to be there. Congratulations. A chance for them to really step up on the world stage. Pioneers solidify their spot as well. And E6, out of nowhere, with 3 weeks of crazy, or should I say 3 game days of crazy points on the board, also solidified their spot as well. Ascend, not quite there yet, though. Jailing's in behind them, and Ascend, of course, we almost won the damn thing last time we were on the main stage. But the big one for me, Dan, is this second page. I think this is going to be the nervy one.
Yeah, I think this is where things get nervy as Bitfix Gaming do break in to 20th position. It's Passion who drop out most likely in 21st or 22nd, but also Phoenix Legacy hold on. V2 don't quite drop far enough, but they hold on as well. Danish push themselves up into 15th, but these are going to be our 20 teams that are going to be in the regional finals, battling out for more points and, of course, trying to win the whole thing so that they can solidify a spot in playoffs as well.
Oh, and I wanted to see how close it was going to be here. Obviously, these teams will have an opportunity to compete in the LCQ as well, but Dynasty also leapfrogging Passion right at the end there, and only a few points behind Bitfix Gaming. I mentioned them a couple times. They really picked it up here today in the last day. It was just barely not enough, but you can see what happens to Reply Totem, Lucita France, the rest of the teams that weren't able to play here today because they had already finished out all of their play days, and even Heroes making a little bit of a jump up the leaderboard after some strong few games today. I mean, the push from Bitfix, I still am wildly impressed with that. How are you guys feeling about their performance now leading into regional finals?
It's something to build on, right? I mean, they've proved they can do it in these lobbies, and I think sometimes that's all it takes is one game day to kind of make the brain click and be like, hey, we're not here to take part. We can compete with the best in the world here. And, you know, they came up just short of first place, but first place is Alliance, right? You've got teams like Fire Beavers, who everybody all over the globe has been talking about their performance in that conversation as well. So sometimes it's just a game day and all of a sudden a team can come together. Sometimes it's just a player coming onto a lineup, like you mentioned, who can change things. So I think there's some good signs ahead for Bitfix.
Okay, well, you mentioned Alliance. And I am very excited that we get to chat with Alliance. Okay, we've got Hacky standing by, so we can talk about the insane Newcastle plays that we saw all day, because you were absolutely phenomenal.
Thank you.
Okay, so, I mean, we heard Mark talking about it when we were a couple matches ago, the res that you were able to get in the end to save your fight against Fire Beavers when you had Maestro off in the wings. Talk to us a little bit about that.
I mean, that's just the power of Newcastle, right? You have so much space control alongside with all the resets. Like, if we had any other character there, Effect is dead for good, and we have no chance of winning that game. So that's just the power of Newcastle.
I'm going to jump in with a question here, Hackis, because there's sometimes in Apex Legends, we're kind of watching games, we're watching players, and we're like, this guy's good. You know, this girl's really good as well. But there's special players that come along every so often. And I remember back at the playoffs, Fallout was doing an interview with Yuki, and he was saying, like, forget everybody else in the conversation. Effect is the best controller player in the game. Is that what you believe as well? And has his performance over this split, where he finished on 99 kills, by the way, if you want to use that against him, like he didn't quite get to 100, by the way, 99, one shot. Do you believe that? And do you think that he's going to step up when it comes to that LAN environment on the world stage?
100%. I mean, that's kind of why I got my eyes on him. Like, you know, playing ranked with him, he got #1 several times. I just thought he was on a different level. Like, he's got the brains for it. He's also on controller, so he got the aimbot immediately. You know, it's just we needed that on our team. We needed the aggressive entry fragger. Like, it was a little bit too much pressure on my shoulders personally. So he was just a perfect fit. And that's why we flew him out of Russia. It's perfect.
If you can get his autograph as well for Onset, because Onset's just been desperate for it all day. He's the biggest fan.
Best friends.
So we need to set that up. Question from me, though, Hackers, would be, I mean, you guys have landed Thermal for what feels like forever, right? It's been your home, and I've always alluded to the fact that sometimes you prefer when the circle doesn't pull right towards Thermal, because it allows you to move away a little bit. How hard has that been in games and match days where you do have several Thermal pulls? Like, do you prefer it that way, or do you prefer circles to pull away from Thermal a little bit?
We prefer them to pull away a little bit, not too far though. Like, across the map is... We are good at playing across the map because that's what we're used to, but if the zone is like tree, staging, lava fissure, that's usually where we do the best, because then we still have a close rotation, but we don't have to be like super fast, you know, like we still have a little bit of time to get our loot, because that's the biggest problem with Thermal is you don't have time to get your loot if your zone is on top of you. So then you're just sitting in a building starved the entire game. And we play on edge comp too, so playing on edge comp with no meds is very rough.
And lastly, how many times have you had to make the jump with Newcastle from the dome building to the top middle of Thermal? Because that impressed me. I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen it very often happen. We only see one Newcastle every now and then. You must have done it before.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it in scrim several times. It's, you know, that's why I'm playing in the mushroom, because I know I have the safety of the jump to Yuki every time, as long as he peeks the corner. If he hides behind the pillar, then I'm kind of screwed, but, you know, he positioned himself well, so I can get out.
Now, I'm sure you guys were anticipating this happening, but obviously you've clinched a spot in playoffs now. So looking forward to the next LAN, you know, what does that look like for you guys, whether that's prep or any teams that you might be keeping your eyes on that have also qualified?
We just do ours like we've always done. We just focus on ourselves, focus on our own game plan. You know, it's like, it doesn't matter who we face as long as we play well. So we just focus on our own rotations, our own... which fight we can take, which fight we can't take, how we rotate, just macro, micro, all that. Just keep the practice going as we've been doing all the time.
You excited to be back at LAN?
I'm super excited. Being at LAN is like the most fun thing ever. Like meeting everybody, playing in front of a crowd, it's amazing.
And the crowd was insane last time, so I am definitely looking forward to it as well. Well, we won't keep you much longer, obviously. Thank you so much for jumping on and talking with us. A phenomenal performance, obviously, for you, everybody on your squad. It was wildly impressive, and we'll be seeing you in regional finals and at LAN.
Thank you very much.
All right. Always nice to chat with some of our players, but it is not just our players who are making massive impacts on our games. There are also items in game that make a massive difference, which means that it is now time for WD Black. What's in your pack? All right, guys, we have to talk about this because, I mean, specifically in Effect's hands, it was absolutely destructive. Let's talk about the wingman.
Let's do it. Let's talk about the wingman. I mean, it's almost like the wingman is kind of fabled in Apex history, right? It's kind of I would say alongside the R99, it's probably the most iconic gun in the game. You know, you're doing 45 damage per shot. You hit a headshot, you're certainly multiplying that. You get a skull piercer on it. And I will say, hitting a headshot with a skull piercer on a wingman is the most satisfying noise in all of Apex Legends. It just sounds cool. You know what I mean? You get the proper crack on it, but it's such a great utility weapon. It also keeps a lot of your inventory free because you don't have to have huge amounts of ammo in your backpack to kind of run it for the long game. But I think it's probably one of the best utility weapons that you can use in Apex Legends.
I will say, when you said this weapon is amazing in effect hand, I had no clue what was coming up next. It could have been any weapon, but the wingman certainly did its damage. You can also learn a lot about a person with a wingman. If they put a 2x on it, you cannot trust them. That's to be sure. But if they've got the normal red dot or maybe just a digi threat, you know they are a fantastic person.
Either way, Effect was terrifying with the wingman all day, just playing into more good things that we could say about him and Alliance all day, but wingman itself is scary. So that's been WD Black. What's in your pack? All right, guys, it is almost time for us to close out on our match day number 9 for EMEA. Before we do that, final thoughts.
Final thoughts. What a split it's been. I think it's been a very interesting split in EMEA, and I want to say, you know, a huge thank you and congratulations to all the players who made it through to this split, who managed to compete and put on these amazing games for us, but also a congratulations to those who have made the regional finals, and especially those who are going to be representing the region on the international scale, already qualifying for the Split 2 playoffs. It's been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed it, and I think Bitfix Gaming is something for everybody to kind of take a little bit of inspiration from today, even when things are looking down and you might not have had the best of seasons or the best games, whatever it might be. There's always a way back into things in Apex, and I think Big Fix certainly proved that today.
And I think on my side, we have to look at the EMEA region, and we have to put some respect on the name of this region. I've been seeing a lot on the Twitters and the Instagrams, whatever social medias you may use nowadays, of people saying, well, how many spots should this region have? How many should they have? I think that EMEA were maybe robbed of a spot because of two teams not being able to beat LAN, but now we're going to hopefully get to see EMEA at their very strongest. So thank you everyone for how you've performed and just putting on a show. I think all the players have put on a show this season. I'm excited to see what they can do in regional finals, and maybe, just maybe, someone might be able to have that miraculous run and get a playoff spot, even if they do find themselves in the bottom 10.
I mean, I don't think I could say it any better. It was a wildly entertaining day today. We saw instant action right out the gate from match number 1 all the way through to the end of the day. So obviously, chat, thank you so much for hanging out with us and watching our EMEA region here today. Thank you so much to our sponsors, and thank you so much to our players for putting on an incredible performance. And like the boy said, congratulations to everyone who's not only qualified through to regional finals, but also those teams who have clinched their spot in playoffs. That's got to feel good. And now they can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief and absolutely slay out when it comes to those regional finals. But it is time for us to close out our EMEA region. But don't forget, NA is right around the corner, okay? Just over an hour before we get into all of that action, and it's going to be just as exciting as what we saw here today. So take a break, get some snacks, rehydrate, and then get back here because we are going to be seeing teams like this in just an hour. Thanks for watching.
Shield swap Phoenix though in a 1v1 way. It's gonna happen. How on earth? Defy didn't even do it. Nice shot.
Down to the solo. Onset trying to hold on for dear life with the wingman shot.
Just send him in.
Does he need the other two?
Oh, but there's Effect again, mowing people down as they try and leave.